Okay, here we are again. Just gonna go ahead and probably wrap this game up here, I think. I feel like we're pretty close to the end, so just go ahead and get into it. I've gathered plenty of info, but what out of it can I use to conclude who is with Natsume? If I can select a few crucial bits of information and put them together without any inconsistencies, I should surely see something. This is the critical moment. I'll consider it carefully. Whoa. I guess if it's a puzzle, I'll be okay. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm not even gonna pretend that I could read any of this. But yeah, I've been pretty good about not going on VG Person's site through this. And so I had a quick look at the guide, and it seems like this is the last day in the game, so I might actually be okay. Do I just select everything? It is gonna be all of them, isn't it? Not quite. Okay, I'll buy that. Well, I'm gonna save. So one thing I did glean is that when you're in Shiori's house or in her room, when we take the two pictures, there were two choices that give you a secret ending. So I'm definitely going to go back for that. I made one of the correct ones, it seems, but I missed the other one. So it said that there's unique dialogue when you pick something that's correct, like these two have a discussion. So I got one of them, I think, with the wardrobe, but I missed the second by taking a picture of the desk, so I'll go back for that in a little bit. Akari! Oh, she's drooling a little. That's kind of weird. I might have figured it out. The person who was with Natsume at the time of the incident. What about Natsume? Come on, keep up with me. I'm saying I might know who was with Natsume when she died. Say, what? So... My throat's parched, so could I go buy some tea? Ugh, make it quick. Oh, she's gonna bail. And that's what I'm thinking. What do you think, Akari? Not bad. I think it's pretty plausible. Still, it's unsubstantiated. Of course, no getting around that. Our methods won't be getting us any circumstantial evidence. That's right. That's why it's just a theory. A conclusion we came up with just based on what we gathered. I honestly don't have much confidence in whether it's right, but it's about all I could think of. Hey, Aoi, what are you aiming to do by working out a conclusion? What am I aiming to do? Before starting the investigation, you were all, I want to bring the truth to the light of day and stuff. Do you want to let everyone know that what's currently considered an individual accidental death had someone else involved? Once you do that, the circumstances suddenly change. It's no longer something that we can selfishly pursue on our own. The school and police will get involved, of course, but once people know the new truth, the school will get noisy again. You'll destroy the current peace it finally settled into after a month passed from Natsume's death. You understand that. Plus, we'll no longer be bystanders either, and we'll become connected to the Natsume case as those who revealed the truth. It'll be different from us investigating as we please like a third party. If some problem comes up, we might get involved in it. Do you have enough resolve that you're fine with that happening? Testing your faith, I see. If you learn the truth, you'll have to carefully consider if you want to speak it or not. Well, I'm just missing all these cues. Once you say it, everything changes. You can't be the same as you have been. You should at least recognize that. Depending on the circumstances, I think it's totally valid to keep the truth to yourself and maintain the status quo. So think about it in that light. What you want to do, I mean. letting everyone know. Honestly, I wasn't really giving that any thought until partway in. I started this investigation strictly from my own desire to understand. That hasn't changed. But Henrik Ibsen this be an enemy of the people. But you know, Akari, you're jumping the gun a bit. My idea is just a theory. I still don't know the truth. First of all, I want to talk to the person directly. Oh, are you gonna make me pick? Whether my theory is correct. And, if it is, what happened to Natsume? I want that person to tell me. I think what I should do will depend on the results of that. So first of all, I have to confirm the validity of my theory. And also, we've been doing a ton of investigating along the way, even going to Natsume's house. I couldn't say at this point that I was just looking into it on a whim and have no connection to Natsume. Or, I wouldn't want to. If something's going to happen for making the truth known, I intend to fulfill my minimum duty as an indicter. Like you say, Akari, I'll have to be prepared for that. I'm not thinking I'll be secure in my own safety zone. So don't worry about me, I'll take proper responsibility for my actions. I see, got it. So our final task is to talk directly with the person who was with Natsume when she died. If you're gonna go talk, I think it'd be good to work out a strategy in advance. You wanna get right to it? You're not confident your theory is correct, right? You okay with going over there when that's how it stands? True, I do still have some uncertainties. Then why don't you think some more? We've got lots of information, so it might be good to read it over. Whoa. Once you're all settled, talk to me. We'll form a plan together. Ooh, actually. I wonder if, in a way, all three, Hahakigi, Murakami, and, oh shoot, what's the violinist's name? I'm blanking right now. I wonder if they're all viable choices. Could I definitely get it wrong? Is my question. So let's see. Let's go ahead and look at... Yeah, because I feel like, based on that puzzle image, right, I presume that was a hint that all three of these, Miyuki, all three of these, or Endo, all of them had something to do with the death, or they all had that, they cast their shadow over the crime, so to say. So I wonder if, in a way, all three of them contributed to the death, and regardless of who we pick, it'll be the same outcome. I don't know. I'm still guessing, at least from the information that I have in this run, that it might be Murakami. But let's see. Who was seen the night of the death? Oh wait, hearsay. Around 11:30, a feminine-looking figure was spotted exiting. Yeah, I don't think... Let's see. Hated classical. Yeah, see, I feel like we have information on each of the individuals, so... Is there one correct pick? You know what, I'm just gonna go with Murakami. Let's start there. I'm gonna guess Murakami. We're committed. I saved. No doubts? If we screw this up, it might be a huge pain in the neck. Okay, some doubt. Right, then let's devise a plan. I'm basing this solely on the clothing. Kana, are you okay on time? Don't you have to go soon to make it to the shoot? Yeah, you're right. You look kinda sick, Kana. You haven't seemed well lately. You okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't push yourself too hard. You gotta tell the agency if things are rough, and get rest. Thanks. Well, I'm off to the shoot. See you tomorrow. Hello, Murakami. Wait, why are you running? I haven't even said any... Let go! I won't talk to you anymore. Don't say that, please. I just want to talk for a second. No, I'm scared. Let go. Why is she resisting so much? I hadn't even thought about how to approach talking to her. Settle down now, Murakami. Just a little chat is fine, right? Unlike you guys, we're not gonna try to gang up on and expose you. Such a hassle. Doubt we can have a proper conversation if you're like this, so I'll get straight to the point. Murakami, what were you doing at 11 PM on September 19th? September 19th, that day, I had a photo shoot for a new outfit for the brand I model for. It went long until about 10. After that was a wrap-up. I think I got home past midnight. What? Is that true? You're certain? It's true. I still have the schedule written down on my phone and I posted on social media. Okay, so that was wrong. If you don't believe me, go and ask the agency, okay? I was with my manager the whole time. I wonder about that. The agency, your manager, they might just be going along with your cover story. That's not... If you're trying to wriggle free from here as quickly as possible, I'd suggest you stop. If you remember what I told you, you'll know it's in your best interest to tell the truth. Murakami, what's the matter? It hurts. I can't breathe. She's hyperventilating. Aoi, go call for the nurse. Whoa. I can't believe. What a mess you've made, you devil girls. You know how rough things got? Murakami was out of control sobbing about being scared of you two, and the agency sent a complaint. Even I got a scolding from the principal, you know? What in the world did you do to Murakami? We were just trying to talk to her. We didn't do anything cruel enough to make her hyperventilate. Sorry. It's completely my fault. I think she was so afraid of me, she ended up like that. Come to think of it, Akari, you said you gave Murakami a threat before, right? What did you say? Are we gonna find out at the cost of losing the game? To just say the gist of it, it was like, how about I make a mess of that pretty face? You said that? Sorry, but they gang up to bully you, Aoi, so I was pissed at them. It was just a joke, or at least a way to keep her in check. Murakami's surprisingly weak if you make a strong enough show. When you say that, it doesn't sound at all like a joke. Anyway, from now on you're forbidden from investigating Natsume. In fact, not just investigation, don't you dare do anything to do with Natsume or Murakami. Advisor's orders, got it? What? That can't be, we were so close to uncovering the truth. Shut up, you. Forbidden means forbidden. I'll take no objections. If I let you run free any longer, I'll be taking a pay cut, and that's the last thing I want. Really? They're really cutting on the bottom line right there? Got it. If you keep it up in secret, I'll disband the newspaper association. I'm serious. No way. At any rate, Murakami seemed to have an alibi and all, so our theory was off the mark. And here I thought we were close. Oh well, what can you do? Too bad, so sad. Here comes the ding. Oh. We got the sad one. It wasn't even a ding. We messed up so bad. Okay. I just realized earlier, when I was starting the recording as well, that I think that Shiori's pedestal, or her plinth, has been in the background this whole time. We just have not been able to see it clearly since it's still missing. But I think we got pretty much most others. Let's make this second guess a little more educated, but no more correct. So hearsay. Miyuki Endo. You know, come to think of it, I do wonder if no one else... I wonder if Hahakigi has an alibi. Because I feel like Miyuki might just pull it on us and be like, oh, you know, I had violin lessons until 3 AM, so objection. And we'd just be wrong, so I don't know who else I should look at. It's not Murakami. You know what, let's just do Hahakigi. Worst case, I process of elimination this. Best case, I'm actually right, but I don't know about that one. Okay, let's not screw this up. Yeah, let's commit. Probably still wrong, but I don't know. I feel like Miyuki has an alibi. I would think that. Oh, we're in our sneaking suits again. Good, so you came, Hahakigi. Calling me here with this is kind of in poor taste, don't you think? The stationery and envelope. It's almost the same as what Shiori used. How did you know that? And this writing, it's just like Shiori's. How did you know Shiori's handwriting? Yes, well, we'll get to that in time. Maybe it was poor taste, but I wanted you to come here no matter what, Hahakigi. Dang, okay, I might have actually not messed that up. Thinking back on what you said, there was something I found curious. That being, why Natsume didn't talk to you in public. There was a girl who told us that in our investigation too, so I know it wasn't just you lying. But you also said that Natsume talked to you lots when it was just the two of you, right? That's why it seems strange. Where and when exactly did Hahakigi and Natsume talk? I need to consider what ways were available for Natsume, who is always surrounded by people, to sneak away and talk to you. It's the dead drop. Always has been. Natsume had daily orchestra club, which went late into the day, so she couldn't make time to spend with you after school. That went for days off too. Both Natsume and you had parents watching over your shoulders. Of course, I thought of some ways you could have talked without meeting. Social media... Typo there, medial. Email, there are plenty of methods. But you don't have a phone or computer, right, Hahakigi? So I figured you wouldn't have been conversing that way. After going down that line of thinking, I came up with two answers. Aoi is very serious here. Very stern looking. First was letters, like the one you're holding right now. Frankly, it was just an idea I came up with in desperation. It's so old school nowadays, I thought it was improbable, but there were some pieces that pushed the idea to the forefront. First, the stationery sat on the desk in Natsume's room. It had a plain design, like the letter you're holding. There's also certain behavior you and Natsume had in common, being around the shoe cubbies at the entrance outside of coming and going. Back when I saw the stationery set, I couldn't even guess who Natsume would have been trying to write to. But as I was thinking it over, I came to wonder if she was trying to write to you, Hahakigi. With that, the testimony about you both being around the shoe cubbies started to make sense to me. The two of you both used the cubbies to trade letters with each other. It's old-fashioned, but kind of like an exchange diary, wasn't it? And that's the first thing I deduced about you and Natsume. We wrote you a letter because I wanted to check right away whether my theory was right. Figured we'd be ignored if we just wrote a normal one. We tried to imitate Natsume's writing. Sorry for it being in poor taste. Oh, and about Natsume's handwriting in the stationery set, I saw them in her room. We actually went to Natsume's house as part of the investigation, too. But I'd appreciate if you didn't ask too much about that. Oh, we're not going to share, that's proprietary information. So yeah, I've been carrying this conversation one-sidedly, but is my theory accurate? Yes, you're correct. I see, then I'm sure this other one is too. This place, the rooftop, it was a secret spot where the two of you could enjoy time together, wasn't it? I don't know why, but Natsume was unwilling to talk to you in public. Maybe because she talked with you about a lot of her true feelings she didn't want anyone else to hear? Even now, I'm not too sure. So this place that only select people knew about was perfect for Natsume to spend time with you. Natsume was witness heading towards the rooftop during lunch, and another person was witness heading to the roof at lunch as well. And I think when we saw her for the first time, she was crying outside of this door, so... I wasn't able to determine who that was through questioning, but I'll bet that was you, Hahakigi. You rendezvoused here during lunch to spend time together, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. And you came to the rooftop on that fateful night as well, did you? If you hadn't, you wouldn't have come here just based on the contents of that letter. We purposefully wrote that letter with the minimum amount of information. If you'd used the same method to come to the rooftop before, then you would know without me having to describe it, I thought. I'll be honest, that's a strategy Akari came up with. I wouldn't have thought of it alone. So I see. This. Is that... It was in my shoe cubby that day, the first letter I'd received from Shiori in a while. I was really surprised. I never expected an honor student like Shiori to call me to the roof of the school late at night. Honestly, I was afraid to go. It'd be bad if my parents happened to find out I snuck in at night. But I wanted to go no matter what. No, I felt like I had to go. Shiori had been acting strange since a few months prior, but she wouldn't tell me the reason. I sent a few letters wondering if it was just hard for her to say out loud, but I never got a reply back. Soon things became strained. Even if I had something I wanted to say, I felt like I couldn't say it. If I went to the rooftop just like her letter said, I thought Shiori might tell me the reason. Are we not gonna learn anything? But... Can I stop you for a sec, Hahakigi? Seeing as you went and brought that letter here, did you realize what you were being called here for? Yes. And I knew that you were the ones calling for me. The only possibility I could think of for who would call me to this place was you, the ones looking into Shiori. What? For real? Huh, then we didn't need to bother with the hassle of a letter, huh? So, Hahakigi, you came here knowing that it was our doing, eh? Then can I take that as you having the intention to tell us about that night? Yes, I do intend to. Tell me, what happened to Natsume that day? Is it going to be worth it? We've been fighting for so long for this information. Will it have mattered? Shiori. Are we finally going to see a sprite? Oh yeah, look at that. Thank you, Midori, for coming. It's kinda novel, huh? Meeting at night like this. I can only meet you at school during lunch, after all. Which makes it my first time seeing you in casual clothes, too. That's a cute one piece. It suits you. Thank you. Shiori, what did you want to talk about? That reminds me. Midori, was everything okay? Your mom didn't catch you when you left the house? It's fine. They were tired from work and sleeping. Oh, that's good. I was worried they might get mad with you. You said in the letter that you wanted to talk about something. Could you not just say it in a letter? Why in the middle of the night? Surely even during lunch would be fine. Well, yeah, but it sort of felt like ignoring the mood, kinda? Doing it by letter, it just wouldn't work out, you know. I feel really bad if I didn't get a reply. Kind of can't take any more of that. So I wanted to meet in person and talk. I was unsure if you'd come, but I'm glad we could meet. I feel like a letter would have been better than something this dangerous. I'm not getting vibes that she was ready to kill herself, so I have some reservations about what's about to happen. You have a point there, sorry. But look, the stars look really pretty up here. The moon's so full and round, it's really... how should I say it? Anyway, it's a good sight. Kinda like, glad I resolved to sneak up here, you know? Enough already. How long are you going to avoid it? You're the one who called me saying you had something to talk about. If you're feeling pain, just tell me the reason. Didn't I say that in one of my letters? Sorry. But that's not it. What I want to talk about today and what you want to know are at odds with each other. True, I'm being strange about it. Even I know that. And the reason for that, I just don't think I can tell you, Midori, because I don't want to. I don't want to worry you. Too late for that. You know I've been worrying all this time. Yes, true enough. Then I'll change my phrasing. I don't want to upset you, Midori. I've been unsure myself lately what I should be doing, but I still haven't come to an answer. Even if I do reach one, I don't know whether to tell you or not. At the end of the day, it's my problem. You shouldn't have to worry about anything, Midori. I think things will work out soon. press X to doubt. You're kind, Shiori. You're always picking your words carefully to not hurt anyone. But I wish you'd stop being deceptive. That hurts me more. What do you mean? If you don't like being with me, just come out and say it. I've never thought that. Then, please, don't keep secrets. If something's tormenting you, I want to know what it is. It's fine if it upsets me. Maybe I can be of some help. I'm more opposed to you suffering all by yourself. I thought I heard something there. I'm hopeless, huh? Meddling like this even though you've made up your mind not to tell me. I really can't stand myself. So selfish and annoying. It's so miserable. But when I'm with you, Shiori, I get more and more selfish. I can't even stop myself. I want to know all about you. When there's something I don't know, it really pains me. I was fine always being by myself, but now I feel so lonely without you, I can't stand it. I didn't make the comment earlier, but I actually do have a bottle of tea here. So, that's relatable. At first, I felt really uneasy. This isn't me. I'm no longer myself. But lately, I've started to feel like that's fine. That in fact, it's better that way. I really like you a lot, Shiori. Really? Yeah. We're sure to keep on changing. We can't do anything to control the flow of things ourselves. We'll graduate, get jobs, maybe even find people we love and make new families. But as much as things might change, I always want you beside me as a friend. Is that how you feel, Midori? Yeah. So, I want to know more about you for that reason, too. Holding on to painful things yourself out of concern for me. I want you to stop that. If you think of me as a friend, then talk to me about anything. I'll accept anything at all. Thank you. The sprite went away. I'm glad. I could hear your feelings, Midori. Don't worry about it. I'll always be your friend. I don't intend to keep more secrets, but can this one wait just a little longer? I'll try my best to bring it to a resolution soon, and then I'll tell you everything. Really? Yeah. The mood's gotten strange, huh? Well, enough gloomy conversation. Since you came, won't you stay a little longer? Let's relax and look at the scenery. Look, the moon, it's beautiful, isn't it? I should have brought some food, but maybe I put on weight eating at this hour, huh? Shiori, there was something you wanted to talk to me about, right? What is it? Sorry, that topic's already over. Or, not over, but more like, there's no longer a need to say it. Anyway, it's fine now, don't worry about it. Sheesh, what's that about? You're so selfish. If we're not talking, let's just go. It's almost 11:30, we'll miss the last train. Oh, well, I'll stay here a little longer. Ugh, Shiori, it's dangerous to sit there. What if you fall? It's fine if I fall. If it all goes away and I'm at peace, I might prefer that. Don't say strange things like that. It's dangerous, so come over here and let's go home, alright? Oh wow, she really did go by accident. Shiori. Shiori. Wow, okay. Nothing to it at all, then. Natsume said, it's fine if I fall, and then actually fell? Then, Natsume's death wasn't an accident, but suicide? I don't think that's it. Shiori was sitting on the fence facing this way, with her school bag hanging on her arm. At that moment, I heard a small shriek. I think when Shiori was going to get off the fence, her bag slipped and fell on the other side. School bags are heavy, so the weight of it must have made her unsteady and pulled her back. I see. That's why the school bag fell with her. I doubt she would have toppled over from the weight of the bag if she were just standing normally, but if she were sitting there. Also, the shriek beforehand means she probably wasn't prepared to jump off. True. Then Natsume really did die accidentally. Hahakigi, did you tell that to the police? I didn't. Why? And why didn't you report it right away, that you witnessed an accident? Everything I said was actually a lie. Oh, snap. The truth is, I pushed Shiori off. That's why I couldn't tell the police. What? Oh, the twist. It just got twisted. So, do you know which one is the truth? Did Shiori die accidentally, or did I push her? You don't, do you? Because I'm the only one who saw what happened here. There's no proof I did anything, but no proof I didn't either. If I were to tell someone about the fact I was here, I knew that fact would have had taken a life of its own. Like, there's no question that Midori Hahakigi killed Shiori Natsume. So I couldn't feel like telling anyone, not the police, not the school, that I wished for Shiori's death. I felt like I couldn't bear even being suspected of it. And also, whatever I do now, there's no changing her death. Shiori won't come back. So the truth, that last image of Shiori, I wanted to keep it as my own. What, her in the moonlight? You must feel such contempt for the selfishness of mine. Well, I understand how you feel. Talking to the cops wouldn't change things for the better, and nobody can stop a rumor. But you ended up telling the truth to us, huh? You okay with that? Of course, as an underling, it's not my place to decide whether to publicize the truth or not. So, what will it be, boss? We don't gotta pick now, do we? My initial reason for investigating Natsume was to find satisfaction for myself. Not wanting to believe the rumor it was suicide, I wanted to determine the truth. That's really all it was. Well, I suppose an accident isn't suicide. As I investigated, I came to feel more and more of an affinity towards Natsume. I thought I wanted to have talked to Natsume when she was alive, how I wanted to have been her friend. But I'm not Natsume's friend. As much as I know about Natsume's life, as much familiarity I feel, I'm no more than a third party. Just what was going on in the mind of Shiori Natsu? I can't be like Hahakigi, who established a true bond with Natsume. That's why I think Hahakigi's judgment should take priority over mine here. If Hahakigi, Natsume's friend, doesn't want to tell anyone, then it's best we go with that. I do recognize that would surely be best for both Natsume and Hahakigi. But I will say, there is someone other than myself who wants to know the truth of Natsume's death. That being someone who is surely dear to Natsume, a relative, to tell you the truth. Sakura? Yeah. Sakura said she didn't want to believe the rumor Natsume killed herself. Sakura has her own reasons for feeling guilty about Natsume's death. Unless the rumor of Natsume's suicide goes away, Sakura will continue to be tormented by it. So there is at least someone Natsume held dear, who would find salvation if the truth were revealed. Perhaps there are others like that. No, I'm sure there are. In fact, I was rather shocked by Natsume's death myself, which is why I began my investigation. Knowing Natsume didn't kill herself, part of me is relieved right now. Deep in my heart, I'm glad to know the truth. I'm glad to have investigated it. I didn't begin this in good faith, nor was I trying to act like I was a good person and saving someone. And I also want to respect Hahakigi's feelings, given she was dear to Natsume. But if there might be others like me who want to know the truth, then I want to inform everyone of the truth I learned. That's what I think. If we told the truth to the police, I'm sure it would reach the teachers at the school too. Then the teachers might help deny the rumor that Natsume killed herself. I think that's the most natural way for everyone to know the truth. But, Hahakigi would get all sorts of questions from the police, huh? About that day. And also, there might be people who start suspecting that Hahakigi did something to Natsume. It's fine. Knowing it was you who called me here, and coming here to talk to you, I was prepared for it to go like this. So it's alright, don't worry about me anymore. I just have one request. Can you be the one to talk to the police, Ue? Why? Wouldn't it be better to talk to them yourself? Uh-oh. There's reasons I can't tell them, that I can't go to the police. What I've told you is everything, just telling them that should be enough. Alright. I think we should grab her. Just a consideration. Get her away from the edge a little bit. Alright, it's an important role, but I'll try. I'll tell them just what I heard. Nothing more to say, right? Then we're leaving. Let's go, Aoi. Yeah. Hahakigi, thanks for coming and talking so much with us. Be sure to leave soon, you'll miss the last train. This conversation is just... We're just repeating what just happened in the past. We can't do that. Catch on. You take care on your way. Good night. Yeah, good night to you too, Hahakigi. Alright, let's get going quick. I don't want this to become any more of a pain than it already is. Sure enough, I shouldn't be the one to tell the police. It would obviously be better that Hahakigi, who was there, says it, not someone who wasn't. Hahakigi requested it, so just indulge her, alright? No, I just can't. I'll go tell Hahakigi. Don't! I told you to get her away from the edge. You dummy, what are you doing? Enough. Let it all be over. I'm going to see Shiori. Told you everything I could. I can do what I like now. Wait, please, let go. Don't worry about me. Oh, wait, let go. No. I absolutely can't. At this rate, you're gonna fall too. Just let go. No, if I do that, Hahakigi will fall. No. Duh. Hahakigi, put your foot there and climb up. Hurry. Weren't you telling her to let go? Why? Shut up. If you want to die, do it alone. Don't bring my friend into it. If you take away along with you, you're gonna pay. You get it? Your precious Natsume won't stay pretty anymore, see? What do you mean? If you go dying irresponsible, you know we can do whatever we want, right? Not only you, but we can say whatever we please about Natsume, too. Dang, we really pulled that card on the ledge, quite literally. If you let Aoi fall like this, you'll be a true murderer. I won't let you get off easy. I'll drag you through the dirt. I'll unmask Natsume too while I'm at it. I'll fabricate all sorts of nonsense and spread it like damn wildfire. If a scandal about your precious friend runs rampant, will it be enough? Will it all be over? What face will Natsume's beloved Midori be going to see her with, I wonder? No way, no. Don't like it? Then climb up. If your friend's precious, then show it and protect her. Ugh. Dang, we twisted her arm into living. Hot damn. I thought I was a goner. Hello, my Z-key. Hello, game? Okay. I was hitting the A key. I'm so brilliant. I'm sorry, both of you. I'm sorry. Hey, bring it in. Whew. Hey, you two. Done being judged now? Boy, did we get a talking to. We did break into the school at night and to the off-limits rooftop at that. Glad we managed to avoid suspension. Glad we'll be able to advance grades. Huh, I see. I got scolded for not watching you properly too, but I wasn't really punished. No pay cut for you! It looks as if Hahakigi asked the police in the school. Like, it was thanks to Ue and Abe that I decided to confess, so I don't want them to be punished. So that's what it was. Hahakigi. I just heard the details from the principal, but can I ask something? You called Hahakigi to the rooftop to talk 2 days ago, right? And you both seemed to take yesterday off. Something happened? Right, well, first of all, 2 days ago we accompanied Hahakigi to a nearby police station. We were worried, after all. And they talked with us separately, and then our parents came to pick us up and we went home. That's what happened 2 days ago. Yesterday, we formally talked to the police, principal, etc., then went on standby at home. That's why we took the day off. Natsume's family was apparently told about Hahakigi by the police sometime yesterday. That's what the detective in charge said. And then as for today, I got called by the principal and got chewed out at length until just now, but that's all it ended up being. Yeesh, it was real annoying. I'll have to pass on doing anything like this again. The slacker colors shine through. Hey, don't say that. Who knows what'll happen next. I worry about Hahakigi, but I think you guys did good. The police's opinion was always that Natsume's death was an accident, but the fact someone was there is incredibly important. You found the truth in a way the police couldn't, that only worked because it's a school. It's a real achievement, yeah? Huh? You're praising us, Bottles, but you were so passive. I mean, I kinda had to be passive. You guys wouldn't hesitate to do anything for investigation. Believe it or not, I was concerned, you know. I intended to stop you if you were about to do anything dangerous. But it wasn't really like that, huh? I can't approve of breaking into school at night, but the rest was, permissible enough. And also, you kept damages to me at a minimum, too. I was okay with whatever if it didn't trouble me. That's our Bottles. Safety first. Gotta love that servant-like attitude. That's how Bottles ought to be. This is what I get for praise. These girls, I swear. Oh right, don't you spread stuff about Hahakigi, got it? That's a proclamation from the principal. I know that, even I'm not that insensitive. Oh, but there is one person I want to tell directly, though she's a relative, so maybe she already heard from the police. Relative, meaning Natsume's sister? Yeah, Sakura, she was supporting us and all. We've got to talk to her. Today's Friday, so the tennis club is active. We going? Sure thing, we'll interrupt her for a bit to talk. Let's get to it. This is a Thursday. And that is what we learned from our investigation and what Hahakigi told us. I'm guessing you heard from the police, but I wanted to tell it to you personally, so... And that's right, I heard from the police yesterday, but... Thank you very much, Ue-senpai, Abe-senpai. I was always regretful that my helplessness drove my sister to suicide. I still have regrets now about how if I really loved Shiori, I should have supported her. There's no changing that. But right now, the fact that she didn't choose death herself is such a blessing for me to know. My sister didn't leave this world filled with despair. I'm really glad for that. If I had lonesomely moped about that forever, my sister in heaven would be mad with me, huh? Once I've cried a little more, I'll be cheerful. I'll live life for my sister. And it's all thanks to you that I'm able to think like this. Truly, I can't thank you enough. We don't need thanks. I was just doing what I wanted to do the whole way. In fact, I want to thank you. Your support really encouraged me, Sakura. If I had to say, your smile is the thanks that makes me happiest, so no need for more thank yous. If anything ever troubles you, depend on me anytime. I, Ue-senpai, will do my very best for you. Right. Well, that's touching. What's up? We really did a lot of investigation into Natsume. I'm glad that in the end, we learned that Natsume's death really was an accident, and I achieved the objective I started with, but... I still feel kinda dissatisfied, almost like an upset stomach. And the reason Natsume wasn't in good spirits for months prior, what was that in the end? I got the feeling it was relevant to Natsume's death, but it ended up being an accident after all. Still, it's curious, isn't it? It's something that Natsume didn't even tell Hahakigi, so I suppose it's inevitable that we can't know it from investigating. Also, Yasuoka, Miyuki, Murakami, I feel like all three of them are still hiding things about Natsume. Is this replayability? Granted, they're probably not things related to Natsume's death, but because of how much we've investigated, I can't help but wonder. Before Natsume fell here and died, what must she have been thinking? What was she seeing? Natsume stubbornly refused to talk to Hahakigi about what she was troubled by. Because she didn't want to upset Hahakigi, was it? In other words, she didn't spill the beans as her own form of kindness. That's how sides of themselves people intentionally don't show tend to be. It probably entailed stuff that would hurt people's feelings. Could be something there'd be no coming back from once she said it. It'd take real courage to divulge that. If you make clear everything you don't know, sure, it'd probably feel refreshing, but then what? Seems you feel an affinity for Natsume, but if you want to respect her wishes, isn't it best you don't dig more than necessary? For now, be glad you learned the truth of Natsume's death, and keep those remaining doubts in your chest, you know? I get why you'd be curious, but I think there are things you're better off not knowing. Amen to that. Sure, you're right, but then there are things I'm glad to have learned from this too. For instance, that I'm a little, no, considerably insensitive. Glad I realized that before going out into the world. Well, good on ya. And also that you're ridiculously dependable, Akari. Being able to continue the investigation all this time and reach the truth. It's because I always had you at my side supporting me. Your duty as special correspondent for the newspaper club is concluded, but I hope you keep it up as my friend, for a long, long time. Right, yeah. Same to you. Okay, what is this? Ending 1, ignorance is bliss. Okay, so we didn't dig all the way in. Okay. Oh, here, we'll let this roll. I think that was my agreement, was to let these credits roll. And catch up on rehydration and think a little here. There's a lot of music in this game. Dova Syndrome. It's always Dova Syndrome. Shout out to the person named Ebby Fry. Okay, there's more to this. Got it. Let's check out that statue tab, though. Oh, this series has been nice for me thus far because it's been minimal editing and I've just had to stitch together audio and the video and now I gotta do a cut. Oh, I hit start. Okay, let's do that, but with less mistakes this time. Oh, Shiori's thing. Okay, so it was the one from the main menu. Wow, okay, so we really do have multiple more. Alright, let's see. Oh, that was so long ago. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna start here and then I'll cut afterwards. Okay. I'm not gonna read any of this, but this time, my understanding was that the things I needed to take a photo of were the closet and then the stereo system. Alright, I think it was the stereo and the closet. Okay. Now I think I'll cut, and let's go ahead and take a look at the discussion for the stereo photo. Okay, back at it once more, I say, as if this wasn't the middle of a video and not, like, an entirely new thing. I'm gonna read this, and I had a quick look at VG Person's website, gonna do a little talk, and then you're gonna see me in a long while. The stereo looks expensive too. People who do music must spend a lot of money on this stuff. Can't understand it myself. A CD, Meditation to Ties, huh? I've heard of Ties before. What was it? I just searched the name. It's the Act 2 interlude from the opera Ties. Let's see here. Composed by Jules Massenet. A solo for orchestra and violin, but there exist many chamber arrangements. Yep, I don't get it. It says classics for violin and harp. Was probably using it for practice. Right, yeah. Maybe she planned to perform it in the orchestra club? Okay. And then I think all this stuff is kind of the same. Skipping Ingrace, and then the one... Lady Grow, yep. Strange, okay. Okay. Here comes the rub. There is a whole other part to this game that was not immediately apparent to me. And I suppose that's where we get the 3 additional endings. So, to unlock these, you must have all of the red hearsays. And I'm actually gonna do this right in front of the camera. Interacted with... Okay, no matter what, I actually missed something. So, there was a... Oh yeah, I'm totally missing multiple things. I missed something in the sequence where you grill guys coming out of the academy. So I'm gonna have to go back and basically start the game over and go from there. That's gonna take a while, but thankfully, due to the power of video editing, you won't have to see this. But I'm gonna go ahead and hopefully collect everything necessary to do this, and then we will revisit, potentially. So, it should be instantaneous, but it'll be a hot minute for me, so I will see you in a little bit, hopefully with more red hearsays here. Yep. Ugh. So there's a new scene here that I unlocked by doing more of the red hearsays. That surprised me. I thought that was a ghost, but it's just an old lady. Yep, that's the Cat-hag. Ah, the person who we heard Natsume went walking with. I hadn't seen her before. See that rundown house there? She lives there. So she does. Looks like a haunted house. Why was Natsume associating with someone like that? Well, she used to be a little more right in the head. She's gone a lot nuttier lately. Want to question her while we're here? She is connected to Natsume, ain't she? No way, no how. She's like muttering to herself. She's too scary for me to talk to. What a wimp. You'll never reach the truth that way, you know? Well, fine by me. Hey, that answers something. I was always curious as to why we never heard about the Cat-hag again, and it turns out I'd locked myself out of that info. Okay, back to the cut. Alright, we're here again because supposedly we have a new scene because I took the picture of the stereo with, I think, Ty's meditation, the CD case on top of it. I assume it was a CD. This is the right era, right? Hello, good day, Miyuki. So I'm just going to reread this one. Good day. I don't know when the diverging dialogue is, so maybe I'll just go a little bit fast here. Miss Abe isn't here. Akari's in the library. Talking alone. Recognizing efforts. Too busy to read. More gentle. Talking about Shiori. Short. Not about death. Let's see. This part looks familiar. Where he's like, oh, it was about depending on your juniors. Not referring to Shiori. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and keep rolling through here, because I think we have the flashback, right? And then the pedestal scene. Or not the pedestal, but the silhouette scene. Just tell me about the significance of the music. Yeah, this has been coming along. Don't know where this is going. It seems like there's a whole other section of the game that we haven't even scene at all. And that'll be interesting. I wonder, as a philosophical question, how a VG person can make a walkthrough. So obviously, I'm running off of the walkthrough right now. I'll stop once we get to the new section just to kind of roll through it blind. But I wonder if that's because they have access to the coding, right? So if you need a script to translate, can you see the key triggers like, oh, talk to so-and-so to advance, and being able to take notes of that. Just do, strangely... Okay, that part was the same. Oh, just one more thing. Aha. Come to think of it, that song you were practicing before I came into the room was a different one from last time, right? It's not like I'm practicing them. Do you not know the song? Nope. I mean, gosh, someone like me is just totally detached from classical music. Do you have a song that you recommend or something that a beginner could enjoy? Well, it depends on your tastes. What sort of thing do you like, Miss Ue? Well, I'm usually just listening to J-pop, so... I see. Do you not know any classical songs? Not at all. Maybe I'd recognize some songs from hearing them before, but... Oh, actually, I just know one. Meditation that Ties. Oh, she went dark. Miss Ue, could you hum Meditation that Ties for me? The song I was playing until you came into the room earlier was Meditation that Ties. What? Is that true? I only need the title. Did you learn of that song while looking into Shiori? Yes, I did actually. Why do you remember that song, despite saying you know nothing about classical music? You remembered it because you thought that song was important to Shiori, didn't you? Why? Well, that is... I can't say it. I can't say it was on a CD in Natsume's room that I went in and took a photo of. Why? Why did Shiori die? Oh, you're opening up. Kind of. In your own unique way. Don't you know something, Miss Ue, doing all this investigating? Tell me, why did Shiori die, please? Yeah, Miyuki, what's the matter? Please stop it. What are you doing? I should get that upturned lip. How undignified. Leave. Don't involve yourself with me anymore. Man, that song must have held so much significance. Well, shoot. Ran off leaving her precious violin. What even was that? I don't know. We were chatting and she suddenly became distraught. Chatting? Was Miss Insensitive at it again? That's not it. I was just talking with Miyuki about her playing Meditation that Ties. Ah, the CD Natsume had. Maybe she has bad memories of that song. But Oe was wondering why you weren't coming. What were you doing with Miyuki? Oh, I thought I might be able to talk a bit with Miyuki since she doesn't have any hangers-on to get in the way. Sorry for going it alone. So I see. Look, that's fine. You get anything? Yep, you see. Okay. Miyuki and Natsume had an exchange like that. Okay. This is about the same, I would think. Trying to get away from her. Can I examine the violin? Not involve myself anymore. No strong antagonism. Okay. Cool. New stuff. That song had special meaning to them, you know, our song. Okay, back to the cut. Okay, so we're back in the game right now. I'm just gonna talk randomly until we get to the point to see if we got anything different in the final cutscene, but I did get all the gossip. Ooh, I might have forgot to show you. If I hit sub to skip... Okay, cool. So we do have a bit of a thing here, a lull. So let's go ahead and take a look at the hearsay that I got that was new. What did I get that was new? I think I had some random thing about... Okay, not a random thing. There was a piece of gossip from one of the guys... Oh, I can't remember his name. The one that knew us in the Iris Academy segment. And that piece is that top one where a teacher at Cosmos Academy once killed herself. So I didn't have that. I failed to see how that ties in, but that might come together as we continue. I think all of that stuff... Yeah, this is all pretty typical things. And then I think that we've seen all of these at this point. But feel free to pause the video and read any of that if you were so inclined. But I think the real things that changed were the Cat-hag cutscene, and then that piece of gossip about a teacher killing themselves. So let's go ahead and pick Hahakigi again and see what happens, because I saved. But yeah, we'll go ahead and roll through this, maybe. This probably will take a while. Anyways, while this happens, just kind of we'll do some updates and some chatting, since I haven't quite had the chance yet. But this is my first video in the new year. I am recording this on the 1st. It is a little later in the evening for me than I normally had recorded. So, I don't know. No guarantees that this will be a 3-hour session starting now, but we'll see. Hopefully I get really into it. Let's see if this becomes very apparent early on. Yeah? Okay. That's fine. Let that keep going. And then, what else did I want to say? I'm trying to remember. Just had typical things. I think for the year, channel plans thus far, Forest of Drizzling Rain, and probably Pocket Mirror when it comes out. I don't know what else is happening. All the Mortal Fate, maybe. Yeah, it's just typical channel updates while we're going through here. I don't really know what more to think about this game quite yet, because it seems like there's a lot we haven't experienced yet, so I'm going to reserve judgment for that. I suppose that ignorance is bliss is not a... It's a little jab at our inability to find the secret ending, but thanks to a Let's Play, or not a Let's Play, a guide, been able to get there. Maybe. I could have messed up, but for all I know, we should be okay here. Nothing has changed in this conversation so far for me multitasking and trying to chat with the audience at the same time, so... I don't know. I wonder if she, like... Something that dawned on me, actually, is I hope she really doesn't... She might jump again, and it might work. I don't know. I hope not. That'll be weird. This school probably couldn't handle, like, I guess now 3 suicides in relatively short succession. But yeah, should have done everything to unlock the next part of the game. Oh, there you go. Yep. I don't think we're getting the luxury of a cut this time, because I'm worried that I might go too far. Let's see. Kind of the same. Okay, let's see the flashback. Maybe? Yeah? Okay, we did get a flashback. I'm going to assume that this is also not different. The moon is beautiful tonight. Maybe we'll unlock more of the secret. I feel like there's something to do with the Cat-hag here. They couldn't have been chatting for no reason. Also, I noticed that there's no sub-key to skip, so I'm just clicking through this time. That was very kind of Uri to allow us to skip. I feel like replaying certain segments becomes such a pain. And apparently there was a minimal set of people that you had to talk to progress in the days when you were interviewing people. I just talked to everyone, but apparently you can get some of the hearsay that isn't even necessary for the story. So we do have more information than we know what to do with. Maybe this is identical up until the very end, and instead of being like, yeah, there's some things we're better off not knowing, then we're like, let's go all the way. We're gonna see this thing through to the bitter end. Something like that. This game has been such a weird coincidence that the timing of it and then the events of it just somehow ran parallel with my own experiences, which has been a very, very interesting exercise in contemplation and introspectiveness. Very, very intriguing. I can't say, though, without giving too much detail, that I don't really think that any of us at the time reacted as strongly as the circumstances in this game. Actually, I believe we had... the ruling was accidental in the end, and so the thought of suicide never really crossed our minds in that sense, but the circumstances were a result of oneself. And this was such a dumb idea. Okay, well, we're just gonna relive that horrible moment in our mind over and over again. You know, I actually realized the first time I went through this cutscene that I did something visually similar one time. It would have been a year earlier than this, I believe. But I was on what was basically a field trip. I was competing in a club event, and we somehow found access to like a hotel roof that we were staying at. And so there's it was like a maintenance pathway, and so it was paved, there was like a wall on either side, but it was on the roof, and so there was still like rooftop next to us when that happened. And I hopped up on the balcony just to take a look, and the guy next to me thought I was gonna jump. But next to us, even though there was a stone wall holding us back, was just more roof. And then eventually another barricade for the actual end of the roof. So, whoopsies. I can understand the concern that would cause, so the moral of the story, I think, of this Let's Play is don't sit on edges. I'm misinterpreting the ideal of the game. Thankfully, I've been doing chapters in these videos, so you can skip these things if you're so inclined, and I've been labeling them as me just ranting or whatever, so if you want important stuff, you can skip this. Probably to the next timestamp. I don't see any difference. It might really just be all the way at the end. And I'm trying not to go too fast, just in case, like, really minute dialogue was changed. But, I don't know. I'm curious to see where the direction of the next part goes. I think post reading Murder on the Orient Express, my default guess has been everyone is involved. And it seems like that is true to some extent, despite the fact that this was an accident. So I don't know if they all contributed to the secret, or if there's something else. I'm rehydrating from talking about absolutely nothing. I did see, for those of you who are Netflix consumers / partakers, I watched Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery, a couple days ago, and that was a really fun movie. But that actually gave me some real Uri vibes as well. It's like, we're gonna go on a We're gonna go on an island tour for this rich dude, and there's gonna be a murder mystery? I was just sitting there like, you know, Keith Haring would never fall for such a simple trick. I think maybe these games, the whole genre, has kind of affected the way that I think about circumstances like this. So us real aficionados are real hesitant about private island tours and art galleries and witches' houses. But another related thing, I guess, for this game, it's been such a departure from other games in the genre, really. I'm sure there have been some. Oh, what's the really poor one called? Like At Home Alone on Steam, but actually that went paranormal, so that's actually not true. There haven't been a lot of non-paranormal games like this recently. So, what comes to mind? Really, Uri's other thing, Insanity, comes to mind. I feel like that was something with a notable lack of ghosts. So, people might be experiencing a bit of a departure with this one, compared to everything else that we've witnessed from Uri, right? Strange Men series, Mermaid Swamp. Paranoiac was pretty supernatural, even though we know that that's not entirely what it was in the end. Maybe. Okay, if anything changes, it's now or never, right? I'm gonna feel real stupid if I have to cut this entire rant out because this hasn't been true, and I missed some requisite for the next stage. Okay, we're gonna go holler off the balcony. Okay. Well, that didn't change. I'm gonna keep blazing through this then. I do need a good CG though, because I need thumbnail content. I also just noticed that if you look at Akari's sprite, she's holding like, what's it, the sneaking suit? Must have been convenient, just like solid black, no shading. Even now, it's kind of just outlined in white. Easy on the artwork, I would hope. I did see, without context, I think just a sprite of Akari with the balaclava on, the ski mask. One of those was the dessert, and one of those was a garment, and I can't remember which is which. Okay, this looks the same. Keep going. Okay, we're gonna speed it up. I'm running out of things to talk about, so... Okay. Gonna talk to Sakura. I think it's when we do the chat that'll change. But I guess we're just gonna keep prying, because it wasn't enough to learn. Just wasn't enough to know. Okay, here we go. What is it, Akari? Oh, their positions changed, actually. Whoa, what? Huh? What's wrong? I wonder what sights Natsume was seeing before she fell here and died. Falling from up there until her head smashed down here. I wonder how Natsume felt. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? And from someone who said it's futile to know the mind of a dead person. Yeah, but I just got a little curious. Huh. What do you see right now? That you really do like blue, huh? Even your underwear is blue. Hey, don't look at that, you pervert. Ugh, you better get up quick or I'll leave without you. Sorry. So we continued instead of giving up. Unless... Get closer to the truth? Oh, the pedestal is gone, right? Shiori's plinth, or her bust, is gone. It used to be in the background, just blurry, right? Well, we already had that. Maybe... Oh, wait. No, we got Hahakigi's, right? That's new. Oh, look at that. I wonder what all of these are based on. Surely. There's no way these things weren't inspired to some extent by something. Get closer to the truth? Don't mind if I do. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Closer and closer, but will we ever get there? Huh. Hey, Akari, it's not easy to say this as someone you're helping teach, but could you clean up your room a little? Who can be bothered? I've got plans soon to make everything nice and clean all in one go, so let it slide for today. Anyway, you done reviewing? If you don't get it, want me to start all over from step 1? Yeah, I'm fine. I should be able to make it past the quiz tomorrow now. Whew, what a lifesaver. Yeesh, why do I have to be your tutor? Study properly in the first place. What do you expect? I've been too busy preparing for the Culture Festival to do any studying. But as a result, the newspaper club's booth at the Culture Festival was a pretty big hit. It was definitely worth the effort. I got lots of material at the festival too, so I better write a special feature. And with term exams next month, I've got no time until winter break. Well, good luck. The Natsume investigation's over, so you gotta show the teachers you're doing honest club work. That enough studying now? Then let's have some snacks. I'll go grab something. Yay, thanks. Are we gonna snoop? But gosh, what a wreck this room is. Laziness has its limits. Man, she's even got a desk drawer just left open. Stuff sticking out. I should close it for her. Uh-oh, here comes some snooping. What? Sorry, I don't have anything decent at home. Want to go to a cafe somewhere? Sorry, I just remembered something urgent I have to get to. I'm gonna go now. Oh really? Want me to escort you to the station? That's fine, I have to hurry back quick, so pardon me. What horrors did we see? Oh man. I couldn't help but be curious, so I snapped a picture. This is... What is it? Don't keep me waiting. Oh... Letters from Natsume and Hahakigi. Quite a few of them, even. Why would Akari have such a thing? Her having these would mean Akari went to the trouble of asking Hahakigi to give them to her. But for what possible reason? Our investigation to Natsume is over, so there should be no need. Besides, didn't Akari say it's futile to understand someone else's mind? So what would letters mean to her? I probably should have asked Akari directly, but... Why didn't Akari say anything to me? Normally she'd talk to me about pretty much anything. Asking Akari about something she didn't speak up about herself. It feels kinda scary. I'm sure there's some kind of reason why she wouldn't talk about it, so... Well, I won't know just thinking about it. I'll go ask Akari tomorrow. There's probably some reason for it, but I'm sure she'd tell me. Alright, let's head home. Oh man. The plot thickens. The tables have tabled. It's club time now, and I've still failed to ask Akari. I need to bring it up to her already. Akari, so... Oh, sorry, but I'm going home for today. I can't help you with article writing. Huh? You are? You saw my room, right? Figured I should clean up already. I'll be selling off and buying stuff, so I think it'll take a few days. So because of that, I won't be able to accompany you after school for a while. Good luck on your own. Okay, I'll be fine, but... Well, you know, I had you on as my special correspondent after all. The Natsume's investigation's over, so you're free to go now. So don't even go out of your way to say you can't. I'm just doing what I like. You do your best with cleaning, Akari. Oh yeah? Well thanks. See you next week. Turns around and leaves. Slacker energy. Shoot, I missed my chance once again. Should I ask on social media? No, I'd really prefer to talk about it properly. Alright, if Akari's a no-go, then I'll try asking Hahakigi. I'm curious how she's been lately, too. Hahakigi's probably still hanging around at school. I'll look for her and ask why she gave Akari those letters. Did Akari intercept? Did she know about handovers, or did she get them? Oh, look at that. It said stage 2. I'm gonna take a wild guess where Hahakigi is. And that was wrong. Still around after school? No joy there. That better be locked for good now. No luck. Mean Girls are all cleared out as well. Can we talk to you? Yeah, look at that. Day in the cafeteria. Nice. Courtyard? Nope. I'm going back to the places that I thought I saw Hahakigi. No. What day is it? It's a Friday. So all the sciences are out. Drama's out. You were in 2D. No. Lomas Reporter. Supplies. Nope. Nope. No luck here either. How what? What's even left? I feel like she wouldn't be in any of the classrooms. Man, where else could she be? No, can't talk to them now that we're done with intruding on people. Apparently. Now let's see if these end of term is coming up. Let's see if they have anything interesting to say. Come visit anytime. It is nice that they have a full-time counselor, I suppose. What other hidey holes are left? Oh wait. Hahakigi hasn't come to school in a while. What? For how long? Ever since the start of November. Seems she didn't even come to the culture festival. I don't know what happened, but... We talked to Hahakigi on the rooftop on October 31st. Today is November 16th. Hahakigi hasn't been coming to school ever since then? No way. I want to talk to Hahakigi. Is there some way I could contact her? Hahakigi doesn't do social media, right? Don't know her email either. Oh, maybe Kamata and the others could get in contact? They were friends for a bit and all. Are Kamata and the others still at school? Who knows? Take a look, I guess. Well, thanks for nothing. Quota getting yelled at. Mr. Futon. Oh, here we go. Kamata. Hey, I want to talk to Hahakigi. Do you know a good way? Do you have her number or anything? I don't. We're not in contact at all. Even before, we only talked at school. I see. Got it. Sorry to ask suddenly. Ue. What they're saying about Hahakigi pushing Natsume off the rooftop, is that true? What? Where did you hear something like that? It's a rumor going around in some circles. You haven't heard it, Ue? There's the rumor Natsume killed herself, right? But recently, the teacher started saying that her death was just an accident, despite not telling us a thing before. Around when the teacher started to talk, Hahakigi stopped coming to school. That's way too much of a time lag to just be from the shock of losing our best friend, right? So then people thought if it wasn't an accident, and then maybe someone pushed Natsume off, and rumors started spreading that it was Hahakigi, hence why she stopped coming to school. Ue, do you think Hahakigi killed Natsume? I don't! That's a completely baseless rumor. It's all nonsense. It totally is, right? Thank goodness. I'm glad you think so too. We were with Hahakigi if only for a little bit, so we know she's not the kind of girl who'd do that. So these cruel rumors going around are frustrating. We want to deny it, but we troubled Hahakigi by being so nosy before. We're uneasy about doing anything selfish. Ue, you're going to talk to Hahakigi, right? If Hahakigi knows about that rumor, could you tell her it's not like everyone believes it, since we can't do anything ourselves? Got it. Ooh, the mission just became a little more intense. That being said, I don't have a way to get in contact without email or social media. What should I do? Wait, hold on. During the investigation, wasn't there a girl who said she lived in the same apartment complex as her? Oh no. Who was it? I think it's a girl not in a club. I'll try looking for her. Oh boy, needle in a haystack. I did not pay attention to who that was. I already talked to those two. Who are you? Shimamoto, that's right, Shimamoto. Huh? What is it? Shimamoto, you said you lived in the same apartment complex as Hahakigi, right? Could you tell me where that was? A place called Kinukawa Heights. It's a 10-minute walk from Kinukawa Station. Kinukawa Heights, found the address online. Okay, thanks for your help. We're moving. We are on the go. Whew. Here it is, Kinukawa Heights. Oh, I went too easy, too early. Good thing it's not the kind of apartment with self-locking doors. Well, this should be an easy one. How many Hahakigis are there? There, Hahakigi. She's room 405. I came here single-mindedly wanting to talk to Hahakigi, but come to think of it, I heard her parents are bad news, didn't I? If I'm not careful, could they file a complaint with the school? Maybe I should think of an excuse for coming to meet Hahakigi. No, it's no good. I can't think of a good one myself. It's time like these I need Akari. Well, whatever. I just want to meet her and talk, so I shouldn't end up getting yelled at. Let's stick to honesty. Not home, and after I came all this way. But Hahakigi hasn't been going to school. I feel like she should be at home. Hello, Hahakigi, are you there? Midori? Is Midori Hahakigi there? It's me, Aoi Ue. No dice. Oh well, I'll try another day. What is it? Well, you look a little worse for wear. I wanted to talk about something. She looks so haggard. Is that terrible rumor really why she's not coming to school? Hahakigi, why aren't you coming to school? I heard you haven't been since the start of November. I heard that rumor myself, and I did think it was awful, but there's no need to hide. It must hurt to be blamed for Natsume's death when it was just an accident. I get not wanting to go to school. But that's exactly why you should be standing tall, because you didn't do a single thing wrong, Hahakigi. I'll assist you if you need it. That's my responsibility as someone who sought out the truth. So sure enough, a rumor did come up, even if I expected as much. Huh? Hahakigi, I thought you weren't going to school because of the rumor. That's not it. I'm just taking time off because there's no more need to go. I'm quitting school. Huh? You're quitting? I'm transferring to a correspondence school starting next month. Once I'm a third year, my focus will be studying for entrance exams anyways. As long as I'm able to graduate, it's fine if I'm not a Cosmos student. I heard your mom is strict, Hahakigi, but you got her permission? She was really mad, but ultimately she approved. Or more like, gave up maybe. Since I attended that school at my mother's firm suggestion, yet one caused issues having to do with a person's death. Oh, we're real sullen about that one. To be clear, I decided to transfer of my own volition. The moment I decided I would tell the two of you everything, I had two options for what I would do after that. The first option ended up being lost to me that night, so I just took the other. I'm just not able to nonchalantly stay in a place filled with so many memories of Shiori, so I'm changing schools. It's not remotely your fault, so I don't want you to make that face. If quitting school is of your own volition, Hahakigi, then why are you so haggard? I can't recover that quickly. All told, I'm someone who tried to jump off a roof a few weeks ago, you know? That may be true, but... when I'm alone at home, I get stuck on thinking all these things about Shiori. How I wanted to talk to her much more, whether there was another way we could have gotten along. Or even that it would have been better to back out before Shiori came to dislike me. Nothing but regrets swirl around in my head, but as much as I consider it, there's only one thing that's certain. Nothing good. The simple fact that I lost someone irreplaceable to me. That's where I end up, no matter how much I think about things. There's no changing how much it hurts. I imagine that's why I look haggard, but there's nothing I can do about it now, so... hey, why are you so convinced that Natsume disliked you? It occurred to me hearing what you two talked about on the rooftop, but I feel like, really, maybe Natsume didn't dislike you. She clearly said she would stay friends with you forever, right? Why couldn't you believe those words? Even the thing Natsume was hiding, she was saying how she was only keeping quiet for your sake and would tell you once it was resolved. I'm just not understanding why you would doubt Natsume's feelings so much. Is there some other reason? Whoa. As you know, Shiori and I typically had our conversations via letters, aside from meeting on the rooftop. Normally people would probably use social media or email, but my parents don't let me have a phone, telling me a student doesn't need one. Boy, did those times change fast. Shiori brought it up jokingly to start. Then let's be pen pals, might be fun to go retro, you know? And at first, I myself thought letters in this day and age, but it became more and more fun to write letters to Shiori. I'm not good at talking, so maybe a big part of it was that it was easier to convey my feelings with the letter. Exchanging letters with Shiori was very precious to me. I would always read back over the letters I received at home. And then one day they stopped coming, huh? But at some point, Shiori stopped replying. She was no different from usual when we were together, or when we met on the rooftop. She ignored only my letters. I'm sure I should have asked why she wouldn't reply while meeting her on the roof, but it was somehow hard to bring it up. If she'd gotten tired of letters because she didn't care for me, I thought pressing her like that would just make her hate me more. I still couldn't quite give up and kept sending my letters, but in the end I hardly got any replies. When I received that final letter from Shiori, I was surprised after how long it had been, but deep down I was so happy. Yet, what that letter prompted resulted in me no longer being able to see Shiori ever again. So hey, when did those letters stop coming? Shiori and I were always good friends, ostensibly anyway. But I couldn't help but be troubled by the letters she wouldn't answer. I couldn't put my trust in Shiori's words anymore. I couldn't even believe what she told me about that night. About always being friends. I still can't. Is something wrong? Hahakigi, can I ask something? Have you met Akari since the day we talked on the rooftop? Abe, no, I haven't. I haven't met anyone from school. I see. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, Ue? Nah, that's fine. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Thanks for what you've done. I doubt we'll see each other again, but take care. Goodbye, and give my regards to Abe. Oh, we're gonna go storm in through that door. She's done something. Natsume stopped replying to Hahakigi's letters, which wounded Hahakigi. But if Hahakigi's memories are accurate, the two said this on the rooftop. You said in the letter that you wanted to talk about something. Could you not just say it in the letter? Doing it by letter, it just wouldn't work out, you know? I'd feel really bad if I didn't get a reply. I can't take any more of that. The response Natsume gave, those aren't the words of someone who ignored the letter she received and wasn't sending any reply. In fact, the opposite. I can only imagine it coming from someone who wasn't getting a reply, which means interception. Natsume was the same as Hahakigi. She was sending letters, yet not getting responses. Something caused both of the letters to not reach their recipient without either one realizing. And that something is... Hahakigi hasn't seen Akari since the day we met on the roof. Which means it's impossible for Akari to have received the letters from Hahakigi at any point after I'd realized they'd been sending letters. Oh man. Akari didn't receive these letters from Hahakigi. She obtained them herself. The cubbies they used to exchange letters aren't locked. It would be fully possible to snatch them away if he wanted. I don't know to what end, but Akari was taking the letters without the two of them knowing. No, isn't it also conceivable that she was given those letters by Natsume while she was alive? That's not impossible, is it? At any rate, Akari knew about the relationship in the letters in advance, before I even began to investigate. Well, I don't know about that one. We can't define the time frame. And yet, she didn't tell me anything about it. Were we the mean girl all along? I don't get it. Why didn't Akari tell me anything? Why was she hiding it? And why would Akari have been stealing the two's letters? For what possible reason? What was she trying to do? What kind of connection did Akari have to Natsume? Oh, snap. Investigation time begins once more. I've asked many people about Natsume, but come to think of it, I never asked Akari. It's true, Akari was keeping quiet about something important, but that's not the fundamental issue. In the end, you just have to be satisfied slotting in whatever reality suits you, but that's not the real reality. I interpreted Akari in the way that suited me best. I was under a wrong impression the entire time. I convinced myself that Akari was the same as me, that she wasn't close with Natsume and wouldn't know any details. If I hadn't had that misconception, if I had exchanged knowledge with Akari when I started, maybe things would have been different. You know, that's right. I learned the truth of Natsume's death, but there are still things left that feel unresolved. I still don't have the slightest clue what Natsume was thinking. I didn't get to dig into the circumstances of the people connected to her either. Now that I think about it, there were some strange pieces of information during questioning, or well, things that felt out of place. Whoa, here we go. Something's making noise outside here. I've sorted through the information we obtained a few times, but I was making a decision of what to focus on or drop. I categorized information as usable or not usable based on my preconceptions, just like Akari said. That's why there's still a haziness left in me now. I achieved my initial goal, but I haven't investigated this fully. If I read Natsume's diary, I suppose I'd know everything and feel satisfied, huh? No, I can't. I decided I wouldn't read it. Yeah, you go. Stick to your convictions. I have to make Akari tell me eventually what she was hiding about Natsume, why she was stealing letters. But first, I'll restart my investigation into Natsume until I feel I'm satisfied. Knowing now she's hiding something, I can't depend on Akari anymore. I have to do this re-examination alone. Once I reach a satisfactory point, I'll formally ask Akari about Natsume. I'll have her tell me the truth. Until then, I can't let Akari notice. The Natsume investigation is supposed to be over already. Oh. Dang, Mission Sub Rosa. Concealed on Umbra. It'll be okay, I can still do it on my own. I've always managed to get material by myself before. Besides, I've grown a little from this experience. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Ran out from quoting Snake Eater and... I don't know, whatever else. Well, I'm headed home. Good luck with the club. Yep, and good luck with cleaning, Akari. See you tomorrow. One decisive day. Anyone listen to Immutable from Monster Siren Records? And the Arknights character songs? I wasn't awkward today, was I? Akari's sharp, so I hope she didn't take notice. Back at it once more. Okay, well then, let's start investigating. I'm definitely most interested in what Natsume was troubled about. Whether I'll be able to determine what those worries that Natsume wouldn't even tell her best friend Hahakigi. It feels tough, but I'll look into it. That being said, we already did a ton of questioning about Natsume and the people connected to her. What new info could I get now? And I can't bother active clubs anymore either. I've already bothered them quite a bit. What to do? That's right, the rumor that Natsume killed herself has gone away now, although there's a new unfortunate rumor in its place. The situation has changed, so I wonder if I could talk a little differently with those related parties too? I'm curious what they're feeling now that the truth of Natsume's death has been revealed. I'd like to have a talk about it. Okay, I'll try hitting up the people connected to Natsume besides Sakura. They might give me a starting point. But where can I go to meet them? Let's just wander around and ask clubless people as we go. Oh, the music's changed slightly. Clubless people. Oh, wait. Hello, thanks for before. Hey, Ue, sorry for the other day, okay? We got really impassioned thinking you were being suspicious of Kana. We super overdid it. Really sorry, we won't do anything like that again, so you forgive us? Yeah, I was being rude myself, so it goes both ways. So, like, Natsume, that wasn't a suicide, huh? Lately, people have been saying it was an accident. Was that maybe what you learned in your investigation? Yeah, that's right, actually. What? For real, for real? That's amazing! It's like a detective show. I was thinking her and her dumb news club, but not bad, Ue. Totes respect you now. Thanks. By the way, is Murakami not here today? Does she have work? I wanted to talk with her a bit. Kana? She was here earlier, but seemed kinda sick. Said she'd go and get some fresh air. Well, I guess I'll try looking for her. Ue, if you're talking to Kana, we've got a request. What? Kana's been sorta down lately. Feels like something happened, but she won't tell. She's probably concerned for us, huh? We're worried, you know. So could you go up and ask her super cash? Like she's got something on her mind? Sure, I'll give it a try. But depending on Murakami's answer, I might not be able to tell you, you know? Sure, totally fine. As long as Kana cheers up, that's all we want. Counting on you, news lady. Mission received. Yeah, I noticed that my playtime went down to 3 hours after not reading everything out loud. Fresh air, fresh air. It's Friday, right? No, it's Monday. Soccer, track, swim, and I can't read my own handwriting. I'm gonna assume that says dance are out. Let's do the obvious first. It seems to be where all the critical stuff is happening. Outside? No one ever is here except for the janitor that one time. And they're all back at it again. Can I talk to them? Oh, it won't even let me through this time. Be like, nah, you're done bothering these people. Not here either. Yeah, fresh air, okay. Strawberry Milk, Culture Club, and quitting my job, social media. November, it's cold. I am coming of the age where now it's weird for me to be on social media, I guess, compared to the kids, as they would say. Oh, ooh, make a movie recommendation column. Event Horizon, Dog Soldiers. That's about it. My two favorite horror movies, I think. 9 Miles Down. These two are back at it. You don't have anything new for me. I'm trying to think what else there would be to say. Okay, I gotta look. Okay, well, they're digging something out. And it is 9:51 p.m. as I'm recording this, so I don't know what they're doing digging outside, but if you can hear that, my apologies. I hope that my noise removal will be good enough. Either that or this video is going to be absurdly loud on the game BGM. The library? I thought that was about it for clubless people. I don't really have anywhere else to hide, right? I mean... You have nothing to say to me? Oh, that's irritating. Why? I don't see her anywhere. The entrance? Where else could she be? Let's see. Let's just talk to people broadly? Oh, what's this? Oh, I can go back to my room now. That's cool. Okay, well, as suspected, no one at Iris Academy. Can't go to Shiori's house. Can't talk to Hahakigi. Man, who's left in the school? The only one left is Miyuki then, right? But we can't go to music. Oh, class 1. Abe-senpai. Okay, well that's a whole lot more. Talk to Sakura. Track and field. No one there. What is going on? No one wants to study. Ain't that the mood? End of term. Lame school-proof coat. Well, I guess I'm glad that I went to a school without a uniform requirement. That's been good. Let me know in the comments if you went to a school with a uniform requirement. Okay, well, people are complimenting us. Almost tolerated bottles there. On accident, a little bit. Everyone's worried about entrance exams. What's going on here? Courtyard, Murakami. Oh, wait. She's in the courtyard? Did I have to trigger that? Okay, here it comes. Murakami? Just you, eh? Abe isn't here? Yeah, I'm working alone right now. I see. Can I have just a second? I want to talk to you, Murakami. Like, what do you want? Do what you want? Don't mind if I do. So tell me. Come to think of it, Murakami did tell me to my face that she hated me, didn't she? Boy, this is really awkward. I want to talk about Natsume, but I could see her refusing like before. How should I break the ice? Those trees in the courtyard don't lose leaves even in autumn or winter. Evergreens, right? Yeah, that's right. Kinda unfair how they never ever wilt, and could just stay pretty. Not remotely possible for humans. Me, I'm busy every day with maintenance and stuff. Guess I can't contend with an innate quality, huh? We were born too late in life to be evolved into an evergreen. But Natsume was kinda like that. Okay, well that was unprompted. You're bringing up Natsume yourself? You stubbornly refused to talk about her before. Look, I'm sure that's what you want to talk about anyway, isn't it, Ue? It's hard to bring up, so I brought it up for you. Everyone's been talking lately. Was Natsume's death really an accident? Do you know something, Ue? Yes, it was an accident. I did all sorts of investigating, and I'm certain of that at least. Huh, is that right? What do you think, Murakami, hearing that her death was an accident? And why do you want to know? No reason, I was just curious. I thought the whole time that Natsume had killed herself, not like I had a reason in mind, but... If there's no reason to think so, then why did you? Can't really think how to put it, but I just thought suicide's possible, yeah? Like, someone in a position like Natsume's has lots to think about. Might have been in some mental state where suicide wouldn't be too shocking. And I mean, sometimes I think if only I'd just go away myself, Natsume could have been like that too. Oh, but don't get the wrong idea. I don't want to die or anything like that. It's just sometimes I hate it all, you know? Oh, that's what the kids would call a big mood. Oh, I see. So that's how you perceive Natsume. Well then, why did you say I'm glad she's dead? Sorry. Of course you wouldn't like me asking like that. Well, whatever. I hate your methods, Ue, but honestly, I think it's remarkable you managed to take it all the way. Before, I wasn't even thinking about whether I liked or hated Natsume. People would just say things to me, and being compared was annoying. All this worthless junk, like which of us was prettier. I try to get used to that kind of stuff in my line of work, but it gets to you after long enough. Especially when it came to appearance, which I'm attentive to as a model. People saying Natsume was prettier definitely got me peeved. Plus, it made me super antsy. Like, for someone who works as a model, can I really afford to have people saying things like that? Those feelings of mine, that tenseness, I'm sure it came across to Yoko and the others, so... But how are you really doing? Like, honestly. Murakami was on the cover of Quartine again. She really is pretty, huh? But a little gaudy, don't you think? I mean, I guess Quartine is that kind of magazine. I know. I prefer someone a little more docile, something like Natsume. Heck, and Natsume totally is the prettier one. She's pretty much got it all. I know. Honestly, Murakami feels so dependent on makeup, though her figure's nice. Nah, but have you seen Natsume's? For real, the only way Murakami beats out Natsume is in gaudiness. Eep. That awkward moment when... The only magazines I read in the school were Discover and Popular Science. Today, the girls in Class D were whispering all like, Natsume's cuter than Kana. What are they comparing for? Can't you just be like, they're both cute? Yeah, seriously, it's super irritating. Kana, don't you worry about them, okay? Right, it's fine. And like, the fact is, Kana's way cuter than Natsume. She's a model even. I had to lean back into the Valley Girl. Everyone fusses about Natsume being pretty, but they're totally just looking through a lens of riches. Could they cut it with the heavy machinery this late at night? Jeez. I mean, I hear she's smart and good at violin too, but Kana's got charisma. We're Team Kana all the way. Oh my god, are you Team Kana or are you Team Shiori? Well, thanks. Was she listening to us? I think she was. Looked totally unconcerned though. Come on, look at least a little hurt. Right? She's always acting cocky, like, won't acknowledge commoners like us, whatever we say. So irritating. What's that old conservative saying? Wolves don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. Thereabout. Makes me sick. Doing to other people what I hate being done to me. Oh, come on. It's not like I really hate Natsume, you know? Not that I like her either. Dang, that zebra print rug. But honestly, it does vex me. It's true Natsume's got a bunch over me, while I've only got my looks. I don't even want to bring up Natsume since it makes me miserable. Just wish Yoko and everyone stopped talking about her too. But they're concerned for me, huh? That's why they speak ill of her and praise me. Can't exactly call that good nature, but they're sticking up for me, so it's like, what can you do? Be awkward for me to stick up for Natsume and let their thoughtfulness go to waste, right? Oh, she's even got one of those cool little, like, dual-layer desk under a bed kind of a thing. Ugh, it's all too much trouble. Who cares who's prettier than who? I just want to think of myself as pretty and likable. Natsume's got nothing to do with it. Oh, you got that low self-esteem. It's a troubling time. They're hard times for us all. And anyway, even the cutest girl is going to end up a shriveled old hag eventually. I want to be my prettiest self now, you know? This, I think, was actually the era of people singing about such, right? What was it? Gotta live like we're dying, or whatever. That was a song lyric. Die young, you know, so on and so forth. I don't know if I ever buy that. That was my prime. I think that, I'm going to go on a real quick aside, I really do feel like there is a difference for people who experience high school, or, you know, the age, between the ages, let's call it, what, like, 14 to 18? Let's say 15 to 18? And people who had a good experience in that educational level between those years, and people who did not. Because I definitely get the impression that people that had a good experience really do think of it as the prime, or think of it very fondly. I don't think of that time fondly at all. It was a truly awful time. And so, to think of that as being the pinnacle of your life, I think is a little short-sighted, because I'm still very curious where I'll be going next now. So I really don't think of that as, that was when I peaked. It's just not like that at all. I wonder what Natsume thinks about me. I must think I'm a big jerk who talks behind people's backs. Or else does someone smart, rich, and pretty like Natsume not worry over things like this? Maybe it's better that way. Okay, back to the Let's Play. Feels like Natsume won't become a shriveled old hag even when she ages. Probably be pretty forever. See, that's what we call automatic negative thoughts, ants. You can't trick yourself into thinking those. Sure enough, I'm envious. So unfair, Natsume. You can't fool yourself into thinking these things. Sure, you might think of it as, oh, you know, I'm not beautiful, I'm gonna grow old and die. We all grow old and die. That's the beauty of the human experience, at least for the time being, until someone accomplishes some form of immortality. None of it matters. Your life is one of the most valuable things that you could have. And I really don't think that having a peak helps you justify that. You make it sound like it's all downhill from there, but it isn't necessarily. You could grow up and become a VTuber when that thing becomes popular in 2018. Murakami. Okay, that's enough of me railing on VTubers. I do that too much. Sorry to come up to you suddenly. Are you heading home in a hurry? Not really. Did you want something? A friend showed me this month's Cortine and I wanted to ask something. Do you know how much that Lady Grow one piece you were wearing costs? The new one. That was an aspirational piece for her. 80k, I believe. Let's do the conversions. Actually, the JPY is in real serious flux with the US dollar right now, so I don't know how accurate that would be. 80,000 JPY to USD. 610? Ooh. I don't own any clothing that expensive. Yeah, not even my singular good suit is that expensive. It did not cost me $610. That's a lot of money. For a one piece? 80,000 yen. That outfit cost that much? Actually, here, let's see. Can I look up historical rates? JPY to USD conversion. Exchange rate history? Oh boy. Alternative years, yeah, 2013. Wow, okay, this is pretty bad. .01. Let's call that. That was 800 US dollars back then? That was strong. A lot of money. I was thinking of buying it because it looks so wonderful, but 80,000, huh? Nope, I can't spring for that. Man, I didn't have $800 laying around when I was that age. Surely you can buy an 80K One Piece like it's nothing, Natsume. You're rich. It's not me who has money, it's my parents. I don't have that kind of spending money. Then get them to buy it for you, your richy rich parents? Well, my parents always say if you're gonna fork out, be sure to speak out. Unfortunately, that One Piece isn't to my parents' taste, so I can't have them buy it. Not that I even intended to try. But I really wanted to wear that. It was so wonderful. Dang it. $800 back then could have bought me a knife that I will never be able to buy again. And it wouldn't even cost me all $800. So like, I'm an exclusive model for Lady Grow. I got that One Piece as a gift from the brand for marketing's sake. Normally I don't get clothes from them, but sometimes I do. If you want to wear it, like, I could lend it to you. Huh, really? Is that okay? Yeah, should I bring it tomorrow? I'll hand it over after school. If that would be okay with you, Murakami, then by all means. Wow, I'm really glad. I can't wait. I have to get back now. I slipped away in the middle of tuning. See you tomorrow, Murakami. It's so strange. That's what Natsume's like? I pictured her as more pompous. So, like, the every person's person died, and we all feel really bad about it, is where this is going. Way to talk to me so normally despite hearing us gossip about you. It really is strange. $800 is so much money. Murakami, over here, over here. And this is how the janitors saw the meetup. This dude... Oh, wait, no. I thought they were going to the roof. Why does it have to be in here? Well, whatever. Here you go. Yay, thank you. Okay, now let's try it on. Hold on, you're wearing it here, not taking it home with you? Well, I have a model like yourself here, so I thought I'd like to have you watch me put it on. I just noticed that the sprite is kind of like blending into the black background of the text box. That's why you come here. The cooking club's off today, so no one's using this room. It's my first time wearing clothes like this, so could I get your unreserved opinion as a model? How do I look? Dang, that summer Aofiala skin from Arknights be like. So lame. You gotta be kidding. Doesn't work one bit. Yeah, I guess so. Guess I have to be more like you for clothes like this to look right. Not talking about that. Those loafers are hideous. That outfit doesn't go with anything short of high heels. Also, your makeup needs to be more bombastic, and the hair definitely be better with curls than super straight like that. Also, could use some accessories and maybe put on a jacket. At any rate, as it is now, it's a damn sorry sight. So it doesn't necessarily not suit me. Duh, all that stuff is changeable. If you want to make it match, there's plenty of ways, like makeup and proper outfitting. What really matters is whether you want to wear it or not, because fashion is a form of self-expression. Ooh, I got a high school rant about fashion. I see. Sure enough, having a model's opinion is really educational. If you assumed it wouldn't suit you, then why do you want to buy it? Isn't that a waste of money? How should I say it? I wanted to dress in a way that properly showed myself. I'm always wearing clothes that align with my parents' tastes, but really I like these sorts of clothes a lot. That's why I wanted to wear it. I wanted to be seen as someone who likes this kind of thing. But yeah, maybe this one's still too tricky for me. I don't really know how to put together an outfit, and I'm no good at makeup. There was an occasion I wanted to wear this for, but I'll just study some more first. I'm glad I got to try it on today. Uh-huh. I'll ask while I got you here. Why are you acting so normal? You've heard us bad-mouthing you, haven't you? Or do you not even bother yourself with the insults of small fry like us? Someone like you must be plenty used to hearing that junk. Oh, it really irritated me, alright? I thought I was gonna fly off and sock your face in then. Huh? Then why'd you talk to me? Because I'm trying to change my style. What other choice did I have? If it weren't for that, I probably would have never talked with you. To be honest, none of my friends think highly of you and your group. They all call you selfish and gaudy. Oh, and incidentally, I've badmouthed you the same way. Despite not knowing you girls well, it felt like I might as well say it. I went along with the others in saying whatever I pleased. I don't think it's bad of me. School is a small world after all. It's better to go along with everyone around you so things can go smoothly. We're in the same boat here, aren't we? You've been gossiping about me despite not knowing me well, right? Okay, well, thanks for challenging the noise removal. Utilities just hauled out a backhoe, and it's not even the right utilities group. So I don't have any desire to criticize you, Murakami, though I will get irritated. Well, bet you're irritated right now, huh? Way to keep calm. No, I'm not, because now I've seen for myself what kind of person you are, Murakami. What? Despite not being fond of me, you brought me this one piece, see? Though busy with modeling work, you made time for me after school, and you gave me solid advice. I'm really happy right now. So I've come to understand what sort of person you are, the sort of kind person you are. And also so honest. This heart-to-heart we're having is thanks to you stating your feelings with such clarity. I think that honesty is really wonderful. Honestly, I'm envious. That's not something I have. Wow. What a perspective. Getting to talk to you like this and understand you in my own way, it makes me really happy. When you live going along with the people around you, it's rare to understand someone with your own heart. Isn't it? Honestly, I should endeavor to always be doing that, but it's a little tough, huh? Yet it's really important, too. That's why I'm so deeply glad to gain an understanding of you, Murakami. So, thanks for everything. We stand out for better or worse, so we can't avoid being on the tip of people's tongues. To get on well in school, I intend to keep going along with others. If everyone's insulting you, Murakami, then sorry, but I'll be joining them. So you do the same. If your friends speak ill of me, just go with the flow. It's easier that way, right? We're in the same boat, after all. I won't worry about it anymore, so I'd be glad if you didn't worry about it either. But, well, what we talked about here, how you think about me now after having this one-on-one. I hope you don't forget it, because I'll always remember the Murakami that I learned about today. Yeah. That one piece is yours. Take it home. What? I can't accept this. It costs 80,000 yen, right? It's fine. I got given it, but I don't plan on wearing it. Best the one who wants to gets to. Set you an opportunity where you wanted someone to see you in it, and it's totally fine to take it. Accept it. If you insist, I'll gratefully accept, though it feels like a waste. Thank you, Murakami. I'll take good care of it. I look forward to being able to wear it someday. Whoa-oh. Good luck, Natsume. And that day never came to pass. Oh, this is the pedestal moment, huh? The silhouette moment. As a model, I have to always get the attention of those around me, so I thought I should behave in a way that suited that kind of existence. Never being led astray by others' opinions. Whoever it might hurt, never hurting myself. That's the kind of audacity I wanted to have. The audacity. But as for the real me, I always worry about how people see me, and I'm scared to hurt those who like me. I was just a subservient, cowardly, regular person. That's why I was deeply jealous of Natsume. I loathed her being liked by everyone despite unapologetically being her natural self. The more self-conscious I got about Natsume, the more I felt like a puny, miserable person. I always averted my eyes from Natsume. That day, I saw Natsume face to face for the first time, and something major changed in me. Dressed all mismatched and unfashionable, Natsume was honest from beginning to end. After voicing that she thought of socking me, her same mouth smiled with happiness that she got to know more about me. It's irritating to be gossiped about when you're only going with the flow to mock people. Natsume told me it's fine to let that unfairness slide. Maybe it's overblown, but I felt like I was forgiven. I felt like for the first time I'd gotten recognized for being just the way I am. From that day on, I stopped feeling miserable about me and Natsume being compared, because deep down, I felt Natsume wasn't someone I could be jealous of. It wasn't an issue of her being pretty or rich or intelligent. More as a person. Natsume was a far bigger person than I. I stopped being the slightest bit bothered whatever anyone said about Natsume or me, while the opinions of others changed constantly. That moment of Natsume and I bonding was something far more certain to me. In one decisive blow. A person as big-hearted as Natsume genuinely understands me. That was a powerful emotional support. The person at the school who idolized Natsume the most. No doubt, it had to be me. That was highly unfortunate. You're just shell-shocked. Personally, I think of suicide as effectively the same thing as dying at the end of your lifespan. Dying from a weak body or dying from a weak mind. I'm not able to explain what the difference between them is. Everyone has troubles. How they confront them is up to that person. Everything is their decision. If Natsume was troubled by something and in the end chose suicide, that too would be a respectable intent, and the end of her mental lifespan. If a person chose to disappear of their own volition, I have to respect that decision. All the more so if they were important to me. That's why I said I'm glad she's dead, because I decided to think she'd reached the end of her lifespan. And now you know that everything was taken from her in one cruel twist of fate. If I didn't, it feels like something inside me would break. Oh, she's gonna cry. Sorry, I kind of can't find the words. Offer her your shoulder or something. Dang, Miss Insensitive. The things you said in that storage shed, they're finally sinking in now. I was desperately trying to scrape together those false personas you and Natsume were showing. And I was trying to grasp you two and your relationship just from that. I thought I could understand. But that was naive of me. You can't understand what's inside a person that way. I never even imagined you would have thought like that about Natsume. Taking what I heard from others at face value, I was wholly convinced you and Natsume were hostile towards each other. No wonder you get irritated, having a conclusion-jumping girl like me asking all those questions. By now, I really get why you couldn't help but despise me. I'm really sorry. You're surprisingly unconfident in yourself, huh, Ue? You did everything you sought out to do, didn't you? That's an amazing thing. Besides, I don't particularly hate you now, Ue. Like I told you, I thought you were remarkable. That's why I talked to you about Natsume. Why be more proud and forget about whether I like or hate you? There are still some questions that are unanswered. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. By the way, hey Ue, was Natsume dying really just an accident? Huh? I mean that Abe didn't do anything to Natsume, right? Why? Why would you think that? I mean, that day... Oh, here comes a bombshell revelation. I'll give you a tip, Murakami. You know, Natsume, she fell face up from the roof, landing on the path by the tennis court, upside down and still holding her school bag. She landed on her head, so it was a real messy scene, all bloody and terrible. Pretty much couldn't recognize her face. What a waste for a beauty like her. As much as she got called pretty, that's how she went out. Why do you know that? How Natsume died in detail? What do you think? You're like Natsume in some ways, Murakami, like being an object of everyone's affection. So watch out, yeah? Rotten as you are, you're a model, so don't let that face end up beyond recognition. Like Natsume's did. Ooh, snap. Okay, but that one gets a pass, because we had the police report, right? I'm going to check the police report as soon as we're done with this conversation. All the way until then, I thought Natsume had killed herself. But hearing her say that, I got scared that maybe she really had done something to Natsume. Since I earned her ire because of what we did to you, I've been scared she might do something to me too all this time. That's wrong. Akari didn't push Natsume off or anything. Then why did she know in detail what it looked like when Natsume died? We read the police report, where it described the circumstances around when Natsume died. That's a secret, but... That's why even I know about what Natsume's death was like. It's not like Akari was watching the moment of her death at this scene. Akari seemed really angry about me being kidnapped, so maybe she just wanted to threaten you as much as possible. So she used the information about Natsume's death we'd obtained, figuring it would terrify you. Even her emphasis on the face was probably because she was talking to you. Being a model, you're more concerned about your appearance than most. Akari's just good at poking at people's weaknesses, as proven by that making you so scared of her. Hey, wait a minute. Feel dumb for freaking out, so she's just messed up, huh? But look, if you girls hadn't done what you did, Akari never would have threatened you like that, alright? So you'll judge Yoko and Co for bad-mouthing Natsume, but you're fine with Abe using the way someone died for a threat? I mean... No, whatevs. It's none of my business who you want to befriend, Ue. Guess I won't take anything she says too seriously, then. Thanks for letting me know. Man, she took credit for the kill? That's messed up. It sounds like to you, you'd have preferred Natsume's death being suicide. Oh, here comes that cut short description. So then, now that you know it was an accident, what are you thinking? About that, I'm not especially sad. The only time me and Natsume had a proper conversation was that one day. Seeing Natsume dressed all weird, yet showing no hesitation, she was really pretty. Even now, I can clearly see that picture of her in my mind, remaining forever pretty. Maybe that's why I thought Natsume was like an evergreen. Unchanging, unyielding. Even though she's gone now. Even with Natsume gone, she's still sparkling radiantly inside me. That's enough for me. It's probably because we weren't close all the time or anything that I don't feel lonely without her. I totally am self-absorbed, huh? Even if everybody else is sad, I'm not bothered if it's fine with me. But I feel like that's the reason I'm able to keep going now, after Natsume is gone. That enough? I need to get back. The others will be worried. Yeah, thank you for talking with me, Murakami. You know, I take back what I said about Natsume being an evergreen. If Natsume had lived, the day would have come that she became a wrinkled old hag, too. It wouldn't have been all fun times. There have been lots of sad and painful things that happened, too. As blessed as Natsume was, there must have also been times when she couldn't sparkle. But even if that was the case, I think to myself, even when she couldn't sparkle, Natsume was determined to be the most herself she could be. That side of Natsume, even if it wasn't sparkling, it must have been really pretty, I think. Well, I don't know, we hold the only evidence that could answer that. But now she can't show that to anyone, not even to me. I guess that's the really sad thing, huh? Dang. That was deep. I really haven't been judging things by anything but my own scale, huh? I arbitrarily decided she got along terribly with the one she so admired. Murakami must have really hated that, and must have wounded her. Not to mention Akari. I expected she'd threaten Murakami, but to think she said something so terrible. But I mean, she seemed really angry at the time, so maybe the blood rushed to her head. No helping it, probably? I just had a thought. Rare occurrence. Now that Aoi has planted the idea that Akari saw this in my mind, could she have taken the letters from the scene of the crime? Huh. We can... I don't know, maybe we could take a look. We'll see. I've learned some shocking things, but it's thanks to the investigation I worked so hard on that Murakami talked to me. What I've been doing hasn't necessarily been for naught. I have to have confidence in that. Can't be too self-abasing. Okay, let's go. There's still related parties I want to talk with. Gotta keep moving. That said, about the only one left who I feel I could talk to is Miyuki. Yasuoka would be tough. For the time being, I'll make it my goal to talk to Miyuki, but is she on campus, I wonder? Ooh. Actually, this might go fast. Can I look at the picture? Nothing obvious about them that would indicate blood or whatnot. And so there's the one piece. Oh, right. A school bag. Okay, yeah, so we did see that. It's not like that would indicate that she had first-hand knowledge of the circumstances. Miyuki might be in the library, actually. What if she's doing her little library assistant thing? Okay, well that was wishful thinking. Music? No cafeteria? Okay, they don't want to talk to me. Bottles ain't got nothing for me. No one is ever here. I keep going, and I keep being wrong. Third years? No. Okay, well, you probably would not be in there. That's locked. No one in here. You have nothing for me. Come on. Man, what's left? Really running pretty minimally here, aren't we? Those two don't have anything for me now. Do you? Nope. Oh, let's try the entranceway, actually. As expected, no one here. Man, instinct says the library, but that is not working out for me. None of you had anything to say to me. Neither do you. That is real nice that this school has vending machines, though. What a luxury. I've already been in here. Maybe I just talk to everyone again until I get a hint? Maybe? I don't know. Beats me, man. I was trying to go for third years, right? Because Miyuki is a third year. Alright, yeah, 3A. Oh, 3A, let's see. I was in 3A. That didn't help. Did we get a new statue? I can't remember. That was the start button. I did this again. Great. I keep hitting start instead of statue. I think maybe I'm just stopping reading comprehension at ST. No, we did not get Murakami's. We did not get Murakami's statue. one has anything to say... Oh wait, here we go. I feel like I already saw that dialogue, though. No third years at school. Let's go have a wander. Well, no one home. She's got to be on campus somewhere. I really do feel like I'm wasting my time. You have nothing to say about your room. Well, nothing looks out of the ordinary here. I feel like we're at a stage now where the game is simmering. Like we're about to boil over at some point. Once we dig a little more into Akari. But consider me intrigued. I wonder if we ever will learn the secret. What do they call that? The motif, like it's like the rabbit's foot or something, where it's a device for the plot that is never explained nor extrapolated on. Are we in that kind of situation? Where on earth is Miyuki Endo, huh? Oh, look at this. Oh, I did meet Miyuki in town yesterday. I talked to her a little. Miyuki? Where'd you meet her? In Shinoyama. Said she was taking a break at a cafe before lessons, and that she goes there daily lately. A cafe? Do you know what place it was? Nah, I don't know. Sorry. Come to think of it, I think someone told me she frequented that place. I want to say it was a teacher or otherwise. At any rate, I don't know. A teacher or otherwise. Librarian, maybe? That place must look so good. The place that I was frequenting was a Panera. That doesn't even exist anymore. That Panera shut down. A teacher, otherwise. It's not bottles, is it? Or otherwise. Oh, staff. Janitor? No. Drop by a cafe. Oh yeah, here we go. Miyuki Endo. Oh yes, this head of the orchestra club. What cafe would that be? Cafe Grandioso over in Shinoyama. It's a nice quiet place. You should really pay it a visit. Okay, understood. I'll try going there. Thank you for the information. Nice. Oh, we're gonna go to a cafe that's so trendy and modern. Here comes an unskippable, well, I guess it is a skippable cutscene. Miyuki. Miss Ue, what are you doing here? Dang, she got the black turtleneck fit. Just happened to be walking past and spotted you in here, Miyuki. Since I'm here, is it okay if I accompany you? Go ahead. She's so shocked, like, what's going on? What's happening? This is a nice place, huh? It has a calming mood, and the classical music they're playing feels like a really good fit. I hear that the owner likes classical. I often come here before lessons to quietly relax. I see. Miss Ue? Yes? I'm sorry for before, grabbing you and such. I was bewildered in many ways. No, I'm the one who is constantly doing rude things. Please don't worry about it. Are we just gonna confess to everyone individually all the illegal things we did? Like, read the police report and break into her room and so on and so forth? Miss Ue, may I ask something? Was Shiori's death really an accident? I heard from an orchestra club member, the music faded out, that lately the teachers have begun to say as much. Never mind. You were investigating Shiori, Miss Ue. Hearing that she died in an accident, did you think anything of it? I believe it was an accident too, or well, through my own investigation, I became confident in that. Did you have any thoughts on it yourself, Miyuki? Concerto for 2 violins. The song that's playing right now, it's good, is it not? It'll be good if I don't get content claim or content ID for it, yeah? Dialogue between 2 violins, thinking the other and accommodating. That harmony can result in such beauty. I got the most absurd claim on, what's it? The, shutdown video. I think it was for, what was it? Did I get a claim for Claire de Lune? I can't remember. I wish to have that sort of relationship with Shiori. As her senior, as one she relied upon, I should have devoted myself to keeping such a relationship, yet... Oh, I can't look at the thing. Meditation that ties. Miyuki, when I asked about that song, you were incredibly shaken, bringing up Natsume's name. You said there was no discord between you and Natsume, but while it may not have been discord, there was something, surely. Respond to something. And that has a connection to meditation that ties. Am I wrong? It's nothing so solid as a connection. It's just that, to me, it's a song that reminds me of unfortunate things. Unfortunate things? Of my own worthlessness, my inability to come to Shiori's aid. Oh, here comes the flashback. What's going on here? What's going on in this thread? Oh. Shiori, you still haven't gone home? It seems everyone else already has, and I'm going to lessons myself soon. Okay. This is meditation that ties, yes? Are you practicing it? Yes, I have a class recital coming up, so I have to learn that song. A wonderful song, isn't it? I'd like to try playing this sort of comforting piece myself sometime. Miyuki, do you know the plot of Ties? Only vaguely, but yes. A tragic love story between a monk and a courtesan, I believe. Did you not, Shiori? No, the other day I borrowed the original book from the library to read it. I take it you didn't find it appealing. Perhaps your opinion would change if you want to watch the opera. No, that's not it. It kind of hit close to home, I guess. How do you mean? Nathaniel was allured by Ties, but desperately tried to resist it and reformed her. But in the end, he confessed his feelings as Ties died, although they failed to reach her as her senses were going dim on her deathbed. What? That sort of thing, having the courage to tell someone your feelings, yet there being no point to it, it leaves you kind of empty. If you had just said them sooner, then whether they were accepted or rejected, at least you probably would have gotten something from it. Tragic love stories like that are being praised as artful makes me kind of frustrated. It wouldn't be good in the slightest to be in that situation yourself. Nathaniel was a monk, so confessing his love for a courtesan meant going against his faith. It was his own ruin. I understand the feeling behind thinking he should have said it sooner, but the hesitation and miscommunication make the story interesting, I feel. And besides, you could go on endlessly pointing out things like that. That's just how operas are. Tragic love is a commonplace theme. You write the best songs about tragic love, I suppose. I get that, but I can't help myself from empathizing with Nathaniel. It's just awful. To not be able to show your true self until you're in a hopeless situation. Man, that opera really did mess you up, huh? I guess you really have to take action yourself, huh? Or else you'll be regretting it at the very end. I don't want that. Are you not in a good mood because Nathaniel dragged you down? It's not like you to mope that much, like that so much, Shiori. It's not like me, is it? Well, she's a little pouty, she's a little mad that we brought up that you relate to a operatic monk. I actually don't want to play violin. You what? I was made to play it as far back as I can remember. It's been nothing but inertia that I've continued until now. Being complimented for it doesn't make me at all happy. I actually don't like classical music or operas either. They're made important just because lots of people have listened to them since a long time ago. I don't care for that. What if the writer is speaking here? Do you think it's not like me to say things like that either, Miyuki? What brought this on all of a sudden? You know, I am kind of curious that a lot of the Strange Men series games were based on relatively contemporary songs, so I'm wondering if this is like a little... if we're gonna get anything like that here with the musical reference to the endings. Or if this is like an anti-classical, anti-opera rant that Uri is just like, no, I'm not gonna name this ending like Bizet's Toreador March or something like that. Realizing my real feelings made me disgusted with all these things I've accepted as obvious before. It made me want to throw it all away, but it's not proving that simple. I can't change things around me, so all I can do is change myself. And to do that, there's things I have to resolve. One of them depends on me. I could take action on it right away if I had the courage, but I'm having a hard time bringing myself to. And another is a problem that I doubt I can do anything about alone, so I have to discuss it with someone. But who should I talk to? It absolutely couldn't be my parents, and I don't want to worry my friends. What should I do? Grumbling like this isn't very like me either, is it? Indeed. So refined, so elegant, much dignity. You possess many things, Shiori. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say you were given them? I suppose you must experience your own sorts of difficulties, but I believe those are feelings that only those so privileged can understand. Honestly, I can't understand them myself, for I believe in valuing what one has accumulated. Oh, dang, you called her out on her privilege. Violin is all I have. Skill is something one acquires through intense efforts. I've never even considered letting it go. Man, I'll let go of any skill if you pay me good enough to. So if you confess to me now that you want to discard everything and become a new you, I don't know how to respond. You and I are different. I cannot deeply understand your feelings, Shiori, which is why I can say nothing. I don't care to present myself in a patronizing manner as your senior and offer middling surface-level advice. That would merely be pampering you, and I don't want to pamper you, Shiori. So I'd ask you not speak of it anymore. Myself, I'll act as if I didn't hear it. Pampering? It's not like that, Miyuki. Oh, you got hit with that tough love choice. Shiori will remember that. Rather, I'm the one who wants to. You know, I kind of feel refreshed after letting it out. I'm sorry for looking so indecisive there, Miyuki. Wow, okay, I got an error. I'll be diligent as ever again tomorrow. Hello? I had some issues. Well, I need to block some of this out. It looks like it's reading my... I think / as a yen sign, and that's why I can't find these things. Oh, but please keep what I told you a secret, okay? I don't want to worry anyone else. Oh, something is definitely wrong here. Right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I skipped... Okay, this is busted. Please hold. The first time I did this, it was a technical error because I was an idiot, but I don't know what just happened here, so I will be right back. Okay, things seem to be going off without a hitch this time. Oh, but please keep what I told you a secret, okay? I don't want to worry anyone else. Right, well, see you tomorrow. Okay, good luck with your lessons. I'll excuse myself. So how did people know about the... What was the fact that I just read that I forgot about already? that didn't like classical, and then there's something else. Yeah, how do people know about that? Was that widespread? Her showing me weakness and letting out negative feelings like that, I really did find it unlike Shiori. And it also irritated me a bit. If she's blessed with an ideal environment and popularity, what could she want? Shiori did return to usual after that, the bright, honest, and diligent Shiori everyone loved. She even treated me the same as ever, so I felt relieved thinking that things were really were alright now. But I was wrong. I realized as much from Shiori's attitude after the concert mistress decision. The strain between us after trading the seat of concert mistress may have been because I was the one feeling uneasy. I felt worthless for being no help at all, unable to understand Shiori's feelings, and above all, I was apologetic. But I told myself it was fine that way, that it was better than patronizingly doing anything half-hearted. When I heard Shiori had killed herself, I recalled Shiori from back then, and my mind went blank. Because I had witnessed Shiori being troubled by something, and had treated her coldly out of my own selfishness. If Shiori really had killed herself, did I take some responsibility for it? I agonized over that. Even hearing that her passing was an accident, my regrets can never go away. Why couldn't I have been more empathetic? Shiori just wanted to depend on me, to lean on my shoulder. Instead of worrying about myself, I should have just listened and comforted her. There's no going back now. Can I cut in for a second? I don't want to hit you while you're down or anything, Miyuki, but I can't help but be curious, so... What exactly do you mean that being an empathetic senior is pampering? Listening to a junior's worry and giving them advice, isn't that just familiarity? How would it be pampering? If it were, then what's the point of taking part in a club, especially one like orchestra where everyone collaborates? Despite being respected by everyone in the club and adored by Natsume, was that how you yourself thought? Come to think of it, Miyuki, oh boy, we're just gonna go right for the heart on this one. You said you quit as concert mistress because you didn't want to depend on your juniors. Does that basically mean you disliked being familiar with the club members, and that's why you quit? But weren't you happy about Natsume depending on you? That's what I heard. And the girls in orchestra club said you were harsh but caring. And yet you thrust away Natsume. Stop it, she's already dead. You thrust away Natsume when she showed weakness, saying you didn't want to pamper her. It's all kind of strange, thinking of everyone in the club as dear, yet suddenly quitting as concert mistress and pushing Natsume away. To be honest, I don't have any idea what it was you wanted, Miyuki. All told, do you want to be alone or do you want to be with the others? Which is it? Strange, hmm? Oh shoot, I rambled on insensitively and bluntly again. Uh-oh. Indeed, it is strange. I recognize that myself, that I'm off-kilter. I wasn't that way before. Awkward as it is to say this about myself, I was more steady, but... Say, Miss Ue, why is Miss Abe not here today? It keeps coming back to her. Why? It just worked out that way. What is it? Why do you suddenly mention Akari? I hate that girl. No, that's not it. It's not hate, but fear. I'm afraid of her. Big Project Red aura. Well, that's all for today. Next time we'll start Sibelius's Violin Concerto. Understood, thank you very much. Incidentally, Miss Endo, are you keeping up with your club activities? You were an orchestra club, yes? Indeed, I'll be retiring after the Culture Festival in November. I don't want to meddle too much in your school life, but don't you think you might want to retire sooner? You're a third year. Shouldn't you focus on entrance exams? Oh shoot, I forgot that I had to take those. That's true. My parents agree with you that there's no need to continue with the club, and just lessons should be enough. But I have thoughts of my own, and wish to continue with it still. Apologies. Thoughts? I know I am not a person who can integrate into a community easily. I'm often alone and highly competitive. It's as if I always end up isolated, despite not necessarily wanting it. I feel uneasy, wondering whether I'll be able to carry on, given this way I am. Well, you would be a great fit for a gifted and talented program. I'd like to study abroad if I make it to a music college, and someday join an orchestra. As such, I cannot be a one-woman act. I joined the orchestra club because I wish to be able to get on well with the group, to learn to construct proper relationships with people. Well, dang, Miss American Psycho over here. And also, if I played by myself forever, I'm certain there are times I feel lonely. Yeah, you would end up on that one LinkedIn post of this talented violinist played for the New York subway, and he only earned $30. But when he played in the concert, tickets sold for $300 a head. And that's why talent often goes... enough with that, dear lord. I love the violin and greatly enjoy being able to play it daily, and by now I have improved enough for music college to be in my sights. But to flip that around, violin is all I have. All I can do is play violin, from now until forever. When I perform with the orchestra club, I feel as if those uneasy feelings can fade away. All of them are fellow music lovers, so it's great fun to be with them. We often have an understanding, and that makes me very happy. So please, allow me to continue with the club until the third years must retire, though I know it's selfish. You play to be the real you. I understand. Please, do what your heart tells you. Just ensure you can manage both the club and lessons. Yes, I'll do my best. Where did Akari come from that led to that? Oh, here we go. Oh, right, because they work together. Pardon me, I'm sorry I'm late. Do you have a moment? Second year Miss Abe, wasn't it? Is today the meeting of library assistants? I don't see anyone here. Did it finish already? We're just putting labels on new books today. The others already finished, so they went home. I see. Then I must hurry as well. Oh yeah, come to think of it. Good job with last month's concert. It was really great. I don't think we've seen that expression before. Notice the soloist changed from the opening to the rest of the songs. The soloist for the opening song was Second Year Natsume, yeah? Danse Macabre was Shiori, yes. It's one of her best songs, so I had her perform the solo. Did you come to listen to us? Nah, there's a video online. Our school's running out of money, so we gotta become idols, guys. I think that actually came out around the same time, too. When did Love Live come out? Natsume's solo was skillful, but she performed so flawlessly it was kind of uninteresting. Wonder if she lacked the drive to come to the forefront. Like she was so conscious about blending in, she ended up feeling buried. Meanwhile, your solos were bold, passionate, with a tinge of danger. I like that. Thank you, but Shiori is really very good, beyond just skill, of course. Performing skill isn't the only thing you need in an orchestra. You don't just simply play well, you must be conscious of harmony. I'm a one-woman act, so I'm unsuited for a coordinator role. Shiori absolutely has more popularity and people managing ability. Oh man, it's going late, and computer's doing its little tone shift thing. I'll turn that off in a second. Aren't you the club head, Miyuki? Not to mention the concert mistress. Hardly a one-woman act, are you? About that, the others have been a bit afraid of me, keeping themselves at a distance, thinking me harsh and cold. But thanks to Shiori becoming familiar with me, the others' impressions of me seem to have been changing. I wonder if I could do this in the sidebar. No, I can't. I brought that up and blocked the thing. Oops. Night shift. Tone. Man, how did I do this? Nightlight. Okay, gotta make a note of that to cut that out. This is gonna be quite the video editing exercise for me. I think I have to stitch together the two random parts, and then I gotta figure out what to do for audio, which I haven't decided yet. Lots to think about. Shiori is liked by all, and deeply trusted. Thanks to her, I've had an easier time. In that sense, Shiori has helped me immensely. I'm considering asking her to be the next concert mistress. Huh. Miyuki, you're really good at violin. Are you aiming for a music college? Yes, it's my dream to become a professional. I also attend lessons. No kidding, that's amazing. Kinda surprising to see someone like that working diligently for a mere school club. Won't being in the orchestra club just be a hindrance to entrance exams? If you're going to lessons, couldn't you just stick with those? How sharp. My parents and violin teacher have told me the same thing. But it's alright. As I said, an orchestra needs more than just performing skill. Above all, I enjoy it. It's very comfortable to be with everyone in the club. Here comes a really deep cut to Miyuki. For one who is nothing but violin, allies with whom I can share an understanding give me courage. That's why the club is important to me. I get it. So that's your focus, huh? If it works for you, Miyuki, then I suppose that's fine, though it is a shame. What's a shame? It just feels a bit wasteful, thinking how someday your intrepid solos could end up as plain as Natsume's. You encourage this lone wolf behavior? What do you mean? I'm saying that if you prioritize comfort and depending on others over refining your skills and individuality, that's how it might end up. It's really difficult to both exhibit your own personality and harmonize with the group, isn't it? Even for a pro. Arknight's Lingering Echoes. The event. If you prioritize harmony with the group now during your training stages, I'm wondering if some level of genericization is unavoidable. That's a cutting thing to say. My words exactly. Look at that. Sorry. It's just my opinion as an amateur. Don't worry about it. And I get how you feel. Seems like you're giving Natsume special treatment after all. I'm not close with Natsume and I don't know her very well, but I always see her surrounded by people. Always thought it must be comfortable to be around Natsume. Easy to rely on, I figure. So that's how she must be to you too, in which case, hey, that's fine. Thanks to Natsume, you're having a fun time in the club and not getting left alone, right? In other words, your love of the orchestra club owes a lot to Natsume. If it helps you comfortably enjoy music, Miyuki, then I think it's totally valid to depend on a natural leader like Natsume. Would be a shame to see your performances get less interesting, but hey, that's all it is. Not like you're a pro yet anyway. Of course, this is my amateur opinion as someone not well versed in music, so don't let it bother you, yeah? She's just sitting there contemplating the deepest thing she's ever heard in her life. You're wrong. You're mistaken, Miss Abe. I'm not relying on Shiori. Whoopsie, dropped it. Sorry about that. So, what were you gonna say? Nothing. Dang. I'm finished up, so I'm headed home. I'll take my leave. Miss Abe, Enough about that, honestly. Not interested in the kind of answer you can't give even after I repeat myself. Oh, sorry. Please don't get the wrong idea. I do like your playing, Miyuki. Ouchies. That hurted. Wow, we drove her to breakdown. Ooh, snap. How come we keep getting these cutscenes and we're not unlocking any statues? Violin is the only thing I can be proud of. It was my dream above all else to become a professional violinist. I did have a comment about this, actually. Always by myself, I devoted everything solely to refining my violin skill. I told myself that the occasional unease and loneliness were trials I had to surmount to realize my dream. What countered that solitude of mine was the existence of the orchestra club. Though at risk of isolation, Shiori rescued me. I, once kept at a distance, became club head and was trusted to be concert mistress. I was genuinely happy. I hoped to answer everyone's expectations. Even if it hindered studying for music college entrance exams, I wanted to give my all. Give my all after this sip of water. But I was made to realize that for my own peace of mind, I was only using everyone to distract myself from loneliness. And Shiori was the one I depended upon most. Since Shiori, superb in all ways, relied on me, it ensured my pride was maintained. Having it pointed out, I finally became aware. And that's why I quit as concert mistress, to distance my heart from the club and Shiori. Oh, you're trying to steal yourself, huh? I wanted to avoid depending on those around me and my performances losing their identity. Above all, I despise my own wretchedness, depending on and using other people. I forgot that someone used the phrase lone wolf already, huh? As a result, I didn't even help Shiori when she was troubled, and pushed her away. I want to realize my dream. I want to erase my loneliness. I don't want to lose my identity. I'm always just selfish. Oh, I'm always just selfish, I'm a crab. I obtained a world all to myself. A world where I'd be myself at the cost of loneliness. Was this world worth hurting people precious to me to obtain? Was there no other path? Those thoughts have stuck in my mind, never to go away. That's deep and highly unfortunate. Ms. Abe didn't say a single bad thing. While she was quite blunt in parts, I feel she was largely correct. But that's exactly why it was so scary. Having a dependence I wasn't even aware of identified, then prodded at, shook me deeply. And having it pointed out that my performances would no longer be my own instilled me with panic. I don't mean to blame it on Miss Abe, but it's evident that conversation changed me. My firm axis became crooked. I lost confidence in my own thoughts and actions. So you're saying that the real person that was making waves in this circle was not Shiori, but Akari. I have to wonder whether, if it weren't for that, I may have been more natural towards Shiori as well. You got rattled so hard. Despite having hardly talked at all until that point, I felt like Miss Abe saw right through me. She must always be observing people. In addition, her mind works fast, and she's skilled at moving people. That's why I'm afraid of Miss Abe. Real power in politics, that one. I'm sorry, it's not a pleasing topic, is it? Miss Abe is your friend, after all. This is the deepest expression. No, that's okay. I should be going. Your coffee's gotten cold, hasn't it? Go ahead and ask for a refill. Well, that's fine. I'll pay for it myself. It's alright. Consider it my thanks. This is something I've never been able to tell anyone before, so I felt a little bit better having you listen, Miss Ue. Thank you for today. Well then, see you. Man, this is so messed up. Miyuki, you said that violin was all you had, but I really don't think that's true. You're being so calm and logical. I think it's amazing and enviable. And on top of that, all your concerns over the club and crying over Natsume, I feel like you're a passionate person. Dependence, using people. Sure, if you really boil down the relationships you make with others, I guess they do come down to that, but the way you worry so much over that, it may come off as awkward, but I think you're a really sincere person. I like that about you, Miyuki, so please don't say that all you have is violin. Thank you. Miss Ue, please don't lose sight of what is most important to you, and what your heart tells you to do. Oh, here comes a conflict. I don't want you to be left with regrets like myself, so be cautious of Miss Abe. Whoa. I know Akari and Miyuki were acquainted because Akari told me. But to think they had that conversation, I didn't even know they talked about Natsume. I never asked. Akari's lazy and hates to do things that are pointless, so she wouldn't normally talk that much. When Akari talks a lot, it's when she's trying to persuade me or change the situation. In other words, when she's trying to move something. Her going out of her way to speak with Miyuki, who she wasn't close with, was it because she was trying to move Miyuki for some reason? In truth, Akari's words did cause Miyuki to keep a distance from Natsume, straining their relationship. You were just having the roughest time, aren't you, Aoi? But to what end? Why was there a need to do that? What was Akari trying to do? Oh, come on, between this and the Murakami thing, I can't help but wonder about Akari. I intended to reinvestigate Natsume to start with, and yet, to think there'd be so much coming up about Akari that has me curious. I'm exhausted. Thinking about this to myself is making me more and more confused. If only I could discuss with someone. I wonder if Natsume was thinking over her troubles in the same way, since she wasn't able to consult with Hahakigi or Miyuki. Consult about her troubles? Oh yeah, I forgot about it. But wasn't there some hearsay about Natsume consulting someone? Yeah, it was the counselor, right? I saw the thing about the cat dialogue was one of the requisites to get this stage 2. Yeah, that's right. There was some info like that. But who does she consult with again? Okay, tomorrow I'll try hitting up the person Natsume consulted with. Maybe they'll know something. Doing club work again, Aoi? You could take a break sometimes. Yeah, I know, but I enjoy doing it, so it's no problem. Are you cleaning your room again, Akari? Uh-huh. Got a bunch of buyers for the clothes and the shoes I put up for sale, so gotta ship those out. Huh, sounds like a lot. Well, good luck. She's severing ties with the world. Be cautious of Akari, huh? Sorry, Miyuki, but I just can't view Akari as that hostile. She's my closest friend. Is that a reciprocated feeling? What was Akari trying to do? Why did she steal the letters between Natsume and Hahakigi? There's so much I'm curious about. But first, I have to finish my initial objective, investigating Natsume. Did she engineer this entire situation? I see it on 2 fronts, but not the Murakami front. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, look at that. Wait, I did get a statue there. Why didn't I get one earlier? What was I gonna say? I had a lot of things I want to say. I think the problem with this game is that I feel like Uri has done a spectacular job of creating a game that comes just a little too close to reality. Like, quite frankly, how many of us have been in paranormal situations, right? There's probably someone out there listening to this, maybe, that has experienced something that defies explanation of the rational world. But all of us, presumably, have had some similar experience in our life. And even when distilled to core tenets like truth, deception, manipulation, these are things that are unavoidable for everyone, irrespective of circumstance. So I feel like I have so much to say about this because I've almost lived these events in a way. Certainly not the plot by plot, or point by point breakdown of this game, but there are bits and pieces that you can tell from my commentary this far that not only resonate with me or affect me, but my life ran in parallel at some point too, and I just find that so incredible that the game has been able to accomplish that so far. I don't know. I'm glad that I played this. It really lends a unique perspective, I think, to my approach on it. I think I just saved, but I'm gonna save again. I had a whole rant about the all I have is violin thing about careers, but the short of it is that I spent the last 4 years training on something. I have another year of training, and I'm gonna give it up at some point in my life. So the faster you come to terms with the fact that you are going to be a highly flexible person in terms of skill set, you'll be fine as long as you don't compromise on your core personality and your values, which is where I stand now. Okay, mini rant done. Back to the game. Yeah, that's right. Natsume discussed something with the counselor. Unable to talk about it with her family, friends, or seniors, and no doubt there was no one but the counselor she could turn to. The counselor should know something about Natsume's troubles. I have to get it out of her. But she did say before that she couldn't discuss people who consulted with her. What to do then? Actually, hold on. Maybe there's no need to ask about Natsume directly. If I bring up topics that might have some relevance to Natsume, I may be able to get information on her through our conversation. The counselor here does seem a little bit careless after all. If I guide her along properly, she might accidentally tell me something. And we're gonna psyop this counselor. Hello, Miss Ue. Something you want to discuss? Nope, I've got time to spare, so I kind of felt like wanting to chat. Is that okay? Of course, give me a moment. I'll go and pour some tea for you. Alright, for the time being, I'll just keep talking about whatever pops into my head. Oh, but it wouldn't be good if I brought up a weird subject and upset her, I guess. Gotta be careful. hobbies. Needle felting turns out strange. It's pretty difficult, you know? Oh, that might have been bad. Worries. Some of the things students talk to me about have me at a loss for what to do, but it's not as if they're things I alone can help with. Salary. Oh, I lost, didn't I? Okay. Got the ding and not the womp womp. That's cool. I just figured out that the target area was the brain. It's good school. Tennis team. How a student died just near there. Oh wait, I already did hobbies. What's your favorite animal? Oh, the Cat-hag. You have a favorite animal, for instance. Lots of people like cats, don't they? I think cats may be my favorite as well. There are quite a few cat-likers among those who come to talk with me, too. Where are you from, Miss Counselor? You have a bit of an accent. Are you from Kansai? Oh, I'm impressed you could tell. Yes, I was born in Hyogo. It's a good place. You should pay it a visit. Cafeteria. Food dislikes, wasabi. Can't eat octopus no matter what. That bendy texture is just too much. Skills. Tennis. Counseling's not a skill, but a job. Secrets. Okay. Worries. Oh, wait. It's sort of late to be asking, but what sort of job is it, being a school counselor? It's mainly having conversation with students. Depending on the situation, I may share them with teachers. Is that all? Seems pretty cushy. It's not like that at all. It was a huge ordeal to earn my qualifications as a clinical psychologist, even if it may look like I'm relaxing right now. Romance, another class, but we're a girls' school. Oh snap! If you like someone, gender's of no relevance. There seem to be quite a few couples at our school, in fact. Come anytime if you want to talk love yourself, Miss Ui. Oh snap! Representation. Sorry to say, but I'm a stranger to love. There's a month to go until winter break. I'm looking forward to it. Do you have any plans? I always go back to my home in Hyogo for winter break, and I have to get souvenirs for all my coworkers and friends, so it's always a lot of luggage to bring back. Did I get any useful information? I'm about to look up this walkthrough again. Miss Ue, can we wrap this up soon? I feel kind of tired. Let's talk again some other time, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Huh? It hasn't even been that long. Did I accidentally bring up a topic she didn't like? Uh-oh, we dinged. I'm gonna look this up. I can't be bothered. 5 topics to bring up. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. Well, let's go. Bad incidents. I'm surprised they let you talk about that one. Rather than amusing incidents, have you had any unfortunate occurrences lately? Not personally, but I've heard of bad things happening. Like what? Something someone told you about? Yes, but it's all rather terrible. I don't want to upset you, Miss Ue, so I'll choose not to say anything. Sorry. Okay. And then favorite animals next. No, that was hobbies. Favorite animals. Favorite foods. Oh, I missed favorite foods. Oh, I already messed that up. Cancel, retry from start. Okay. Let's try that again, but a little bit better. Okay, bad incidents. Let's go. A little harder than I thought it would be. This is fun, though. Okay, favorite foods, love the cookies. I'm curious what all these things have to do with each other. Worries and then romance. Oh, who's a couple? Here comes some deep dirt on everyone. Okay, I think that worked. Alright. I have nothing significant to add on the representation thing. I feel like when I was at that age, it was something like only just coming onto the periphery of our understanding, and it really blew up after I think we all graduated, so like 2014 and beyond. I feel like that was a general trend that the world just became more accepting with time. Obviously, we have a long way to go, but I don't know. Just felt like it wasn't really something we discussed that much around this time, and it really blew up. So I'm glad that hopefully the world will get more and more accommodating and understanding with time, but we'll see. I'm not really getting anything fruitful. What should I do? This is the thing, right? We all ran at some point parallel, right? Or a lot of us did at any rate. That's the weird thing about this game. It's uncanny. Say, Miss Ue, there was something I wanted to ask you. Is that okay? It's going to be about Akari, isn't it? Huh? What is it? Running the newspaper club, I imagine you're well informed about not just this school, but things near the school. Well, maybe. I'd say it depends on the information. Something you wanted to know? Do you know the person they call the Cat-hag? Ah, yes, that cat-loving old lady who lives behind the school. What about her? What sort of person is she? If you know, could you tell me? I heard she's an oddball who keeps many cats and even goes around feeding strays. There's a typo. I've heard the same, and that she gets complaints from City Hall for not keeping her cats under control. I've also seen her in person, and she seemed kind of scary, muttering things to herself. I wonder if it's dementia. I see. So perhaps there isn't anything I can do alone. I wonder what can be done. So why the Cat-hag? It's nothing. I was just a bit curious. Please forget about it. See, the Cat-hag has relevance to this plot. Oh, look at the time. Why don't we call it there? Come visit again anytime, Miss Ue. Thank you very much. The Cat-hag? Come to think of it, I totally forgot that the Cat-hag is technically connected to Natsume. The lunch lady in the cafeteria told me she was seen with Natsume. That's about all the info I have, but when I saw her in person, she scared me too much for me to have the courage to question her. I ended up just leaving it there. Okay, figured that one out. A little late. I've been too ambitious with how I've been recording these and just going for hours on end. So I actually did take a few hours break in the first segment where I finished ending 1. So I was doing bits and pieces there as I was replaying, so the Cat-hag cutscene was recorded separately and so on and so forth, and now this is like one long session, so a look behind the scenes. I wonder why the counselor asked me about the Cat-hag out of the blue. Hoping to hear about what she discussed with Natsume, I brought up topics that felt relevant to Natsume. Yet why did the Cat-hag come up? Natsume liked cats. She was seen crying while feeding a stray cat. The Cat-hag keeps a lot of cats. She was spotted walking with Natsume. Now a lot of bad things happening. Didn't say anything. Okay, I didn't read that. You may be the one offering consulting, but do you have worries of your own? have me at a loss for what to do. Notice there are things I alone can help with. I recall Natsume's reason for not revealing her worries to Hahakigi was she didn't want to upset her. I was just checking the music. Meanwhile, she told Miyuki she had a problem she couldn't do anything about herself, so she had to consult someone. The counselor mentioned an incident a student told her about that was upsetting. Furthermore, she said she was worried about something a student told her, but she couldn't do anything about it alone. Their respective remarks sound similar to each other, don't they? Could those worries be one and the same? Can't change things around me, all I can do is change myself, do things I have to resolve. One of them depends on me, the other one can't do anything alone. Sorry, just kind of blazed through those. Natsume had two problems. One of them she discussed with the counselor. But even the counselor found it difficult to deal with the issue, so it's still yet to be resolved. Since the counselor is still troubled by it after Natsume's death, it's not a personal problem of Natsume's, it's something separate. And the counselor asked me about the Cat-hag without any context. No, it's not like there wasn't context, she was reminded about Natsume through our conversation. It's because she was reminded of Natsume that she asked me about the Cat-hag. Putting it all together, that means... the worry Natsume had to do with a Cat-hag? I'm honestly not confident whether I'm on the right track, but it's about all I can think of as things stand now. In any event, I'll have to talk to the Cat-hag to know, huh? Well, this could be a little weird. You know, the Cat-hag was someone whose name came up early in the investigation as connected to Natsume. See, I've been saying that. I should have talked to her sooner instead of staying away out of fear. Dang it. Okay, I saw the Cat-hag's house before, so I know where it is. Now I'll go talk to her. But I have way too little prior information about the Cat-hag, huh? I don't even know her real name. If I just go meet with her, I'm not sure I have much of a lead to start off with. If I mess up this time, I bet it'll be hard to try again. I guess before I go to her house, I'll do some light questioning. I might be able to get some info that'll be useful to me later. Well, I'm gonna go talk to the janitor. He seems like he would know. Oh, it's an interview mode thing. Acting a bit strange. Cat-related trouble. Proper conversation. Hasn't been seen in public much. Okay, so she's not doing too hot and needs help. Quarreling with people from City Hall, give up, fear strays. I feel like here comes something immensely messed up. Cat lady. Dementia. Stray cat, got mad. Super scary. No, don't know anything. You know us, we just look into random stuff. Feel bad. Lost her son in an accident. Passed away young, son was really dear. Depressed enough that there was a worry she'd kill herself to follow him. Taking in the cat her son owned, fawned over it like it was her own child. One stray after another. Okay. So that's tragic. Oh, you know who should ask? Bottles. Allergic to cats. Cats and dogs, great. Don't know. Cat-hag. Actually, what's the day? Tuesday. Oh, it's almost American Thanksgiving. Not that that has any relevance to the environment of this game. Okay, well, you won't talk with me. Okay. Dude, nothing there. Anyone out here? You're busy. Back to not bothering clubs. Oh, cool, I can talk to Bottles. Between pushing the limits of animal hoarding and going around feeding strays, she's in need of watching. Man, who's got that juicy red gossip? You know someone's gonna know. The lunch lady? Called her cats her children. Okay. One thing that I did learn from replaying to get to this point is that if I try to conclude questioning too early, they actually won't let me. So I guess that is a benefit. Never anyone out here. Did the janitor's room already. Can I ask for the... I can't ask the counselor again. Don't know any details. I feel like I'm done. It's pretty much everyone, huh? Oh boy. This is the place, the Cat-hag's house. Oh, the smell is really awful up close. It's like beastly. I can't blame the neighbors for disputes given this foul smell. Heck, living here seems pretty nuts. Enough, no point in getting nervous. Let's go on the attack. And there's a nameplate, so her family name is Tamura. Alright. Miss Tamura, my name is Ue, a second-year student at Cosmos Girls Academy. The Cosmos is not possessive. There's a little something I wanted to ask you about. Do you have time? You a bad'un or a good'un? In the Girls Academy, right? That school's got bad'uns and good'uns. I'm asking which you are. I'm not a delinquent, but certainly not an honor student either. What should I say? Can't say it clearly, huh? Dumbin, maybe. Well, if you're dumbin, then you can't be a bad'un, so fine. What are you gonna be like, that girl with the pink hair, a bad'un? She went off. Since she left the door open, does that mean I can come in? Pardon me? This place is gonna be rank. Huh? I'd imagine it'd be crawling with cats, but it's not really like that. But yeah, the smell, and all the stains and scratches on the floors and walls. This is the cat's doing? But where did the Cat-hag go? I guess I'll head up for now. Man, this is, like, most certainly a trap. I'm not even gonna save, because it's so bad. Newspapers, reading glasses, cat pee, trash can, TV, retro clock, leaflets for supermarkets, writing notes, phone's old, detergent, trash bags, packing tape, barley tea or oolong, mandarins. Wow, this is the first time I think I've been able to examine random things. Raw garbage, tableware. Yeah, normally... There's 2 portraits on the altar, which would be for... Are those your husband and son? Offer a prayer every morning and evening. Done it for decades now. Do you want me to join you, or... Don't you worry about it. So now what was it you wanted to ask? It's dinner time, so make it quick and head home. Ah yes, you see... Come to think of it, Miss Tamura, I heard you kept a lot of cats, but I don't see any. All went away. Did the city take them into their care? They'd apparently disputed for a while, so they must have finally intervened. So then, you're alone now. Do you feel lonely? Sure do. Lost a lot of that, what I used to have. No help for it. Was all my mistake. Is that so? I suppose there isn't any helping it, but that's unfortunate. After all, Miss Tamura, I heard that your cats were precious to you, like your own children. Not about liking them or anything now. Was all my mistake. What do you mean by that? Cats are demons. Never knew it all along. I was being deceived the whole time. Demons? Cats got those pointy ears, right? Them's vestiges of their demon horns. All cats are demons. Leave them be or they'll call it bad things. Son got married and took care of a cat. When he died, it was just me and the cat. Husband already died. Didn't like dumb animals like that. Didn't want to bother with all the feeding and peeing. But I raised it thinking of it as a memento of my son. Started cuddling up with me and meowing like my son when he was a little one. Started to find him more and more cute. Was lonely without my husband or son, but not no more. Went feeding strays because they were too cute, and a lot of them started living in my house. They'd starve to death if I left them, so I cared for them. Didn't care about racket from the neighbors or the city. And a girl from your school came to help out. Taught me how I should do this or that. Said she'd talk it out with the city soon, looked into all sorts of stuff. Kashimi Natsume? But it was all a mistake. Didn't know cats are demons. Cute things, but they deceived me. Even that girl fooled me by keeping quiet. My son's death, that was the cat's fault. Called it bad things, that's why he died before I died. I did. Kept lots of them only because I didn't know. Went and fed strays, even. That's why I made them all go away. Huh? Whoa. This is gonna be something horrific. Get out. Are those all the cats you kept in this house? See a stray around, I strangle them too. Strangle them, burn them, bury them. No burial, they'll come back as monsters. You got that old vampire hysteria, didn't you? That was so horrible. Just kill all of them. Dang, you really like Yukio Mishima that. So you're a bad one after all, same as that girl. That girl cried, calling it cruel, so cruel. Cried and told me to stop it, even though she'd been deceiving me. You the same as that girl, sticking up for demons? Think I should be even more misfortunate? Leave. Won't talk about him who tricked me again. Leave right now. Yeah, glad to, actually. I'm calling the cops. This is it. This is what was troubling Natsume. Natsume, who liked cats, couldn't ignore the Cat-hag's irresponsible hoarding, so she helped her out. But the Cat-hag suddenly killed her cats, with the bizarre reasoning of cats are demons who summon bad things. Natsume and the Cat-hag seemed reasonably friendly even, but she rejected Natsume and didn't listen to her pleas to stop. You know, I put some distance between me and that house, actually. Just like, get a few blocks, maybe like a couple locked doors between you there. Something this horrible, I can understand why she couldn't say it to her best friend Hahakigi. Telling her parents would probably just result in her being told not to get involved with the sketchy old lady, especially knowing what they're like. That's why she could only tell it to the counselor, though it was too much even for her, so it didn't get resolved. Cats are demons. To kill the cats you fawned over because of such an outrageous idea, I just can't believe it. Oh, it's them newfangled cats? Or rather than not believing it, it's so incoherent I can't understand. It's terrifying. Why did the Cat-hag start to believe cats are demons? Surely she didn't think so, back when she was raising them at least. Is it a symptom of dementia? But from talking to her, she seems surprisingly normal. I want to know, what changed the Cat-hag's thoughts? What happened to her? But I can't ask her anymore, with her acting so threateningly. Should I try questioning people more about the Cat-hag? But who should I ask? What do I ask? What should I do? How can I know? What can give me a breakthrough? Did Natsume know something about this, I wonder? Had she figured something out? Well, that was grim. Oh, I can't go... Can't go to the cafe. Can I look around? Also refined. Okay, I'm gonna leave without buying anything. Goodbye. I feel like the obvious answer is my room, but... It's also getting kind of late in the day, huh? I hear the... the crows. Oh, do I open this now? Natsume was dealing with the issue of the Cat-hag all on her own, a worry that couldn't be resolved even by discussing it with a counselor. I'm sure this diary must contain something about it. If I read it, I might learn about the reason for the Cat-hag's change. Or not. Far more than that. I'd know all about Natsume's other worry and what she was thinking. Up until now, I've worked hard to investigate and uncover the truth on my own power. So I decided I absolutely wouldn't read this diary. Another person's diary isn't something you should be reading to start with. But, as much as I search, uncertainties pop up one after another. I'm just exhausted. All culminating in the Cat-hag. If it involves someone as impossible to tell the thoughts of as her, it's beyond my grasp. This diary is a letter Natsume addressed to herself, a precious thing that no one but Natsume should read. I know that well, but I have no other options. This diary is all I can depend on. I'll stoop to being the lowliest human who reads other people's diaries. I want to know the truth no matter what. Oh, we've reached the low point in the hero's journey, right? Next is like the return, the triumphant return. That's my only driving force. The important feeling that's always remained within me, unchanging, so... I'm sorry, Natsume. I'll be reading your diary. Curse me if you want, despise me if you want, call me a foolish, insensitive, and selfish person. It's gonna be empty, isn't it? It's like, no info. How'd you know the code? What? The reason the Cat-hag went nuts wasn't mentioned anywhere, so not even Natsume knew? No, but more importantly... Oh, here comes something. Oh, hey, you okay? You seem kind of lifeless all day. I'm fine, just a little tired. How about you take a break sometime? Heard from Bottles you've been working for the club till late. They're showing this movie I bet you like, Oi, a comedy called The Another Guys. Want to go see it for a change of pace? Man, when did that movie even come out, The Other Guys? The Other Guys. 2010, wow. Thanks, but that's fine. There's somewhere I have to go today. City Hall. You should go by yourself, Akari, and tell me your thoughts if it's good. I'll watch it later. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be off then. It's good to have a work ethic, but don't overdo it. Man, 2013, what was I obsessing over? Akari. Nothing. Enjoy the movie. The Hunter with Willem Dafoe. That was a good movie. Natsume's diary. Sure enough, a person like me who has no history with her shouldn't be the one to have this. There's someone who ought to have this diary far more than me. I need to go hand it over. I feel like now we might actually be able to talk properly about Natsume. At least I want to try. Okay, here is my thought. That this is where diverging endings are happening. That depending on who we give this to, we get different endings, right? Here, let's go back to the title. Because I feel like we're still missing statues of most... Oh, what? They took away my Hahakigi statue. And the Sakura one. What? Okay. But yeah, I could pick, I think, any of these people, really, right? So... What to do? I'm gonna rub my greedy little hands together. Let's give it to Hahakigi. Ue, why are you here? Oh, hello, Hahakigi. Were you out somewhere? Just for some shopping. Did you need something from me? Nah, I just happen to be nearby. I'll leave now. Okay, bye. Okay, well, thanks for nothing. Not Hahakigi. Well, I totally thought it was gonna be Hahakigi. Okay, the fiancé. Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming to see me again, Ue? That was the plan, but something came up that I absolutely had to talk to you about, Yasuoka. Sorry, but I can't tell you anything more about Shiori. If you want to investigate, ask someone else. And you shouldn't visit me alone. Won't Abe be worried? I'm on my own right now, and I decided I would investigate Natsume alone this time. Akari's not involved. Oh, and it's not like I want to ask you something, Yasuoka. I just want to talk. Because I might have learned Natsume's secret. Well, he's displeased. Here, you have this. Get this book out of here. I know this is sudden, but I want you to have this, Yasuoka. Diary. Shiori's handwriting, so then... When visiting Natsume's house, I found this hidden away by complete coincidence. You just took it without anyone objecting. Yes. The lock looks to have been pried open. Did you do that? Did you break it open and read it? I know I'm the absolute worst for taking someone's diary and reading it. I had reasons for what it's worth, but of course I have no intention of refusing to admit my faults. I understand I've done a bad thing. If you want to criticize me, I'll let you have it later. For now, I just want to talk about Natsume. And what were they? Your reasons for having to read Shiori's diary? In the course of investigating, I learned there were 2 things that were deeply troubling Natsume before she died. 2? One is the one you know, Yasuoka, and the other has to do with a person called the Cat-hag. I know of her, an old lady who causes trouble involving cats. Shiori was helping her, I believe. Indeed, Shiori did tell me that she couldn't just ignore the Cat-hag. As fellow cat lovers, she felt sorry for her in numerous ways. But I never heard Shiori say anything about being troubled over her. Yeah, well, she was killing cats. I see, so Natsume didn't talk to Yasuoka about the Cat-hag either. In that case, it's best that I don't say the details either, though he'll know if he reads the diary. Natsume seemed to be worried about the Cat-hag, who she'd been close with, acting strangely all of a sudden. I talked to the Cat-hag myself, and she was certainly strange, talking about incomprehensible things, doing horrible things. I had to know, no matter what, why the Cat-hag became that way, but I had no way of knowing, not even a single lead. So I read Natsume's diary, despite knowing it was something I shouldn't read. And judging from your attitude, the answer was not inside the diary. Right, I thought Natsume would have known something, but... I see you did have reasons of your own. Your feelings of clutching at straws. Well, I can understand those too. I won't exactly criticize you. This diary belongs to Shiori, so it doesn't make sense for me to get mad about you reading it. It's not the Cat-hag you wanted to talk to me about, was it? Yeah. Natsume's other worry, the secret she'd been hiding, she wrote a lot about it in the diary. Of course I wanted to know more about the Cat-hag, but now I'm more curious about that. Curious? You mean you want to confirm its validity? No, I'm not about to doubt Natsume's own words addressed to herself. It's just, I felt like I couldn't sit still, like I couldn't process it alone. Oh, here comes the tax fraud. What did you think, reading the diary and learning Shiori's true feelings? Honestly, at first, I found it almost anticlimactic. Like, that's all her worry was? It's not that big of an issue, I thought. A bit different from the norm, but it's really just a commonplace worry. But that's something I can say because I'm a person who's not bound by anything, isn't it? I realized if I had that same concern in a position like Natsume's, it would probably be really difficult. With parents running a big company, a fiancé chosen for you, and above all, a little sister you want to care for, it occurred to me that in a position like that, I probably wouldn't be able to put my own feelings first. Natsume's desire not to let Sakura know her secret. I can understand it now. If Natsume made her secret public, she'd inevitably dispute with her parents. I can't imagine those parents of hers would respect her feelings. And if that weren't enough, if Natsume went against her parents, there's no telling what consequences that would have for Sakura. And indeed, they do seem to be trying to use Sakura in place of Natsume now. Like, if the first daughter didn't work, let's try the second. Natsume's judgment in keeping her secret hidden was correct, though it must have been painful. Now we are bearer of the knowledge. At any rate, I know clearly now what Natsume was thinking, and what she was trying to do. The reasons for her actions that had confused me so, what she was trying to do on the rooftop that night. I reached an understanding of everything I hadn't known, and now And though it really is late in every sense, I felt so pained by the fact that Natsume died. Natsume dying before she could fulfill her ambitions, it's so vexing. Yasuoka, did you hear anything about Natsume's accident? Like from her family, say? I heard about it from Sakura, who she was with at the time, and what happened, but that's all. I see. When I talked to you before, Yasuoka, you were convinced Natsume had killed herself. Now I know why you thought that. You thought Natsume, failed, right? And devastated by that, she took her life. That's what you thought, isn't it? That's right. I'll stop teasing us, get to the point. It seems your guess was half right, as far as I've learned. It was? You mean... Yeah. So I see. Hearing that it wasn't suicide and had just been an accident brought me relief that it had all been a needless worry of mine, but now... I feel upset as well. Though I couldn't sympathize with Shiori, I was rooting for her. I bet Natsume was glad to have you as her ally, Yasuoka. This is just simple curiosity, so I only want you to tell me if you aren't opposed. What kind of relationship was there between you and Natsume? Oh, here comes a little flashback. Oh, look at that. Oops. A cafe after school tomorrow. Yeah, want to have tea together? If not, some other time is fine. That would be fine. Should I come to your school to pick you up? Pick me up? I don't need anything like that. Okay. Deiksa Cafe over in Ryusen. Is Natsume enthusiastic about her marriage to me, I wonder? If so, it'll be hard to say that I have no intention of marrying her. What should I do? Delicious. I just love Mont Blancs. Natsume, is this just a date, or is there something else going on? Why do you think that? Because this cafe is unusually far from our houses and schools. I wonder if you didn't want family or acquaintances to see us. You're sharp. Well then, I guess I'll get to the point. Yasuoka, I can't marry you. That's what I wanted to say today. Huh? Oh, it's not like I hate you or anything. It's much simpler reason than that. So... Oh, you didn't even tell me. So that's why I don't want to marry. Not just you, but anybody. I bet you're surprised. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable bringing this up all of a sudden. But if I was going to refuse marriage, I at least wanted you to know the truth about why, Yasuoka. It felt unfair to keep silent about it. Telling you is my own sort of integrity, so we might just never know. And besides, honestly, you weren't eager to marry me either, were you? Weren't you thinking of refusing? So let's just call off this engagement. We can explain to our parents that I was opposed. I intend to tell my parents what I told you someday, but right now I can't, because it'll make trouble for Sakura. If my parents found out I wasn't going to marry anyone, they'd have Sakura take my place. That's the way they are. Sakura's very precious to me. I want her to do whatever she likes, freely enjoy herself, and be with whoever she likes. Once I'm older and have enough independence, I intend to have a frank talk with my parents, but I have to hold on until then. In any event, I don't want to make you have to endure that with me, because it's my own issue. So please, let's call off our engagement. I'll take special care to avoid any trouble for you, Yasuoka. Thank you for telling me, Natsume. There's something I'd like to say as well, is that alright? I want you to marry me. What? You were listening to me, right? I know. That's why I want you to marry me, because we're in a similar boat. Huh? Then Yasuoka, you're... Let's reap those sweet tax benefits together. You're gonna charge me less if we're a couple with dual income than an individual with a singular income. I've never loved anyone, not in a romantic sense. I can at least imagine what it might feel like to fall for someone, but I can't understand or sympathize. I can't say for sure it'll always be that way, but I get the feeling it'll be. That's likely the kind of person I am. Indeed, I meant to refuse marriage too, not because of you. I refused no matter who it was. You and I have been put in similar circumstances, such as our parents. If I naively told those people the truth that I won't marry, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and obviously be forced upon me. I figured I would somehow talk my parents into breaking it off, but if that's the way you feel, it changes the situation. Two negatives make a positive, yes, and that's more or less what I mean to say. Neither of us has romantic feelings for the other. For that exact reason, could we not join together on a united front? Until such a day we can stand up to our parents head on, I want to take care of you and keep your true feelings from being lost. Marrying me can be your magic cloak, concealing the truth until then. We'll pretend to follow suit so that our parents never even inquire into it. In exchange, I intend to do whatever I please as well. Not that that's anything in particular, of course. Are you okay with that, Yasuoka? Of course I am. I'm the one who proposed it, aren't I? No, I mean, Is it okay if it's me? You and I have only talked a few times, right? Do you think of me as someone you can put your trust in? To be perfectly honest, I wasn't even thinking of making this kind of proposal until hearing what you just told me now. You told me just now. But I was glad that you told me your feelings honestly. And I found it amazing. If I were in your shoes, I doubt I'd have the courage to come out about myself. What's more, you open up about it not for selfish reasons, but out of concern for me. It takes sincerity to do that. That level of sincerity is plenty for me to respect you, Natsume, and like you as a person. If it's possible this could arrive at marriage and we end up living together, I would want to be with someone who I could respect. I feel like I could get on well with someone as admirable as you. Though of course, it's no more than intuition. You can refuse if it displeases you. This is only me asking you to be accomplices in deceiving the world. Oh, I was thinking they were going to do tax fraud together. You're just accomplices in lying to the world. You didn't even get a direct financial benefit out of that. But if you aren't opposed, please, consider joining hands with me. Yasuoka, you can be surprisingly bold. Extreme, almost. To be honest, I thought you seemed kind of unreliable, but I'm taken aback. I get that a lot. Well, will you consider my proposal? Oh, poor guy. Not that poor, but, you know. Natsume, are you crying? Sorry, it's not like that. I'm just so relieved. It was my first time telling anyone, so I was actually really anxious what I'd do if you reacted poorly. But with you accepting it, Yasuoka, all the tension left me at once. I'm really glad you're thinking about me so seriously. You're much more sincere than me. Thank you, then I'll say it again. Please marry me, Natsume. Yes, I will. Yes. Okay, all my energy went to that first yes, so the one actually in the dialogue. Though only for a limited time, I'll do my best to not shame you as your partner. I'd be glad to have a relationship of mutual recognition, such that I'd have no regrets even if we do get married. Oh, but for now, I'd appreciate your support with my, Of course, I want you to keep at it until you're satisfied. I'll be rooting for you. Oh man, what's the deal here? Oh, the stoic marble statue over here. I've never hated or denied myself. I just understand that this is the only way in which I can live. But some part of me wasn't easy. When I never in my life have a bond with someone, that quiet loneliness remained. And then Shiori appeared before me. Shiori and I felt entirely different things, but we had a point in common. Both of us were prone to having to fight against solitude. Perhaps I proposed we join hands because I didn't want to fight the world alone. Maybe it was an underhanded idea that only brought her into my fight. Regardless, we did join hands, to not lose ourselves, even if it meant deceiving others, to both do what we wanted to do. You gotta lose yourself. In the moment, Shiori was grateful to me, but I was the only one who was truly glad. I was the one who was truly glad. For the first time, I learned how joyous it could be for yourself to be accepted. Was it a relationship formed only because our interests aligned? I couldn't deny it. But I feel like there was a definite sense of respect and trust between us. I earnestly supported Shiori. Though it wasn't something I could understand, I prayed that she would achieve her desire. The reason I supported her, maybe it was because I saw my own future in the one she was headed toward. Because the two of us were alike. Ever since Shiori died, a certain feeling has hung around me, powerlessness. I didn't care about anything anymore. With the death of the partner I respected and rooted for, I didn't know what to do. If Shiori could become happy, maybe even I, who felt no love for anyone, could see a ray of hope. I must have been projecting myself on her. Dang. Ripperoni. I've never hated or denied myself, but I must admit, I felt let down by myself for feeling nothing but powerlessness. After all, I hadn't even shed a tear at Shiori's death. I was wondering when the sparkles would end. That seemed like a long enough segment. You and Abe must have seen me as a person struggling to protect his late fiancée. Which wouldn't be incorrect, but I personally think that desperation came from a desire to do away with my own sense of powerlessness. I couldn't do anything while Shiori lived, so I thought I had to at least protect her precious secret. An impure motive, isn't it? Not for Shiori's sake at all. It was strictly to maintain my own peace of mind. I thought I understood myself to be a dispassionate person, but I can't help but feel disappointed in myself. I've acted trusting only in what I wanted to do, and it produced this result. I even talked Shiori into a sham marriage, saying it was for both our sakes. And there was no point in doing it. Shiori died without being able to achieve what she desired most. I think all the time that I should have died instead of Shiori. See, I made that comment earlier in one of the videos, though. Certainly about the main characters, but this is a game about wondering why you got to live and someone else had to die. That's my take so far. This might just be my longest video. Compared to the one who everyone adored, Shiori, dying unfulfilled, that would have been far better. Don't say things like that. I didn't comprehend that last sentence at all. I'm getting a bit foggy, but I don't think you're wrong that Natsume failed, but that's not your fault, is it? If Natsume's best efforts ended in failure, there was no helping that. There's nothing you could do about that. And Natsume's death was a simple accident. It had nothing to do with that failure or her intentions. What would have changed if you died, Yasuoka? Natsume wouldn't have to suffer? That's not true, right? Don't say you should have died. That's just sad. I don't want to hear that. Sorry. Yeah, Mr. Unreliable Face. You said you couldn't do anything for Natsume while she was alive, but was she hoping for you to do something, do you think? Just you accepting her secret and giving her your support. That made Natsume plenty happy, I bet. And just as you supported Natsume, I'm sure Natsume supported you too. I'm sure there's no helping feeling powerless either. It's nothing to do with you as a person. Because everyone who liked Natsume has been the same way. I've seen lots of people suffering from her loss, so I know. At the very least, I don't think you're a dispassionate person, Yasuoka. In fact, I almost feel the opposite. So, don't turn to desperation. Don't succumb to darkness or do anything extreme anymore. That thinking of doing anything to protect Natsume's secret definitely wouldn't make her happy. You think so too, don't you? As Natsume's fiancé, you were right beside her, so surely you know what she'd want for you now. Enough despair. Try to remember. About Natsume. What you talked to her about. Remember who you are. If you do, maybe you'll find the answer to whether you should be like this. Yes, perhaps you're right. Shiori told me she would do her best to be a person I wouldn't be ashamed to have as a partner. Shiori was a woman practically too good for the likes of me, yet she approved of me. If Shiori were to know what I did to you, she wouldn't just be very angry, she'd probably scorn me. I can't say I'm suitable for Shiori now, this despairing, dangerous self of mine. Shiori may be gone, but I suppose I should live in a way that won't bring her shame as her fiancé. Perhaps it's not too late to live keeping in mind what Shiori wanted for me. I think so too, Yasuoka. Yeah, that's right, you go on living, you have a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you, Oi. Talking with you has cleared my head a bit. I'm truly sorry for before, I did something terrible. If you wish, I'm willing to go where you think it appropriate, but what do you think I should do? It wasn't me who got followed after injured, so I can't really say. But Akari did say it was fine, so if you're reflecting on what you did, I think it's fine. Understood. Then can you tell Abe what I said? Yeah, Akari's been busy lately, so once things settle down, sure. Don't drop another bombshell on me, man. Hey, Yasuoka, this is off topic, but if the Natsume family asked, would you marry Sakura? I wouldn't. I only thought of marrying Shiori because she was Shiori. In general, one shouldn't marry when it's against the other person's will, and I doubt Sakura likes me in the first place. That said, she is Shiori's dear sister, so I do intend to support her in whatever way I'm able. Huh, that's good. Ue, have you finished investigating everything to do with Shiori now? Yeah, I think so. There might be nothing left to investigate about her. Although, the Cat-hag, I'm still feeling hazy about that, wondering what in the world happened. My last ray of hope, Natsume's diary, didn't say anything about it, so I don't know what else I can do. We have one person we haven't asked yet. One. You talked to the Cat-hag in person, didn't you? Did your conversation not give you any clues? Not at all. All she told me was incomprehensible. Moment of clarity. Ue, you're very earnest about listening to what people say. I wonder if that's why the words seem to come out so smoothly when talking to you. I naturally end up saying a lot. Perhaps there's something important you can extract even from your conversation with the Cat-hag, and you just haven't noticed it. Maybe you should try looking back carefully over what you talked about. There could be a useful hint lurking in there, you know. Thanks for guiding the gameplay direction, Yasuoka. That was really helpful of you. Look back? Okay, bad and good. Seems that girl... I have to go to check about what I just realized. Huh? Sure, be careful. Sorry for troubling you, but thank you for talking to me. I don't know what I should say, but I'm rooting for you, so don't do anything else dangerous. Well, goodbye, take care. Okay, bye, see ya. Farewell. Ue really is a curious girl. Her emotions are easily affected over other people's circumstances, as if they're her own. Does she think she can understand people if she knows them well enough? Maybe that's why she longs to know about others so much. Yet you can never fully understand other people, and it's rare to have a mutual understanding. I worry that someone like Ue could be deeply betrayed someday. I feel sorry for her. We're about to be betrayed in like the next 30 minutes or something, I bet. Wow, okay. Back to title. No more crashes, please. Like 3 hours. Oh, you got a little bow. You're a little archer in that, huh? That's rich. It's being mean to Yasuoka. Am I coming here? Okay, here comes something. You again. Told you I wouldn't speak with bad ones. Be off with you. Wait, Miss Tamura, I'm begging you, please tell me something. What you said before about cats actually being demons who call it bad things, who'd you hear that from? Because, I mean, before, you cared for your cats, so you hadn't heard it at the time. Which means you learned about that later, right? Could it be someone told you? Yup. Was that person what you would call a good one? Because you said that Natsume, the girl who looked after the cats with you, was a bad one, right? She was deceiving you by not saying that cats are demons, and that's why you thought she was a bad kid? Which made the person who told you about cats a good kid, right? Am I right? Yup. Was that good kid a student at Cosmos Girls Academy? That's what you said to me at first, that there were good kids and bad kids at that school. Yup. That bad one tricked me. Made me care for cats without telling me the truth. Told her I'd strangle them all because they summon up bad, but she told me to stop. It happened a while after that bad girl started to see me. Was on a walk when a good girl came up to talk. Made me glad and on along to what I said, so I invited her to the house. Girls started to come have tea at my house after that. Was glad because I had nobody to talk to, just cats. Having cats was fine, but better to have people, I realized. Started to look forward to that girl coming by. One day, a girl said she was something that was hard to say, but she wanted to tell me. I asked her what, and she teaches me cats are demons. They call it bad things. Told me my son's death, having to live by myself, it was all the cat's fault. Having cats around hurt my relationships with the neighbors. All of it was bad stuff the cats brought about. And you believe that, Miss Tamura? That girl wouldn't lie. I always listened to what I had to say. My eyes were open thanks to her. So I strangled all the cats. Couldn't afford to let them summon any more bad, so I caught and strangled any that walked by the house. At night, went searching for any nearby. Now the house all clean, neighbors calmed down too, bad kids stopped coming, something good's sure to come to me again. Miss Tamura, what did that bad girl look like? Had long purple hair and a pretty face. Neighbors called her a good girl, didn't know that about myself. Whoa, then, what about the good girl? Tall, with short red hair, haven't seen her since she said she'd be busy and couldn't come by no more. But no news is good news, thinking she's getting on just fine. Thought you might be a good girl too, cause you listen to me, but just like that bad girl, you stuck up for the demons and blame me. What do you youngsters know about me? Nothing, yet you act all uppity. You end up alone, then you'll know how I feel. Now off with you, don't come again. Akari. We gotta confront. There's no way. Nail bat her. I've carried on with this investigation to know the truth of Natsume's death, yet I've exhausted everything to do with Natsume. However, now it's Akari, my best friend, who I no longer understand at all. Stealing the letters between Natsume and Hahakigi, aiming to shake Miyuki's self-worth. Ooh, long time of reading here. And worst of all, interacting with the Cat-hag repeatedly then feed her nonsense, and lead her to dispose of her cats. I knew none of this. Akari didn't tell me anything about it. What did Akari want to do? What was she trying to do? To test her abilities. My mind is a mess. I don't get Akari at all anymore. What should I do? I'll investigate into Akari. If I ask Akari the reasons for her actions directly, I don't know whether she'd tell me. She might just dodge my questions. So before I confirm the truth with Akari, I should research as much as I can. It's laughable, huh? Even I'm shocked at how freaked out I am, going to these precautions. But what do you expect? I may not have thought I knew Akari completely, but I didn't expect I'd become this unsure about her. Honestly, I'm incredibly reluctant, sneaking around to look into my closest friend. But I'm not just able to associate with Akari as if nothing happened while I feel this haziness. I just have to do it. For my future. For myself. I have to look into Akari. Here comes the hardest mission of them all. I feel like I didn't sleep a wink. Akari? Dang, you okay? You're not a child of the era. I would definitely not have the AY at the end of okay. I'm fine. Tell Kageyama. Be there tomorrow. Sticker. I hate that I feel relieved over my own friend being sick. But I mean, I don't know how I should look when I next see Akari. Besides, I'm investigating her today, so it's convenient that Akari's out. Killing strangers. So we don't kill the ones who we love. Hey Uwe, you done with that culture festival feature yet? I gotta check that over soon. You okay? You look really unwell. Are you feeling sick? I'm fine, just a little tired. Oh wow, we're really battered. Sure, don't push it if it's hard, okay? Seems like Abe's out sick herself. How did you know? Let's get started, but who should I ask? I feel like it'd be bad to do too big of an investigation. Everyone knows Akari and I are friends, so they'd probably be dubious. Plus, unlike Natsume, Akari isn't a celebrity or anything. There might not be a point to asking too broad a group. That said, if limiting my targets means I don't get info, there's no point. What should I do? Active clubs, keep to second years and adults. Excluding orchestra, probably busy before the upcoming concert, big trouble. Mainly want to hear from girls who've been here since junior high. Maybe there's people who can tell me about a side of Akari I don't know. Okay, with Akari taking the day off, now's my only chance for questioning. Okay, let's go. I feel like we're reaching the climax here. This music is kind of haunting. But before that, we're gonna go take a look at the statues. Did Akari's change? Are we wait, I think they're changing. I don't remember if I ever looked at Miyuki's. I feel like they might be changing. Apple and the serpent imagery? Is that what we're looking at here? Whew, okay. This is going. I'm also on the last save slot, so... It comes late a lot. Okay. Oh, I like that the note said cancel to close on the bottom. Helpful. Today is the 22nd of November, 2013. And we are investigating our best friend, Kariabe. Adults, huh? Looks cold, like her. This music is a little eerie, I will say. Seems blunt, surprisingly polite, nice sensible girl, library assistant. The plot thickens. What did we literally just say? Like, which clubs? Second years and so on. Tardy pretty often. Don't you know her best? Androgynous. Library assistant, heard the name. Didn't seem to have any friends, been with you in senior high. Smart. Smart. You two gotta have some dirt. More comfortable that way. Is this a good place to discuss the merits of loneliness versus solitude? That there's probably a difference. Active clubs on a Friday. That's a lot of people. What do you think of Akari? Smart, understands people's feeling well, comforted me before. Envious of her height, wish I was tall as Abe-senpai. Okay. Different classes, good for sports, junior high, library assistant, never talked. Tall and cool. Man, this is thickening. Only a few of them. Hates bugs, well we knew that. From me failing to play the game. Junior high, baggy parka, drama club. Oh, many people. Abe was friendly with her homeroom teacher in second year of junior high, but she seemed to be a mentally fragile person and ended up hanging herself in a classroom. Friendly with Akari. Yeah, I'd imagine Abe was really shocked. I felt bad. I'm worried she might be too traumatized to make friends, like she was always alone afterward. Although, was she typically alone since before befriending that teacher too? I forget. Is Abe just killing people? She running rampant? Pushing people to the brink. If this is in fact true, I guess we'll see, but I am very grateful for my relatively mundane and quiet life, so... Could do well with that. Today off. You have nothing to say to me. Weird old lady, the Cat-hag. I wonder if she's moving. Hard to approach, cold impression, friends, homeroom teacher, second year, talk with Abe in the classroom after school. I wonder if Abe found those points and pressed, you know, applied pressure. Good kid. Good grades. Maybe she is a psychopath. Shocking. Let's see who else is out. Drama, comp sci, and the sciences are out. Oh, cooking. Wait, they're out? Weird. Comp sci's in though. What? Says she likes you because you're amusing to be around. Dry. Likes to read. Oh, there's a lot of people here. What? Oh wait, maybe they changed the thing and I wasn't paying attention. I'm still using my notes from the first session of this. Won't join our society. Oh, art. No one in art. Here, let's go back and look since I did a dumb. Wait a minute, drama, comp sci, biology, and science are supposed to be off today, but today's a Friday? Oh no, today's a Thursday. Shoot. Okay. Cooking, art, and literary are out. Is that everyone? Who's left? I do wonder what's going on. I can't really tell. For some reason, I thought it was Friday. Oh, the field. Oh no, I forgot about that. See the shoe cubbies? See what she's doing? Okay. No clue. Oh man. These statements are not boding well for our partner in crime. Ooh. None of this is good. Okay, I only have the 2 topics. And I'm too invested now to want to go and talk to... Oh wait, I missed the whole classroom. Talk to anyone else about this. Blunt girl. Always with her. Don't know. We should let her take a photo. We just get like, I don't know, Shutter Islanded or something. Haven't seen that in a long time. Actually, I've never seen it. I read the book. But it came to mind. Are we done? I feel like that was everyone. No, this is no time to stop thinking. I have to consider this. First of all, let's calm down and organize the information so far. Both old information and new, going in order. Oh, puzzle time. This is gonna be a big one, isn't it? It all began with the incident where Shiori Natsume, the most popular girl in school, died by falling from the roof. It was long rumored to be suicide. I, who had no connection to Natsume, just out of curiosity, began investigating the truth of Natsume's death. I asked my best friend Akari Abe to cooperate with me. She's smart and seemed bored, so I asked her to be my assistant. By investigating with Akari's help, I was able to uncover 5 people with deep connections to Natsume. Her little sister, Sakura Natsume, her fiancé Sumikazu Yasuoka, Kana Murakami, who is said to view Natsume's arrival. These three had various histories of Natsume, but were proven to have no direct connection to her death. Miyuki Endo, senior in the orchestra club who Natsume relied on, she also had no connection to the incident of her death. The one who was involved in that incident was her best friend Midori Hahakigi. She was present when Natsume fell from the rooftop. Hahakigi told us everything, shared the truth with the police in school, and Mai and Akari's investigation ended, in theory. However, I found Natsume and Hahakigi's letters in Akari's room, something she definitely shouldn't have possessed. Prompted by this, I resumed investigation of Natsume on my own, and was able to identify the two issues that deeply troubled her. One was about her inner feelings. It was a very sensitive issue and not for me to touch on, so I don't intend to delve into it. Okay, so we're just not gonna know. I've moved into acceptance. But the other issue was different. The strange actions of the Cat-hag who was hoarding cats. She cared for cats alongside Natsume, yet abruptly started killing them en masse, and even rejected Natsume when she told her to stop. The reason for that in turn was that Akari got in contact with the Cat-hag and fed her nonsense, damaging her trust in Natsume. Akari's actions were strange beyond just the case of the Cat-hag. Stealing Natsume and Hahakigi's letters, unsettling Miyuki. And that's why I decided to investigate Akari. And a new person of interest has come up, a teacher who killed herself in junior high, though I never knew her. That much is easy enough, but it's giving deep thought past this that's really scary. We've got to break through! It feels like there's something I shouldn't learn about. My brain's putting a stop on me considering it any more than this. No, I can't be like that. Enough this weak attitude. I've worked so hard investigating. Are we willing to know the truth? Or are we willing to go all the way no matter what? Let's calm down once more and review the correlation between all the relevant parties. Who had what relationships, whether they were one way or whether they were mutual. I'll look it all over from the start. Oh, this is going to be hard, isn't it? I should have saved. Does this make sense? I mean, it looks okay to me. Okay, not entirely. Let's see. I don't know. I want to replace this piece right here, the one to the right of Shiori, but there we go. And that was not correct. Whether or not they were mutual. Oh, Hahakigi's, duh. Oh, come on, I just can't. After coming this far, I'm trying not to look at what I don't want to see. This won't do. I can't run from the truth of what Akari did to who. I have to confront it. Akari was stealing the precious letters that connected Natsume and Hahakigi. I have evidence and a witness, so this should undeniably be true. Hahakigi was wounded from not getting replies from Natsume. Judging from what Natsume said, it was likely the same for her. In other words, Akari's interference put cracks in these two's relationship. Natsume and Miyuki had a trusting relationship where they supported each other as junior and senior. Save from probable isolation, Miyuki was grateful to Natsume. Also, she was happy to be depended on by her. But Akari dismissed those feelings as reliance on Natsume. She threatened that Miyuki's individuality would vanish, damaging her performances. Feeling crisis looming, Miyuki stepped down as concert mistress and distanced herself from Natsume, resulting in a gulf between them. So the impetus for the destruction of Natsume and Miyuki's trusting relationship was also Akari. Finally, the Cat-hag. Natsume worried for the irresponsible animal hoarding she was doing and helped care for the cats. Judging from the Cat-hag's remarks, the two seem rather close. They both like cats after all. But Natsume wasn't the only one in contact with the Cat-hag. Akari was too. Man, I take back all the positive stuff I said about her earlier. She was so good at manipulation, she manipulated me. I don't know how Akari got close to the Cat-hag, but it seems like she listened to her rather kindly. The lonely Cat-hag must have been very glad for that, and that's why she trusted in the nonsense story Akari fed her. Not questioning what Akari said, the Cat-hag began killing cats, and viewed Natsume with hostility. She rejected her as a bad girl. Natsume was shocked by this. Mr. Fujimura witnessed her feeding a stray cat while crying. Natsume and the Cat-hag, the one who severed their relation, founded in caring for cats, was also Akari. In short, Akari ended up destroying Natsume's relationships with these three people. What's important here is what objective Akari had in doing such a thing, but it's just too cruel. Looking at these results, I can only think of one thing her goal could have been. To cut Natsume off from those close to her and drive her to loneliness. Until starting the investigation, I had hardly any knowledge of Natsume, her family life, her relationships. But that wasn't true for Akari. Before I even began, Akari had several pieces of information on Natsume. At the very least, Akari must have known about her relationships with Hahakigi, Miyuki, and the Cat-hag. And she used that information to carry out her objective, that is, to sever the trust between Natsume and those three. I feel like I can gather why she didn't take any action against her sister Sakura or fiancé Yasuoka. Sakura was trying not to get involved with Natsume at school, and even declared she hated her sister. So Akari must have viewed Sakura as just Natsume's little sister, and didn't count her as close. And Yasuoka, many knew that Natsume had a fiancé, but he had little recognition himself. I was only able to learn as much as I did about Yasuoka because we went over to Iris Academy. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't know. Akari probably had no prior knowledge of Yasuoka, so she did nothing to him, or rather, she couldn't do anything. Akari's goal was to break the trusting relationships between Natsume and those close to her, leaving her lonely. If we suppose that, then what's the real goal behind it? What did Akari do that for? We're just gonna have to ask her ourselves. Like me and Aoi. There's a worrying theory brewing within me. And if I hadn't investigated Akari, it would never have come to mind. The teacher Akari was close with during junior high, seemingly mentally fragile, she hung herself in a classroom. I don't know what kind of association Akari and that teacher had. Did they feel at ease with each other, like me and Akari now, or was it strictly a student-teacher, slightly friendly relationship? Or something doesn't feel right about Akari and that teacher being friendly. According to Mitomi and Umehara, she was a kind of annoying teacher who couldn't get close to students. Well, that's a new teacher for you. Would a person who says she's more comfortable by herself purposely get along affectionately with that kind of person? Especially Akari. She has her supportive side, but she's pretty blunt and hates tedious things. Akari and that teacher definitely wouldn't match, I think. Granted, I can only imagine since I didn't know the teacher, but there had to be some reason Akari and that teacher got along. I can't think otherwise. In any event, that teacher killed herself, hanging herself in a classroom even. This is all just an idea, I know that full well, but what if Akari was doing to her the same thing she did to Natsume? While getting along as someone friendly, acting like nothing was going on, what if she was quietly setting her up for isolation? And the result of driving the teacher to isolation would be her suicide. What if that was Akari's objective? What's his killing a person per school? Natsume's death was an accident. There was a witness, and I'm not going to doubt the truth of that now. But even if there hadn't been an accident, there was a significant possibility that Natsume would have died. Her close relationships destroyed, perhaps she might have come to not care about anything anymore, and ended her life herself. After all, Natsume... It's fine if I fall. If it all goes away and I'm at peace, I might prefer that. Just before she fell to her death, she was in such a mental state that she said it'd be fine if she died. Akari, she was guiding Natsume in a way that no one knew about. Yeah, poorly. Or wickedly. Akari's objective was to drive Natsume to suicide. Yeah, I feel it. I'm going nuts from overthinking this. It's absurd, I have to admit. There's no way Akari was plotting something as horrifying as making someone die. I mean, when Hahakigi tried to jump to her death, Akari frantically tried to save her, right? Someone like that wouldn't... Was she only trying to save me? I recall she did tell Hahakigi, if you want to die, do it alone. Anyway, Akari isn't someone who'd plot a person's death. I can't imagine something that awful. I should know her well, right? I know what kind of person Akari is, because I'm with her all the time. Though heck, it's Akari's fault too, taking all these inexplicable actions, not to mention not telling me anything. I wonder if Akari's cold has gotten better. Will she come to school tomorrow? I don't know how I should face Akari. I feel sorry for having such awful ideas, though it's true I feel uncertain about her. If I ask Akari, she'll clear everything up. After all, I did decide I'd talk to her once I investigated to my satisfaction. But I'm kind of scared of knowing the truth. You can't handle the truth. Alright. Of course I have a desire to know the truth, but... if you learn the truth, you'll have to carefully consider if you want to speak it or not. Once you say it, everything changes. It can't be the same as you have been. You should at least recognize that. Depending on the circumstances, I think it's totally valid to keep the truth to yourself and maintain the status quo. And that's it. What I'm afraid of is destroying the status quo, destroying my relationship with Akari. Even if my theory is wrong, it's true I've cast doubt on Akari. If I tell her, I can't act like it didn't happen. Can't unring the bell, so to say. And then we might not be able to be the way we've been. We might not be friends anymore. I don't want that. And even supposing my theory is right, in that case, I truly wouldn't know what to do. If it's true Akari was driving Natsume to suicide, Akari and I might have to... Sure enough, maybe I shouldn't say anything to Akari, if I'm worrying this much about it. But as long as I'm in this hazy state, I can't hang out with Akari either way. My emotions show too easily. Aw, geez, what should I do? If I told her my theory, I wonder how Akari would react. Would she laugh? Be stunned? Get mad? I don't know. I don't know a single thing about Akari anymore. We've always been together. I thought I knew Akari so well. Was that not really remotely the case? Killing strangers so we don't kill the ones who we love. Why did we become friends anyways? Was there something that set it off? Us being together is so obvious now, I forget. Gotta dig deep into your own memories. It's no good. I'm completely stuck in a rut. Let's not think about it for a bit. My room's messy. I've been busy lately, so I put off cleaning. Maybe I'll clean to get my mind off things. Oh yeah, I can actually see that. Look at that. Ooh. Okay, well I haven't had any choices yet, so I think that's okay. Huh? It's a photograph of when we were kids. Tell the Dawn. Since when did I have this book? Ah, wait, this is the book I borrowed from Akari forever ago. I took too long reading it and I missed my chance to return it. I still think I haven't finished it. Wow, I completely forgot. Actually, wasn't this book what led to me becoming friends with Akari? Okay, well maybe not a photograph when we were kids, but that was pretty close. Here comes a flashback. That didn't serve any purpose except to chime the bell. Hey, Ue, you're new here too, right? Yeah, Sakaki and Yoshikawa, right? That's right, we transferred from another school too, buddies. There's fewer of us than I expected. Feels kinda uncomfortable, because the girls who were here since junior high have already formed friend groups. So let's get along as fellow transfer. Ue, your first name's Aoi, right? Okay if I call you Oichi? Sure, that's fine. Nice to know you too, Sakaki and Yoshikawa. She did have longer hair at the beginning. And I was able to nab tickets, so I'm going to the concert later. Aochi. Sakaki, you coming with? Yeah. Ooh, I can't wait. Aochi, you're going too, right? I wonder. I'm kinda not good with those glittery idol guys. What? But that group's such a lineup of hotties. Then who do you like, Aochi? Who are your favorite idols? Let's see. If you'll take actors, Yoshiro Komine? Who's that? Never heard of him. What about you, Sakakin? Isn't that a super old dude? That's a little too sophisticated. Don't you like any idols or anything? Ah, speaking of old dudes, I remember another movie that I liked in that time period. The American with George Clooney. That's definitely an old dude movie. I still enjoy that movie. It was very, this is very meditative, almost, despite being a somewhat action movie. Nope, not really interested. What, really? You're missing out big time. You gotta check out the stars from Joni and Associates. Sure, if I feel like it. On a different topic, Ochi, you've always got that ponytail. Could you try letting your hair down? Like this? Ooh, looks good. I'd always thought it'd suit you to let your hair down, Ochi. I like this better too. Enough with the ponytail, go with that. It might be a little annoying. It's easier to tie it up. What? It's cute though. I'm telling you, it's totally better. Yeah? Well, I'll do that, if you say so. Ooh, there's an eraser on the floor. This yours? Huh? Yeah it is, thanks. Abe's always by herself, huh? Does she have any friends in class? Who knows? I've never seen her with anybody. She's always reading some book or another. Maybe she doesn't get lonely. Couldn't be me. I get uncomfortable. And people would think I was gloomy. I wonder if Abe doesn't mind that. She probably doesn't, huh? She kind of feels like a lone wolf. But it's not like she's gloomy, necessarily. I know, I kind of love her cool attitude. Maybe it's not that she doesn't have friends, she just doesn't make them. Maybe she likes being alone. Yeah, she's totally normal if you talk to her. In fact, she's sort of really easy to talk to. Abe's smart, so I guess that's why she's a good talker, too. And we had some thoughts. Yeah, having my hair down is pretty annoying. I want to tie it all together. But Sakaki and Yoshikawa told me they like this better, so maybe I should roll with it? I've been with those two since I started attending here, but our tastes don't align at all, so it's hard to talk with them. I don't think anything they recommend me is any good. Meanwhile, they don't seem interested in things I think are good. Our tastes not aligning is one thing, but it's kind of awkward having them push their suggestions on me, like this hairstyle, in fact. I'm grateful they hang out with me, but it's gotten kind of hard to go along with them. But they're good people, really. They just don't mesh with my personality. It'd probably be fine if I was okay with being alone like Abe, but I'm not, so... Well, what can you do? Getting along well with people even if your personalities don't match, that's an important life skill. It's definitely rarer to be able to do whatever you want as you want. I've got to learn that. Feels like it'll be an uncomfortable high school life, but I guess I just have to get used to it. What? Sorry, I was staring, wasn't I? I was curious what you were reading. A romance novel, huh? I'm a little surprised. Romance novel? No. Huh? But isn't the author of that book famous for romance novels? What's her name, Takamura? Yeah, but this is different. Her romance novels are a bore, but the others are interesting. Is that right? Want to read it if you're curious? I'll lend it to you. What? It's fine. I mean, aren't you in the middle of reading it, Abe? Nah, I finished it earlier. I got reminded of it lately, so I've just been rereading it. But I'm a slow reader. I'll be really late to give it back. Fine by me. It's one I already finished, so take your time reading it. Oh great, we'll just give it back, like, 3 years late, or whatever. Oh, sorry. Not like I want to put you on the spot. If you're not interested, that's fine. No, it's okay. I'll take you up on your offer. Thank you, Abe. Here you go. By the way, Ue, I see you've got your hair down lately. Ah, yeah. Sakaki and Yoshikawa told me I look better with it down. Huh. What do you think, Abe? Is my hair better down? I think it's fine either way. It's your hair. Do what you like with it. You're not gonna die because of your hairstyle or anything, right? So wouldn't it feel better doing what makes you feel good? Yeah, you're right. I think so too. Okay, back to the ponytail it is. What if nothing feels good for Akari? What if she can only feel thrill from the ultimate hunt? Abe, good morning. Thanks for lending me that book yesterday. Don't mention it. Did you read any? Yeah, but it's more dense than I expected. Sure enough, I think it's gonna take a while for me to finish. Don't worry about it. People read at different speeds. You can give it back anytime. Thanks. Well then, apologies, but I'll borrow it for a little longer. Man, I used to read so voraciously when I was younger. By the way, could we eat lunch together today? Only if it's okay with you. Sure. Huh? Really? Why? Oh, here comes a file error. The game is crashing. Okay, I'm gonna make the judgment call. Because this is kind of a sign. I've been going for 3 hours and 47 minutes. And I'm out of water. It's past midnight. I really don't have it in me to split this episode. So... I don't know. Hard to say. Okay, the game is crashing. Maybe I'll get through this cutscene and then go. Okay, let's see. How far in were we? Dear Lord, we were far away. Oh, I didn't even have to do any of that. The rest of the cleaning. Okay, let's blaze through this and see if this cutscene ends at a reasonable save point, or this is just gonna go on forever. Okay, I think we're here. You're always by yourself, Abe, so I wondered if you'd like being alone, in which case I'd be getting in your way. Won't deny that, but it's not like I hate not being alone. I was thinking I'd like to have a proper talk with you, Ue, so I'm glad for the invitation. So, is the cafeteria fine for lunch? Yeah, alright, thanks. Alright. Common content creator segue. Come to think of it, are you in a club, Abe? Only the Go Home Club. I hate pointless junk. But I like books, so I'm a library assistant. I see, I'd like to try a club myself. Of the soulful music. Back in the day. Any you're interested in? Not a club, but an association. The Newspaper Association. What's that? Everyone gets together and reads newspapers? No, they make a school paper and report on events and competitions. Apparently there's only 2 third years in it right now, so if they don't get new members, it'll go away next year. I like reading the school paper and I'm interested in reporting. I think I'd like to try joining, but... You aren't gonna? Yeah, Sakaki, and Yoshikawa were like, if you join a club, Aochi, we won't be able to hang out. I get it. So it's one or the other, huh? What you want to do or your friends. But ain't that a waste, having something you want to do, being able to start at any time and yet not doing anything? I get your friends are important, but it's probably fine to at least give it a shot. You'll figure out soon enough which you should prioritize. You can just make a proper decision then, can't you? You know, maybe you're right. You never know until you try. Okay, strike while the iron's hot. I'll go talk to the advisor, Mr. Mukuoda, after school. Hey Abe, you said you wanted to talk to me. Why is that? No deep reason. I just kinda thought you might be amusing, Oi. Amusing? What about me? The way your expressions are always changing, your clumsy movements, I don't get tired of watching it. You're like a little animal. Didn't Goblin Mode get, Merriam-Webster Word of the Year or something? Last year, in 2022. That's detailed. Don't tell me you've been observing me that thoroughly. But I'm glad you care about me. I wanted to talk to you too, Abe. To me? Why? Though you're always by yourself, you're always owning it. I thought you looked cool. Maybe it's because I'm a coward who gets nervous by herself. I feel kinda envious. So I wanted to have a good talk with you. I'm glad I spoke up. It's always worth trying. You're overestimating me. I just don't like hassle. I'm more comfortable alone because I don't have to worry about others and can do what I like. Though that means less enjoyment. Getting along with friends at school results in stuff like obligations. That's a pain in the butt. Incidentally, I hate being bored. Similar people getting together feels boring, so I don't like it. Someone amusing though? Sure. I want to do what I want to do, and I don't want to be restrained, and of course I don't want to limit someone else's actions. Thinking like that, I naturally ended up alone. There's nothing cool about it, it's effectively just selfishness. True, there are lots of girls who maintain togetherness superficially and like doing the same things together. But I thought that was just the fate of school life, especially at a girls' school. Just figured it was like that. If I had to say though, I'd like to do what I like, and I'd want my friends to do the same. Same as me, huh? You seem kinda uncomfortable as you are, Ue. Though since you've got friends, I doubt you're lonely. Yeah, that's true. Friends who recognize and respect what the other wants to do, who enjoy just being together. 2 souls in a room, huh? I think that might be my ideal, but it's not easy to find someone that convenient. Well, what happens happens. 3 years of senior high is a blink, so no need to get worked up. So even Akari manipulated us into this situation by creating this club. Thanks for today, it was a lot of fun. It was actually my first time eating lunch at the cafeteria, too. Say, how about we eat together tomorrow, too, if that's okay with you, Abe? Sure, tell me how the newspaper association thing went. I'm curious. Yeah! You may be energetic, but I'm not, because I've been reading for like 4 hours. That's right, this book kicked it off. Please let me save. I don't think this is going to be one full episode. From the day we ate lunch together, I started to talk more with Akari. During our break time and after school, we somehow ended up together. We never made a verbal promise to become friends. We didn't come to a decision to go to a first-name basis. We naturally ended up that way. That made me very happy. Oh, I forgot to clean your room, and now it's a pigsty. Akari never limits me. She watches me do as I please, always supporting. Maybe that's why I feel as if Akari wants me to act like myself. And I thought the same about Akari, because I liked Akari's dedication to being herself. We've always let each other do whatever we please. Being together in that way is so much fun. Akari really is my ideal friend. But you gotta let go of your ideals! That's exactly why. I'm so scared I might lose my relationship with Akari. The clock went away. Real serious. I can't run anymore. I need to make up my mind already. Do I be frank with Akari about the theory I arrived at, clear everything up, and leave the rest to destiny? Or else, do I forget it all, act like none of it happened, and get along with Akari as friends like before? Or a secret third thing? Call the cops. Important thing here is, which do I absolutely refuse to give up? Staying true to myself, or my relationship with Akari? If I see that choice dialogue pop up, I swear to God. Now I can't clean the room. It's a mess in here. Alright, it is like 1 a.m. on the dot for me at the time that I'm reading the sentence, so I think I'm going to have to call this session here. So, I think I said at the beginning of this episode, or what will be the episode at like the end of the first playthrough, ending 1, that this would be the last episode. I was wrong. So that wasn't entirely true. I actually thought a bit more about it when I ended recording yesterday, and I do want to see this through all the way to both endings, which I did check on in one video. And my entirely selfish reason for that, quite frankly, was because the longest video on my channel right now is the finale of Omori, which I thought, for those of you who watched it, I did not enjoy that game. And after contemplating Pedestal a bit more last night, after ending the session, I really do think that this game was quite chilling, and potentially one of the most effective games that I've played in the genre. But I'll save a lot of that for final thoughts, but I'm just going to tie this in. We're just going to have one long session, or one video with chapters, so hopefully that'll do it. But I did look at the guide, as I mentioned earlier, and I went to bed right on the cusp of the final decision, so I was so close and yet so far. Anyhow, this novel, I've been borrowing it for a long time, but I still haven't finished it. Since I borrowed it, I'd like to read it to the end, but I suppose I should return it soon enough, huh? It's not just this book, is it? There's a lot more I owe to Akari. She's always given me advice, saved me in dangerous situations. Akari's always supported me. Even my continuing the investigation until the very end is thanks to Akari being my emotional support. You could honestly say that the answer I've arrived at is one Akari searched for with me. Because of that, I feel like acting like none of it happened would be rude to Akari, who supported me all this time. Maybe, along with this book, I should pay back all the other things I've gotten from Akari. Speaking truthfully about all the things I've gleaned might be the best show of sincerity for myself and to Akari. Even if the answer I've reached makes Akari out as a villain. But I still don't know how this book ends. If I give it back to Akari, I won't be able to read the rest. I could read it if I wanted, but I might lose all desire to read the rest after this. Because if my relationship with Akari changes, I probably won't even want to consider reading the rest anymore. What do I do? Should I return this book, or should I keep loaning it out? Alright, here comes the final choice. So, walkthrough tells me that there are only 3 endings to this game, so we've already gotten one at the 1-ish hour mark of this video. And then these 2 will do the split. I think there's one that I'm going to like a little bit less, and we're going to do that one first, which is we keep the book, and I suppose we don't sever ties? So let's be selfish. And hang on to that book. How you feeling? Coming to school tomorrow? I'm better, so yeah. Sticker, got it. Oh, wait. Morning, Akari. Are you feeling better now? I'm fine. Just seemed to be a cold, not like I had a fever or anything. So what are you doing over there? Were you waiting for me? No, nothing like that. Okay, yeah, I was waiting. I wanted to see your face right away. The heck? Well, that's creepy. Not like we're lovers or something. Don't be like that. I was just worried for you. Akari, can I say something? Do you remember how a long time ago you let me borrow a book? That novel, Tell the Dawn. Oh yeah, I did lend that to you, huh? Totally forgot about it. Well, so did I, actually, but I remembered yesterday, and how that book was what led to us becoming friends. I still haven't finished that book. I feel terrible about it since I've borrowed it so long. So, is it okay if I keep it a while longer? Since I borrowed it, I'd like to read it through to the end. Fine by me. I basically forgot it even existed myself. I'm fine with just giving it to you rather than lending it out. That's good. After all, I won't be able to give it back. The heck does that mean? Well, whatever. You can give it back whenever. Do what you want. Thanks. I'll take you up on that and take my time reading it. Nothing else you want to say to me? Huh? Nah, that's all. I see. Wanted to say, good work. Seems you've been real busy lately, Aoi. You want to go get tea somewhere after school today? Been a while, so let's relax. Yeah, let's. It's my treat. Might be a little late, but we gotta celebrate the Newspaper Association's great achievement. What? That's fine, really. I mean, you helped lots yourself, Akari. Or did I? To tell the truth, there's something I want to talk to you about. So just accept the generosity. It's my thanks for associating with me. What do you want to talk about? That can wait till after school. If you heard it now, you'd be so shocked you couldn't even handle your classes. I'm going to jail. That's kind of scary. A good kind of shocked or a bad kind? Who could say? Well, let's go. I don't want to be late today. Hey, Akari. I'm feeling that hesitation in the air. It's for the best, huh? I'm sure I'll forget about these uneasy feelings soon. This haziness is only temporary. Being with Akari is so much fun. I'll forget about any bad things before I know it. Even if I stay true to myself, I don't see a point in doing that if Akari isn't at the end of it. Oh, you've gone deluded. Because Akari's my best friend. And I want Akari and I to always be friends. It's the last day of school and I'm running late. Ending 2, leave my idol be. Didn't even get to know what was up with Akari. Okay, do I let this play again? I think I let it play again. I'm not sure. I think Terms of Service said that you don't cut the credits out, even though I've already let them run once. I'm just gonna let them run again. Just check out the chapter, I suppose, if you want to skip. I might just talk randomly. But yeah, I did not expect this to go the way that it did. I really, really fell for it. And I think something that really dawned on me at this point was, well, not now, but prior to me starting this session, I like that there is someone in the literary club that said, oh, I want to write a mystery novel, but I just don't know any good plot devices, or I don't know how to have a good twist. I feel like that was a misleading comment, because we might have snuck that in there intentionally, or, well, she definitely stuck it in there intentionally, but dang, I was on that line, just 100% with the truth, quote unquote, and this just struck me. Okay, let's blow through this again, and then I'll end this chapter notation thing soon. Glad that I started doing that instead of automatic chapters, because I don't think that would really work out. Okay. Now comes the reckoning. We're going to give the book back. We're going to confront her with evidence of her crimes or of her sins. Can you stay after school? I want to talk. That's new. Fine by me. We're going to talk on the roof? Our dramatic showdown? Morning, Akari. Are you feeling better now? I'm fine. Just seemed to be a cold. Not like I had a fever or anything. So what'd you want to talk about? Something you just have to wait until after school to say? Yeah, I want to talk calmly, just between the two of us. Thus, after school in the social studies room. But Bottles is there, that okay? Bottles is off today. He left me the key to the social studies room so we can go in. Well, that's surprising. By the way, want a copy of my notes from yesterday? We learned about what'd be on the economics exam. Ah, term exams, huh? That's right, there was that. No, I'm good on notes. You sure? You won't be able to study for the exam. I'm fine. Anyway, I'm super tired. Fine if I sleep till class starts? Oh, sure, have a nice nap. No, the power move is to sleep in class. She must be leaving. There's no way she wasn't selling off everything in her room and severing all connections. Weird. Well, Akari's smart, so I guess she's okay without having to study too hard? Am I stupid or what? This isn't the time to be worrying about Akari. Oh, I can't wait to see where this is going. You're late, huh? What were you up to? Just had to use the bathroom. Sorry for making you wait. Wasn't waiting that long. It's fine. So what's this about? So, I have something to return to you, Akari. Do you remember this book? Ah, thought I lost that, but I did lend it to you, huh? That brings me back. Sorry for borrowing it for so long, but I'm giving it back here and now. I'm fine just letting you keep it, really, but hey, if you say so, I'll accept it. And there's something else I want to return to you. What? All the debts I owe you. I want to return the favor for helping me with the Natsume investigation. Oh, we're closing this account by telling you all about what I investigated and the conclusion I arrived at. Akari, you tried to ensnare Natsume without getting your own hands dirty. You tried to isolate Natsume by severing her relationships with the people close to her, isn't that right? Her best friend Hahakigi, her dependable senior Miyuki, the Cat-hag who she cared for cats with. 3 people who Natsume strongly depended on emotionally. You engineered the collapse of their relationships with Natsume. Fostering distrust of Natsume, instilling the idea that associating with Natsume was a bad thing, but all done indirectly. Your objective was to isolate Natsume and drive her to suicide, wasn't it? Like you did to the teacher you befriended in junior high. Natsume falling to her death may have been an accident, but there was plenty of possibility for her to purposefully kill herself. That possibility was something you intentionally manufactured, Akari. That was your aim. And this is the answer I've arrived at from investigating this myself. I also intend to tell you the process by which I got to this conclusion, but honestly, I have no confidence that it's correct. There's so much I want to ask you, so much I want to say to you. But before that, I want an answer. I want you to tell me clearly whether my theory is right or wrong. If I'm wrong, you can get mad at me, you can laugh me off, you can punch me right in the face, so... I want to hear the truth. Right from your mouth, Akari. Oh, she's still staying all collected, huh? I let you talk without interruption since you were being so serious, but do you know what you're saying? Maybe I could understand a tiny bit more if you told me your process, but that's not the issue now, is it? And heck, I'm shocked. Like, seriously, so... So you saw me as someone who didn't snare another person, who played with a person's life. What was our friendship up to now? What did you see in me? Hearing something like that from you, more than anyone else, honestly, it's rough. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, Akari, but she didn't answer the question. It's not like I was actually looking at you that way, this is just a conclusion that came up from my investigation. I'm sorry. Yeah, right. I'm kidding. Huh? That's amazing, Aoi, finding out that much yourself. I'm impressed. That's the hard work of the Newspaper Association for you. I bet Bottles will be happy too, seeing how much you've grown. To test your ability? Hang on. You mean my theory was accurate? Yep, that's right, more or less. More so when it comes to Natsume. Why? Getting her to kill herself. Why did you do something like that? What did you have against Natsume? And not just Natsume, your junior high teacher too. Was there something going on there that you wanted her to die? Let's see. If I had to name something, I guess it's because I was bored. Oh, I knew it. You had no good reason. Bored? Surely you didn't really push people toward death for a reason like that? Well look, haven't I told you before? I hate things that are a hassle, but I also hate to be bored. Cornering Natsume was just to stave off the boredom, though that she died before that could bear fruit. Please tell me the truth, all of it, so that I can understand. The truth is that there's nothing, isn't it? Sure thing, but I don't know if telling you everything will let you understand, you know? First of all, I guess we'll start with the junior high teacher. From the get-go, I have to point out where you got it wrong, Aoi. I didn't drive her to isolation, she was just alone from the start. As a brand new teacher freshly graduated from college, on top of being nervous and fragile, she was super depressed. Maybe the stress of dealing with cheeky junior high girls day in day out really got to her, not like it's any of my business. Then for some reason, she got her eye on me and started hanging around me a bunch, like after school. Just being followed around like that would be one thing, but she used me as an outlet for non-stop complaining. I hate the students. I hate the teachers. I can't get friends or a boyfriend. I can't rely on my family. I should have never been a teacher. I want to quit this job. I just hate everything. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. You just gave her the right push, didn't you? She complained to me like that every day. It was super annoying, let me tell you, when I'm just an ordinary student. Akari, what did you do to her? Okay, there's a typo. Nothing. Nothing? I just affirmed her. If you say you want to die, then sure, why don't you die? She kept saying it, I kept affirming it, just went on repeating like that. That's it? She really died just from doing that? Yep, she did. And in a classroom, too. Just how much did she hate school? Or else maybe it was an insinuation against me. I listened to her complaints, but I didn't offer any consolation. Well, so basically, I didn't aim to make that teacher die. She just died on her own. How are that teacher and Natsume connected? No connection whatsoever. Interacting with that teacher was less out of boredom, more because I couldn't get out of it. That teacher's death only stuck with me as an experience, though it came in handy for later. An experience? Came in handy? Well, next is Natsume. Incidentally, I wasn't specifically aiming to make Natsume kill herself. I just wanted to see the idol fall from her pedestal and crumble. Didn't particularly care what form that collapse took, suicide, whatever. Just as long as I could cause something big, that was enough. Something big? Big domestic terror mentality right there. You know that block stacking game? The one where you pull out pieces from the stack one at a time, and whoever makes it collapse loses. Sure, if you're the one who causes it, you lose, but it's predicated on the fact it'll ultimately collapse, see? If it didn't, it'd never end, right? It's a game where the fun is having it all collapse and make a mess, and laughing like, ah, there it goes. It's the same as that. Taking out the pieces that made up Shiori Natsume one by one until she collapsed, and watching the resulting clamor. That's the sort of fun diversion it was. So one of the forms of collapse I imagined was what that teacher did, that is, suicide. I'd seen for myself what sort of situation a person has to be in to do such a thing, a thought I'd put into practice. That teacher went and cornered herself, but Natsume always had people around. Didn't seem like she'd likely end up alone. But if you took a peek inside, Natsume was real close to loneliness. Though many people accompanied her, she opened her heart to very few. So first, I decided to cut Natsume off from those few people, thinking if I did that, would she make the same choice as that teacher? But it's not like Natsume killing herself was a clear goal or anything. The two had different personalities, wouldn't necessarily respond the same. I would have been fine with anything, just as long as Natsume caused some big stir, like I said before. You target Natsume because she was everyone's idol? Is that really all, or did you have some grudge? None at all, and that's exactly why I picked her, another place where my experience with that teacher proved useful. What do you mean? When that teacher died, the police questioned the heck out of me, since I was the only person she was close with. That was a massive pain. I got fed up with it. I deeply regretted ever getting involved with someone like her. So when I considered who to play with, I decided I definitely wouldn't pick someone I was close to. It caused damage to me too. If we had absolutely no connection, the shards from the collapse wouldn't reach me no matter what happened, letting me be a safe third party. Furthermore, I wanted them to have the attention of lots of people, so that collapse caused a big clamor, which I could then enjoy. Natsume was a perfect fit for those requirements. That's my only reason for picking her. When? When did you decide to ensnare Natsume? About half a year ago. Used about a month to gather intel, since I had absolutely no knowledge of Natsume. So before I began investigating Natsume, you were investigating her alone? Less investigating, more observing. I don't do tedious stuff like going around questioning everybody. It draws attention, too. Observing, that's all? She's a sharp one, we gathered that much, you know. Sorry to say this to you after your steady investigation away, but there's a lot you can know about someone like Natsume just by watching. Though she had lots of people around, she didn't let her guard down one bit. It was blatantly obvious she had a barrier up as she smiled politely. In my observation, the only ones I felt Natsume let her guard down around were Hahakigi and Miyuki. Natsume purposely didn't talk to Hahakigi around other people. I bet she was trying to show something, like, we're friends that understand each other even without words. Though Natsume's doing that seemed to make Hahakigi uneasy. Well, whatever. Because of that, I knew right away that Hahakigi was important to Natsume. And also Miyuki. Natsume and her often came to the library together. I use the library a lot, so I saw them plenty of times. Natsume depended on Miyuki a lot. Didn't even care about people seeing it. Must have adored her quite a bit. Incidentally, I learned about Natsume and the Cat-hag's relationship by happening to see them around town. Honestly, I was shocked. I didn't know the Cat-hag at all, so I tried approaching her myself. Didn't want her being an oddball, but... well, she was easy to deal with. If you just say something nutty to someone who's already nutty, you can get on their wavelength. So yeah, going basically like that, I figured I'd do something about those three who Natsume especially valued. But your investigation let you learn about Sakura and Yasuoka in depth, yeah? Honestly, I felt like I'd missed out. If I'd been aware of those two sooner, there could have been much more efficient ways to go about it. Akari, did you know that Natsume... If you mean Natsume's secret that Yasuoka was hiding, I actually don't know. Of course, I had a guess, I just didn't have full confidence in it, and I didn't tell you because I felt like it'd shock you. That's the reason I dared to do a thing like that, despite not wanting to draw attention at school. Judging from your reaction, Aoi, seems like maybe my theory wasn't necessarily wrong. This isn't right. I can't comprehend it at all. How can you be so calm? What you did deeply hurt Natsume. Natsume died, you know, don't you feel any guilt? I wasn't close to Natsume at all. It's you being so attached to her that I can't understand, Aoi. And you can talk about guilt, but Natsume died from an accident, so who even knows if my provoking was effective or not? I had no contact with Natsume, and no interest in her to start with. Don't really think anything of it whether she's alive or not. No interest? But you said you observed her and gathered information. Nah, I really had no interest. Even my information gathering was only the bare minimum. You don't research every little detail when you kick a pebble on the road, right? It's the same thing, had no attachment to her. I just wanted to enjoy the chaos that ensued from the idol falling. I had no feelings for the idol herself. When I said I would investigate Natsume, didn't you think anything of it? And you didn't tell me anything, even though you knew all sorts of things about Natsume from your own research. I like you, Aoi, and I like watching you do as you please. And that's why I didn't stop you from investigating the Natsume incident, and I had no right to. And investigating on your own power felt meaningful, right? Even supposing I did help, I didn't want to interfere too much. Ah, yeah, I did lightly tell you about Hahakigi, Miyuki, and the Cat-hag, didn't I? I figured that much would be fine. Also, I myself had no clue why Natsume died. A suicide, an accident, a murder. As unstable as Natsume was, I couldn't imagine her killing herself just from the level of meddling I did. It felt strange to me. I figured if your investigation could explain the truth of her death, that could be amusing too, so I decided to help out. But see, what you wanted to do and what I wanted to do were different beasts. Not just different, exact opposites. I wanted to make that idol fall. You wanted to gather its shattered pieces and try to restore it. I would have been fine telling you about what I did, but our goals were too incompatible, would have inevitably gone sour. As we can see right now, I didn't say anything because I knew for sure it'd be a pain. But that was for the best, right? We each do what we like. We respect each other's freedom. That's always been our stance. There's no need for us to say every little detail about what we want to do. Saying it doesn't mean you can understand people's true intentions. Or else, should I have discussed every little thing I wanted to do with you and gotten your opinion? No keeping secrets, opening up about everything, having a deep understanding, needing to be united. Is that the sort of confining relationship you wanted, Aoi? All I wanted to do was shake the pedestal that idol was on. What's more, that alone didn't make the idol fall. While I was going and looking into how I might get her to fall, whoops, off she went. Honestly, it was anticlimactic. She just sat on the fence on the rooftop, stumbled when getting up, and fell. In short, truly just an accident, no connection to me. I don't have any guilt, and I thoroughly don't care now that Natsume's passed. Those are my honest feelings. So, what do you think, Aoi, hearing all this? If you want to say something, I'm all ears. As many excuses as you make, Akari, I just can't understand. I don't think I can justify hurting people for your own enjoyment, and I don't think anyone ever should. Even if it's my best friend who did it. It's true. I wasn't close with Natsume. She might not even have been aware I existed. But I just sort of looked up to Natsume. Sort of like Natsume. It was a bandwagon-like feeling, like people looking up to a pop idol. Even me starting my investigation into her death was just curiosity. Back then, when I recognized Natsume as just an idol, maybe I would have forgiven you, Akari. But since then, I've learned about Natsume the human being. Suffering from the gap between herself and others, worrying over little things, becoming fond of people, wanting to cling to people. I learned about the life-sized Natsume, who was just a regular high schooler like myself. Natsume isn't just an idol to me anymore. She's Shiori Natsume, a human. And that's exactly why I can't forgive you trying to ensnare Natsume, Akari. I think of you as a friend, and I want to continue being friends, so I'll say it loud and clear. What you did was horrible. You can't hurt and play with people. Call me a hypocrite if you want. I just can't accept that. I wanted to let you do what you want. I didn't want to tie you down. I still feel that way now. But there are limits to what you want. In a humane sense, there are things you shouldn't do. Natsume is crying, feeding a stray cat quietly so that no one would see her. That's the result of what you did, Akari. You hurt a person and made her weep. Do you really not feel the slightest bit sorry towards Natsume? I want to believe that's a lie. I'm criticizing you as your friend, Akari. I want you to reflect. If you don't, I can't be friends with you anymore. Sorry, Aoi. I knew as much, but I upset you. With the way you are, no chance you'll forgive me. But you know, I'm not expecting forgiveness. Whether you forgive me or not is up to you, Aoi. Besides, I don't want to give a completely superficial apology. I can't say something I'm not thinking, especially not to you. I will not apologize. No. That's why a relationship ends here. Relax, though. Things won't get awkward, because I won't be showing myself around you again. Huh? I'm quitting school. Today's my last day of attendance. Too bad Bottles isn't here. I do owe him, so I wanted to at least give him a goodbye. Why? Why are you quitting school? Are you going to another one? Do you need to know? We're not going to meet again. Well, fine. Truth is, my parents are moving overseas. I decided to come with. Going to a Japanese college seemed boring anyhow. Figured I'd go to school over there, maybe go on to get a job. Man, have I been busy with cleaning and preparations these past few days. Appreciate you leaving me be, Aoi. Oh yeah, I had Kageyama keep quiet about it. Looks like he actually kept his word. Was like, I don't like mushy farewells, so please don't tell anyone. Told him I'd tell my friends myself. Since when? When did you decide you were quitting school? Half a year ago, around the same time I resolved to kill some time with Natsume. In other words, Natsume was my last bit of fun before leaving Japan behind, sort of like a fireworks last hurrah. What I did end up being futile, but I'm glad I got to learn a bunch of stuff thanks to you, Aoi. I had a pretty enjoyable time. So then, I won't be in contact with you ever again, Aoi. I'm canceling my phone plan and deleting my social media. She's going off the grid! That way's best, right? Rather than having an iffy connection to someone who did something you can't forgive. It's probably for the best that you return this book, too. It'd be terrible if it reminded you of me. Alright, I've got some stuff in those shelves, so I'll be picking it all up. Excuse me. I gotta say, I'm glad you made it in time, Aoi. Would have hurt to go without telling you the truth. Since it's the last time, could I ask you while I'm here? Did Miyuki tell you when I said to her? Did the Cat-hag tell you what I whispered in her ear? When you saw Natsume and Hahakigi's letters in my room, what'd you think, Aoi? She engineered that too, dang. I've got no interest in the falling idol herself. What she was thinking, who cares? But once I found myself standing there watching, I got to see a real amusing sight. Goodbye, Aoi. I'll treasure that look on your face the rest of my life. Oh, you're already here? Feels like it's been a while. I had 3 days off and all. By the way, you've got to have the Culture Festival article done now, right? Give me here, I'll check it. Ue, you listening? Bottles, take this. Resignation? Did something happen? Abe. No way, she did all that, huh? I was just the third party who had no connection to Natsume. That's why I thought I could investigate calmly while people watched. I didn't feel even slightly afraid about knowing the truth. I did notice that she let her hair back down. Not in the ponytail anymore, because even that was a ploy from Akari. Akari told me, if we publicized the truth we'd learn, we would become connected to the Natsume incident. That it was possible doing that could cause problems for us later. She asked if I was prepared for that. I told Akari that I would fulfill my minimum duty as an indicter, and I was indeed prepared to do that. But I had only the naive perception that it would be someone else's business. I never even imagined that it would cause this for me. From when Akari revealed the truth to when she left this room, it really went by in a blink. I could hardly say anything. I was just too shocked. I should have expressed my feelings to Akari better. I don't want you to go. I couldn't even say that. I can't do this anymore. That last look at Akari's face, I can't get it out of my head. If I hadn't investigated Natsume, I wouldn't have needed to have the worst goodbye with Akari. If I knew it meant parting from my best friend like this, I never would have wanted to know the truth. There's no point in knowing. There's nothing I could have changed. I don't want to remember what happened ever again, and I don't want to think about Akari. I hate it. Now I want to find some comfort, but if I'm in the newspaper association, it'll just remind me of bad things. So, I'm sorry, Bottles. Abe is dead, you know. What? The Abe you knew, your best friend Abe, she's dead. Never meeting again and dying. Sure, there's a big difference there, but they're the same in that you can't do a thing about it. So don't you think it's a little easier to let go if you think of it as her being dead, even if it's kind of extreme? In my opinion, you can't heal the sadness of losing someone unless you meet someone who can take their place. When you're alone, you get thinking, and can't get out of the bog. That's the last thing you want. You're still young, so I'm sure you'll meet somebody you can build a good relationship with, as long as you look for him. So until then, just gotta endure thinking of Abe is dead, because there's nothing you can do. Well, that's tough. Abe leaving you was her own decision, right? And she also decided how she was going to leave you. That means she chose to make your parting, which was entirely up to her own discretion, the worst one possible. Could be she saw that as a kindness. Parting with somebody you hate won't stick with you long. I'd like to think I saw you two fairly well, and Abe seemed pretty fond of you. Can't imagine she had any ill will toward you. Of course, that doesn't make what she did forgivable. Maybe she aired all her dirty truths when leaving so that you wouldn't be sad about the parting, made you hate her on purpose. Of course, I can say all I want, but there's no way to know what Abe was thinking. Well, it's all about perspective. No need to regret splitting up over an argument. Couldn't do anything about it. You were no match for her. Maybe you regret even being friends with Abe at all, but there's no mistaking that you had fun memories, right? So then treasure those. Value the fun times, forget about the bad. Shove it out of your head. No point in holding on to bad memories of someone who's dead. Just keep the ones you can look back on happily. Just living with the regret of loss from day to day is hard enough. You've seen plenty of that yourself, haven't you? Is it really fine to just do that? It's fine. At least, that's how I've managed. When you go over 30 years as a guy who can't get a date, sometimes you gotta think that way to get by. And one of those sneaky life skills adults pick up on. That's the sole advice I can give as a hopeless guy my age. And also, one more bit of advice. It's about this resignation. It's not good to make big decisions when you're super down, you know? You usually come to regret it. You're not calm right now, until you can objectively look back at what's happened to you. How about you put quitting on hold? Luckily, you're the only member of the newspaper association, so we've got no competition plans. No need to rush to a decision. But... well, that's my official stance, but honestly, I'd be in a pickle if you quit right this instance. I'm incredibly shy. What do you mean? Don't you think it's a little soon to say for certain that your achievement was meaningless? Oh, you can come in. Hello, Mr. Mukoda, Ue-senpai. I'm sure you know her well, but I'll introduce you. This here is Prospective Newspaper Association club member, Sakura Natsume. Right, I look forward to working with you both. Why, Sakura? The two of you investigating my sister's death finally made me feel like I could move forward. Learning the truth is a very scary thing, so I never had that courage. But I've come to feel that knowing the truth is also a very important thing, because of this. It's thanks to you two that I feel this way. I'm forever grateful. I want to be someone who can properly see through to the truth of things. Like Ue-senpai and Abe-senpai, I want to be able to investigate on my own, observe the nature of things, and make a judgment. So I thought I'd like to learn that skill with the newspaper association. If I do, I feel like I can be like you two. And that's the spirit, Natsume. There's loads of adults who can't see through to what's important. Training that now is essential. Huh? Come to think of it, you aren't with Abe-senpai today. Abe had some things come up, so she's dropped out of school as of Friday last week. Huh? Did she really? That's a shame. Abe-senpai encouraged me, so I wanted to thank her properly. Don't worry about it. Besides, she wasn't a member of the newspaper association anyway. Just a correspondent. Just thank her if you get a chance to meet someday. I might see her around soon enough. You're right. It's a little lonely, but I just have to get past it. I like to give my best efforts contributing here from now on. Oh, but I'll still be on tennis team, so I'll only be able to come here when I have days off there. Sure, totally fine. You can just do it whenever you can spare the time. And if there's anything you want to know, ask Ue at Ue. She knows way more than me about what we do here. Thanks for saying that you're a hands-off kind of advisor. So yeah, counting on you, Ue-senpai. Oh, she's just torn. Every which way. Thank you so much, Ue-senpai. I'm glad I finished signing up before the day was over. Tomorrow's Friday, meaning I have tennis off, so I can get right to work. I hope you'll give me your support. You don't have to be that eager. You're busy, Sakura, so feel free to take it easy. No, I'm just excited to be able to work with you, Ue-senpai. Well, I'll get back to tennis now. I just slipped away for a bit to get signed up. Good luck. I'm going home today, so bye. Ue-senpai? I'm sure you're lonely without Abe-senpai, but please cheer up, okay? I know I can't replace Abe-senpai, but I'll do my very best for the newspaper association. Thanks, Sakura. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. She looks just so out of it. Devastated as an individual. Yes, good work today. Sakura's got the wrong idea. I don't see through to the truth of things at all. In fact, the opposite. By learning the truth, I'm just bewildered by the size of what I've discovered. Plus, I haven't told Sakura everything that happened to Natsume. In fact, I absolutely can't. It's running a tad longer than I thought. I should never reveal the truth to a girl who was so delighted that her sister didn't die full of despair. Sisper. Will I be able to get on with Sakura keeping a secret like this? Maybe I should have just quit, no matter what people said. But it'd be rude to reject her looking up to me that much. I wonder if Akari felt pain keeping secrets like this while being with me. Akari said she liked me, but now I don't know anymore. Maybe the truth was different. Akari being friendly to me as I thoughtlessly and comfortably looked up to her. Her confessing to everything at the end and leaving as a villain. If those things were Akari's kindness, like Bottle said, maybe I should be thankful. But I can't separate things out so easily. Even supposing Akari was a bad person at her core, I still really like her. And now she's gone away. There's 2 idols before me. There were? What? One was Shiori Natsume, a figure admired by many, not just myself. This is our pedestal moment! I began investigating Natsume, instigated by her falling to her death, resulting in her no longer being an idol to me. Natsume was a human who suffered, tied up to the top of a pedestal. She was a tragic person who met her end without ever fulfilling her desire. I'm sure I'll never forget that human Natsume. Whenever I recall Natsume from now on, I'll pray for happiness in her next life. The same surely goes for those she was close to. They can't forget their memories with her. They can't forget how they felt about her, even if those things were sorrowful. Let those feelings we feel make a rainbow of flowers offered in mourning to Natsume. To wish for that is the only thing I can do. The other idol within me was Akari. A false idol. We were ideal friends, respecting each other. Without even realizing it myself, I had enshrined Akari on a pedestal. And Akari kicked her pedestal, falling before my eyes. What did Akari see in the moment she fell and crumbled to pieces? Had Akari jumped off her pedestal wanting to see that sight for herself? I do have a thought. Is Akari's fractured face smiling, or else? I don't know anything anymore. I'm unable to search for the truth. All that I'm left with now is a pedestal without an idol. What did I hope to do by knowing the truth? What did I want? Even if I stayed true to what I wanted to do, I got nothing from it. Even if it means your idol falling off her pedestal and crumbling, do you want to know the truth? Miss Ue, please don't lose sight of what is most important to you and what your heart tells you to do. I've acted trusting only in what I wanted to do, and it produced this result. If a person chose to disappear of their own volition, I have to respect that decision, all the more so if they were important to me. Oh, maybe they helped us cope in the end. Nothing but regrets swirl around in my head, but as much as I consider it, there's only one thing that's certain. Abe is dead, you know. I know. There is one thing I learned from it. The one true thing left to me now, it's... In the autumn of 2013... Oh, I had to hit Z. Someone irreplaceable to me died. Did the game just end with the way it began? I think those were the opening lines. Wow. That was stunning. No exaggeration. I am shocked. Wow, wow, wow. That was something. Okay, I'm gonna hit statue and not start. Some of these are still covered, huh? Akari's is gone. Shiori's is gone. Wow, it locked us out of a few of these now, huh? Oh! Wow, where do I even begin with this? Future me interjecting here. I started editing the video and then realized I went on an incomprehensible 20-minute rant, and so I'm just gonna have to do it again, which is where we are now. I don't know why I ever do concluding thoughts at the end of the game immediately after I finish, because they never make it into the final cut because they're generally so rushed and incomprehensible, but hey, here we are. No guarantees on length, but hopefully the ideas will be a little more clear and a little bit more concise. But my core understanding of this game has not changed, and I find that it is the best storytelling experience I've had from this style of indie RPG Maker Wolf RPG game. That's it. I cannot think of any other game that I've ever played, seen, covered for the channel, played on my own, that could even match what Pedestal has done in its storytelling. And I think one of the reasons why I went on that rant initially after finishing the game was because the character of Akari in the end, with the final stage 2, the final dialogue with her before she leaves, just really hit me as an overwhelming evil. And I really can't think of any other way to describe it, because her behavior just to cause someone to go to the brink and to fall over because she was bored just struck me as so horrendous and goes against everything that I feel like I personally stand for. And I think that was an expert move from Uri in terms of the crafting and the handling of that situation. And you see this reflected specifically in the final interaction when Akari tells Aoi that she'll treasure that expression forever, and it's just the most pained, tortured expression on Aoi's face. And that, to me, perfectly illustrates the wickedness and the evil, again, of Akari. And to me, I just found that was an incredible way to craft the story. And one of the things that really stood out to me, if you think about Pedestal from a step back, it works with very little to create such a detailed story that at least hooked me personally. I was deeply engaged with that when the twist hit me. And really, there's only one core set of Cosmos Academy and then the 5 kind of satellite locations, but I'm just so impressed that the story was able to so clearly share its message with us and share the events and the twists and the plot of Pedestal without relying on the supernatural and the paranormal or the spiritual to make a story about human nature, but only containing humans, I thought was incredible. Because I know a lot of people rely on external forces that come in to illustrate why evil exists, but this game was so self-contained that it demonstrated how that evil and wickedness once more could exist without any external influence, just for no reason. And that to me was a very profound realization about the game. Since you're in my concluding thoughts, thank you for making it this far if you're still here, I'm going to compare this game to Omori because I feel like everyone considers that to be the gold standard for games in the genre, which I disagree with, but once more, I found that Pedestal was infinitely more effective as a storytelling experience than Omori. Now, there are other ways in which Omori can beat Pedestal, but I think in terms of shocking me, the ending of Pedestal, or the twist and then the ending, shocked me so much more than when I played Omori, and I think that's because of the relatively light touch that Ori had on influencing the way that you think about the story, because as you could have seen from this video alone, Stage 1 ends without even teasing the idea that Akari was involved. And I think to just craft an entire half of the game that would be hidden behind that wall otherwise, and not just hammering the point, hey, by the way, don't trust your partner, they're not what they seem to be. I think that was an incredible experience, and that's why it felt so much more meaningful when that actually happened in the plot, and when we actually started realizing that our partner might have had a hand in all this. So that's why I feel like in that element, as kind of psychological horror, I don't know if you could even call it that, but thriller more generally, Pedestal was infinitely better in that regard. And I really cannot think of any other game that set out to do the same thing as Pedestal in terms of storytelling and really had that much impact. This isn't just about gameplay or graphics anymore, but as a story, like one discrete experience, I cannot think of anything that was that shocking, that horrifying to me in all the games that I've played for the channel, that I've watched online, that I've played offline. All of it, just nothing has come even remotely close to what I've experienced over the last 11 hours of playing this game. So those are my thoughts on it, but I don't want to end there. So I'm keeping you in these concluding thoughts, and we're going to move to a bit of a final discussion, since quite frankly, this game has a lot of darkness in it, right? I mean, it opens with a death. We spend a lot of the time investigating a suicide, and then after that, reasons for a presumed suicide. So, in no way is this a lighthearted, fun game. But it really, as I had said sometime earlier in this video, I don't even know when, this game had the uncanny ability to run in parallel with a lot of what we, as individuals, might have experienced in life. And for me personally, that went beyond just like a school conflict, but even down to experiencing a death in your final year of high school. Now, granted, I did some more self-reflection, and in reality, for me, it did not happen in 2013, but it happened about, let's say, 5 months after when this game took place. But even so, I think there was a degree of relatability that was oddly specific, but it in short called to me in this game, and that's why I feel like I was very compelled to share life experiences and to share advice, because in a way I lived through something like Pedestal. Granted, there was no Akari, at least as far as I'm aware of, that was behind the scenes pulling strings and ruining everyone's lives, but it just was so uncanny to me that this coincidence happened, that these circumstances lined up, and that I played a game for my channel thinking, oh, I'm just going to cover the latest Ori game because I cover RPG Maker and Wolf RPG stuff, and it just ran immediately into something that I could personally relate to. But to kind of close out, I wanted to share a bit more about the personal thoughts behind it. because I think some people, at least for those of you in the comments who have let me know, and I'm very appreciative of your exchanges with me, that my rant at the end of the second episode about individuality and goals in life was pretty well received and relatable. And I just think that as someone who has set out to create a bit of a voice for myself on YouTube, I think that there's so much more we could be sharing than, oh, you should want to be like me or live my life. We all have individual circumstances, as this game has made very evident. But something that really strikes me, at least in terms of me offline, is that there are quite frankly two camps of people in the world, to overgeneralize. But I would say that one camp of people behaves more like how Akari behaves in this game, where there isn't a regard for human life, that looking at people you don't see your neighbors or your fellow humans or your countrymen or whatever. You just see people to step on, people to dominate. You need to create some kind of power struggle so you can put yourself at the top of this arbitrary hierarchy. And I feel like individuals who think like that drive the wickedness and evil of the world, right? To create inequity and an injustice just for their own reasons. Whether or not, I won't go and call them selfish, because as seen in this case, they were absurd. There was no good reason to avoid boredom. That's not really a typical reason for ruining someone's life and then trying to watch them commit suicide in the end, or at least acknowledging that that could have been a byproduct of your actions. But granted, these are the kinds of people that make life a lot harder for us. Now, on the other side, I feel like individuals more like Aoi, who seek the truth and seek to make change, will inevitably have some degree of sorrow. And I say this coming from a position of me experiencing as such, where in my own career, in my training and education, I have learned things that have shown me, I would say, some of the darkest aspects of human nature that were backed by social and scientific structure at the time. And the point for me learning it is to, in my mind, hopefully prevent these things from happening again, to have a voice in the room to prevent these sorts of atrocities. But it fills you with a sadness that does not go away. And this is something that we should reckon with. That to know something that's that tragic, that horrific, that immoral, will fill you with a sort of sadness, and it's perfectly normal to, and I would think that this is the reason why some people suffer from things like climate anxiety, right? That we see such an overwhelming problem that looms in front of us, you can't help but feel anxious or sad about it. But I think that it's specifically these sorts of people that will help drive the idea that it's not about dominating someone or to ruin someone's life just to put yourself in a position where you've won and they've lost and you can see something happen and you can watch them crumble. It's about helping everyone elevate each other out of these circumstances rather than bringing yourself above all. And this is kind of my guiding principle, both in my attitude in creating content, which is really arbitrary for an RPG maker, a Wolf RPG YouTuber, but also for me as an individual and professional outside of, the Let's Plays. So I hope that this could resonate with people. I hope that me sharing it will create some sort of, it can facilitate that sort of thought or relationship, because at the end of the day, we all go through the human experience, and it'd be foolish for us to ignore that just so that I could claim that, oh, me being behind the screen makes me better than everyone else because I'm the content creator. It means nothing like that. We all have some degree of suffering in our lives, and it would do us all better if we could elevate ourselves out of those circumstances, and that's not going to happen by creating these sorts of hierarchical structures or destroying lives. We all suffer until we all can save each other, and that's the way that I see things. It's a very, very grandiose idea for someone who mostly just plays Noelle the Mortal Fate on YouTube, but this is what drives me, and I hope that if you found some sort of solace in anything that I've said throughout these 3 videos, then I hope that you might find this useful as well, and can potentially relate and help it motivate you in your day-to-day. But that's all I could really ask for as a YouTuber. I'm not really here for the subscribers of the lack of money that I don't make, so I hope that you were as glad as I was to share this experience in playing Pedestal through these videos, and as glad as I was. But I'm rambling again, and I actually kept it relatively short this time, so I'm just now getting ready to cross the 12-minute mark on my screen. But I'm just gonna have to wrap it up. It's gonna go on. I've said a lot of things throughout the videos. Feel free to interact with me in the comments. I'd love to chat with people if you have any outstanding thoughts or want to have a discussion. If you appreciate some of these things, let me know. Sharing life experiences, so-and-so. I'm always glad to. We all go through hardship. And it might even help, if it helps just one person to know that others in the world are going through this, then I would be more than happy to share that experience and hopefully help you out as well. But too ideological, we're wrapping it up. This has been Pedestal by Uri, and link will be in the description for the game if you want to play it yourself after seeing all this, or share it with someone who might find it very interesting. Hopefully they're in a good mental state to play it. But anyhow, link will be in the description, and so I thank you all for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or night, depending on when you're watching this video. And of course, take care, don't sit on ledges, and always be true to yourself. And that's all I got for you this time.